Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to each and every one of you to this particular conference on this very beautiful day. We are here at the Service Now Presents second edition of Smart Factory 2022, supported by Manufacturing Today. We have, I'm sure each and every one of y'all joining us today already got a gist and brief about what the day is packed about. But let me tell you, there's a lot of discussions happening at the back end about the structure of the discussions, about the points that will be taken on, about how we would be moving forward, understanding the opportunities and challenges in this segment. And we have some stellar lineup of speakers here with us today. So without much further ado, let's get started with today. And to help us initiate and open this particular conference, I would love to invite Mr. Vibhor Srivastava, who is the Managing Director at ITP Media India. Vibhor, over to you.
I welcome you all on behalf of ITP Media to Manufacturing Today's second annual Smart Factory Summit, presented by ServiceNow, Associate Partner PTC, Technology Partner SAP, Digital Transformation Partner Juniper, Industry Partner Hexagon, IoT Partner Tata Communication, and Business Development Partner Zebra. So thank you, each one of you. It is with extreme pride and happiness that we are conducting this second edition, which is turning out to be one of the Manufacturing Today's marquee property and has garnered immense traction this year. Manufacturing, as you know, is evolving day on day with the help of app technology, and why not? It is the need of the hour for all companies, stakeholders to tap into the great potential of digitization to strengthen and streamline their processes for optimizing their resources and becoming profitable. In today's competitive times, we need a mechanism and makes employees feel that they are working with a teammate ready to tackle challenges together rather than acting as a complete replacement. Smart Factory is one such a mechanism which is here to help the manufacturers be at the top management, plant CEOs, chief operating officers, CIOs, etc. It will not take up much of your valuable time by discussing what Smart Factory is or what it means to you. This all will be discussed in depth today by our speakers who are industry leaders and top-notch experts. And certainly, folks, I'm not your expert at all, so I won't even make an attempt to give you a discourse on this. Hence, we all are gathered here to know about what is it that takes each of these critical department that leads to and manifests growth of their respective organization, since we have dedicated discussions, and I honestly desire that each one of you is able to take back more value add and practical theories than just the deliberation. We have taken up this initiative with the sole intention of giving back to the manufacturing community, which is our prime responsibility, and I hope you enjoyed this time you've invested. Ladies and gentlemen, I once again thank all the participants and partners for being a part of this industry-led initiative. As I can understand from my team, and as I can look into this, I can really see the numbers just growing. So people, audience, please come in many numbers. It's so heartwarming to see all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, you're up for a very exciting day ahead. Thank you very much. And Manufacturing Today and all of us here at ITP Media. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vibhor, for that warm welcome address. It was great to have you on board, and thank you so much for all the wishes. And now moving on to the first session of the day, just as Vibhor mentioned, platforms like this, ideated, conceptualized, and initiated, is not really possible without an industry support. And we found an amazing pillar of support with ServiceNow. For this next session, I'd love to call on stage Mr. Venugopal Arkot, the Senior Director for Solution Consulting at ServiceNow India, to present the welcome address for the day. Mr. Venugopal, over to you now.
Hello all and welcome to this very important second annual Smart Factory Summit. It's indeed my pleasure to talk you through about the reimagining manufacturing itself. Again, welcome to the future of manufacturing. A single smart and efficient platform positions you for success. The manufacturing industry is changing fast. Modern manufacturers must be simple, agile, and intelligent for companies to remain competitive. While a digital transformation is necessary for success, legacy operations and siloed systems manual process stand in the way. And between today's uncertain global marketplace, frequent threats and disruptions, and the rapid shift to remote work, operational resilience is more critical than ever. Plus, supply chain partners and distributors now expect greater transparency and seamless processes so that they can ultimately deliver quality of service to end users. Digital transformation is imperative not only for business growth, but also for survival. To truly transform, manufacturers must connect operations, drive productivity, optimize supply chain, and collaborate and innovate new products. Within a single platform, ServiceNow can help manufacturers seize the potential by achieving operational excellence, accelerating growth opportunities, detecting and preventing cybersecurity risks, empowering a more productive workforce. ServiceNow unifies systems, data, and teams in one place, changing how work gets done. Manufacturers gain the resilience and speed they need to deliver results and create opportunities for new businesses. I'm going to walk you through deeper on few areas. The highlights are how to optimize your secure, resilient operations, building customer loyalty with superior services, revolutionizing IT for an agile, streamlined environment, energizing your workforce with meaningful tasks in safe environment, delivering the workflows that will help your business and your workforce soar at the end of the day. Stay tuned, and I will come back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Venugopal, for that beautiful welcome address. And once again, we, alongside with the industry, really thank you for your support in providing us with this great, factor to align with such great thought leaders and this such great initiative. Now, going on to the next session for the day, we have the keynote address, the industry keynote opening. And to present that, we have with us Mr. Satyakam Arya, who is the MD and CEO at Dalma India Commercial Vehicles. And he is going to talk to us about one of the most, I think, critical understandings in this particular domain, which is about the factories of the future, the paradigm shift in manufacturing. With this, I'm going to hand this over to him to take this forward. Mr. Arya, over to you.
Warm regard to all the participants and the Manufacturing Today team for organizing the annual summit on smart factories. Please also accept my regrets for not making it to the session physically due to some conflicting engagements on my side. Nevertheless, I hope that I can throw some light on this very important subject for which we have gathered today. Being a professional who has worked in the manufacturing sector for my entire career, this is a topic very close to my heart. In the 2.5 decades I have been part of this industry, I have seen many changes myself. And I can envision that the manufacturing of the future will be completely different from what we know today. But before I can share my thoughts on what this transformation is likely to be, let me take all of you through a brief journey of how we got to where we are today. And let's start with some very basic things. Do you know where the word manufacturing comes from? Well, it comes from Latin words manus and factum, which literally means made by hand. So this is where it all started, as mankind discovered its ability to make things. And ever since this humble beginning, manufacturing has undergone many paradigm shifts from the Bronze and Iron Ages to today's technology. The first industrial revolution in the 18th century marked a shift from an agrarian and handicraft economy to one dominated by machines. What were the key drivers of this transformation? Well, mechanization and the introduction of steam, or water power. Then came the second industrial revolution in the 19th and early 20th century, which introduced the concept of assembly lines. And this phase was characterized by concepts of standardization and mass production. The key driver in this era was the availability of electricity for machines to function. In both these phases, the availability of sources of power enabled an increase in productivity, leading to reduction in costs and an increase in supply for the fast growing consumption we saw. The third industrial revolution, or the digital revolution, began in the 1970s. This was a phase characterized by computers and the conversion of technology from analog to digital format. Most of the present day manufacturing is based on this evolution. And the philosophy behind this cycle is automation, robotics, and computing. This phase also coincided with the information age and the internet boom. One key thing to note is that even if we went towards digitalization and automation, it was never independent of human intervention and was mostly based on repetitive action. This is a key characteristic as well as a limiting factor in the Industry 3.0. Let me now take a very simple day-to-day example from our real life today. Imagine we have a material handling robot that is installed to pick up a box from point A and deliver it to point B. The box size is fixed and the points A and B are also fixed. The technology of today can do this very efficiently, day in and day out. And over time, we have improved it. For example, we can make it flexible to adjust to different box sizes or choosing a point C instead of point A or B. But all that has to be programmed in advance and then it runs efficiently. Now imagine that we have boxes of different shapes and sizes lying randomly in front of us. They all have to be picked up and placed properly, neatly stacked at a particular location. This cannot be programmed in advance because every time it could be a different situation. Now we need an equipment which has cognitive intelligence, can capture and convert visual images into engineering data, has the ability to process it, has inherent flexibility in its built-in hardware, and it can learn as it works so that it can improve over time. This is just a very basic example of what manufacturing of tomorrow will be. And this is made possible by developing technology that enables the integration of a physical asset with a digital ecosystem. In fact, in a recent survey by Gartner, 17% of the managers interviewed believe that the manufacturing processes at their companies will be lights out processes. What do we mean by lights out processes? This means no human beings on the shop floor. And I know this sounds surreal, but this is what the future looks like. And this is only going to increase going forward. Machines of tomorrow will no longer need human beings to give orders to them. They will be equipped with smart algorithms that will help them make data-driven decisions, making them agile, flexible, autonomous, and more productive. We already have many examples in the industry already. Fanuc, a Japanese robotics company, has been operating as a lights-out factory since 2001. In Netherlands, Philips uses lights-out manufacturing to produce electric razors with 128 robots. There are only 9 human quality assurance workers who oversee the end of the manufacturing process. In fact, I believe manufacturing will not remain only about making things. The way I see it, it will be transformed into an end-to-end ecosystem where data is collected at every point in the value chain and fed into smart, artificially intelligent, and machine learning algorithms. These algorithms will then make the necessary changes in the products or processes to ensure continuous improvement, optimal productivity, and customer satisfaction. One of the most important elements of the future of manufacturing is going to be the smart factory or factory of the future. It will be a completely digitized manufacturing facility that uses connected devices, machinery, and production systems to continuously collect and share data. This data is then used for decision making and process improvements. The smart manufacturing practices used by a smart factory are enabled by a variety of technologies, including artificial intelligence, big data analytics, cloud computing, and the industrial Internet of Things. In fact, smart factory initiatives will be the main driver of manufacturing competitiveness in the next 5 years. Investments in this area will continue to accelerate in the coming years. And in fact, the global smart factory market is projected to reach about $220 billion by 2027, growing at a CAGR of 7%. Let me also now take a minute to share with you what are we doing in DIC. How are we preparing for this transformation? Well, we believe digital transformation will be a key enabler for business growth and success. In fact, the automobile industry itself is going through a big transformation. The industry is moving from a product model to a service model, apart from a complete change of propulsion technology. This makes it imperative for companies like ours to develop capabilities to process huge amounts of data. Once the industry moves to a truck as a service model, this big data will help us create insights, which will be key to customer retention and generating new leads. We are also working on digitizing our production and supply chain processes. Our effort is to digitize processes in every value stream, right from EDI-based invoicing to warehouse management. In fact, we have implemented apps that provide suppliers with performance information and support new product development. We are in the process of developing IoT apps which will track the performance of in-house equipment and boost efficiency improvement. So step by step, we are progressing towards our goal of 100% end-to-end digitalization of processes and systems in this factory of the future. With all that evolution of technology, I think we also have to look at another aspect. How does the future impact all of us? Well, we are moving fast towards an ecosystem driven by data and intelligent systems. While we take these steps, it is also imperative to have an understanding of what will be the impact of that on our business, our people, and society as a whole. Well, productivity will be a clear winner in the factory of the future. In fact, we are likely to see efficiency improvements previously unheard of. And this will create a competitive environment where only the most efficient organizations will survive. Organizations which can adapt to this paradigm shift and embrace it. The product development cycles will become even more agile and shorter. And that means more choice for customers. And as we move from the information age to the experience age, customization will be the name of the game. Companies that can do this best will come out winners. Data generated across the value chain will be a key raw material for manufacturing of the future. In fact, it has become quite popular to say data is the new oil, undoubtedly. But data is also the new playground and battleground. It will be a playground for companies who are front runner in harnessing it to evolve their businesses. It will be a battleground for the companies who will struggle to do so. Having said that, there's another dimension which we must all prepare for: cybersecurity, because that comes along with all that. all businesses will need to do formidable investments to keep their value chains and business secure. So, where does this leave the most important component, which is us, the people, society? While it is true that most routine and repetitive jobs will be replaced by automation, demand for high end programming and technology jobs will definitely rise. In fact, we are already seeing that happening. Upskilling and reskilling, therefore, of the workforce should definitely be a top priority as we prepare our people for the jobs of the future. What impact will it have on number of jobs is also another very critical dimension as we prepare for the shift. And I believe a timely and well thought out concerted plan between all stakeholders to handle that aspect is also the need of the hour. In the end, I would like to mention a simple yet a very profound quote by John C. Maxwell. And he said, "Change is inevitable, growth is optional." So the change is in front of us. It is happening as I speak. It is up to all of us to ensure we are not slow to react and make ourselves and our organizations future ready. With that, I would conclude my address for today. It was my pleasure to be a part of the annual Smart Factory Summit by Manufacturing Today. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Arya. That was a wonderful session and some great insights for the industry. It's absolute pleasure to have had you on board at this particular platform. Now, moving on to the next session of the day, we'll be inviting once again Mr. Venugopal Arcot, the Senior Director for Solution Consulting at ServiceNow India, to deliver the partner keynote address on the topic of reimagining manufacturing. With this, I'm going to invite him on stage once again, and I'm going to pass this on to him. Mr. Venugopal, over to you.
I'm going to talk you through today about reimagining manufacturing, improving workflows, boosting productivity, energizing growth, and all within the ServiceNow platform. In the current context of the digital transformation that we are seeing, the margins and operations could be at risk, and running the operations of manufacturing is changing rapidly. New business models are evolving as the pressure on each and every aspect the manufacturing life cycle touches is changing. There's a statistics that says 76% of manufacturers have introduced or planning to introduce new aftermarket services. This is about changing the way the aftermarket business functions itself. The ability to reach the last mile. There are many different statistics around it, from IIoT to smart factories, to the industry 4.2 and the emerging concepts around 5.2. A lot of changes impacting how we were working in the past and how we should be transforming ourselves for the future. Man thought that he would work alone, and there in spite of the era changes in the era, we were focusing on productivity changes, and automation brought in an additional advantage to that. Robotization of industry made robots work what man and person used to do. This is about an era where the person and the machine work together in tandem, in parallel, so for a common objective and outcome. A small disruption in an automated factory, a robot going down, could impact a production output in many different dimensions. These disruptions can come from cyber threats. The statistics that's the second topmost targeted industry by cyber attacks is manufacturing industry. In this cyber attacks, you can differentiate in terms of the IT and the OT side of the businesses that are getting disrupted. On the IT side, you would see that there are businesses that run the end customer experience also. So that is very critical for it. On the OT side, the factories are today run by robots. And if that is attacked, there is a whole impact on the productivity itself. Data silos play a very important role because everywhere across the manufacturing life cycle, there are touch points where generate data, right from planning to R&D, to production to quality, to customer service and reliability. There is data and data and data everywhere. Industry 4.0 brings the ability to collect this data in many different ways possible. How do you correlate these data and make a meaningful actions out of them is remains to be a challenge because of the silos that exist in different systems. The workforce and skill challenges continue to be remain a challenge because there is a statistic that says that 2.1 million positions will remain vacant by 2030. There is an aging population and there is an emerging generation that is used to mobile devices in their works, in their personal spaces. How do we provide these workspaces and this work culture to the new generation and also embed the knowledge that the past is left behind to those new generations? And that remains to be a challenge because the action has to be happening much more faster. The problem and the skill needs to be mapped much more realistically. At last but not the least, the customer service needs to be done in a more faster and a personal manner. Last but not the least, the supply chain is a critical chain that connects between the starting point to the last mile. Supply chain disruptions have gone through major changes during this last two pandemic, where people could not find truck drivers, could not find trucks, could not transport from a shipment area to a factory and factory to the distributor. This statistic says that 3 to 5% DBDD risk and short supply disruptions of 30 days fewer. The challenges remain. The challenges remain to convert those data points from contact to contactless as the process moves from one direction to another. As you see here, the digital investments accelerates. Many manufacturers are still struggling with manual processes, disparate systems, and disconnected people. At the end of the day, inability to drive actions from dashboards. What would you do if these dashboards are happening in a very siloed manner, not connecting the overall story itself? And that's where ServiceNow is a platform that makes work flow with a unified platform of action. A truly connected manufacturers start here. From customers, response systems to production and operations, seamless supplier integrated way of management, happy employees serving the customers and internal stakeholders, and a shared services that brings in the collective investment that the company makes. These all happens through digitizing the knowledge and process as the new generation of people come and join. The ability to reflect on the old process and knowledge that has happened and bringing the orchestration in the same system of a zero touch, whether it is zero onboarding or offboarding or switchboarding, a zero touch, whether it is in master data management of including a partner or changing the specifications of a partner on terms, dates, orchestrating on a zero touch and connecting people across value chain is all that matters. If you look at this as a single system of action of manufacturing workflows, I want you to pay attention to the systems of record. Systems of records address to different departments within the organization, from IT to customer service to OT systems to asset management to quality engineering and ERP and plant maintenance and supply chain. Different systems of record are needed to run this operation. ServiceNow as a platform comes to bring an integrated framework into each of these systems of record, pull in the data needed for running a specific workflow that makes the work happen in that particular dimension. An IT workflow, for example, would talk about how do I predict IT losses or outages that happen that would impact my business and the nature of the impact, and finding out the source of such information coming from, pinpointing where exactly this problem is occurring. An employee workflow would help connect the 20 plus systems from planning to approval process of jobs to managing the training, the core HR systems of badge availability and admin related activities to background checks and many different dimensions that goes to alumni management. Employee workflows is an important attribute for managing happy employees and their experiences. Customer workflow is an workflow that translates the dimension of managing customer experience, of expressing, identifying their needs, solving their problems, going to the last mile in the field, whether offline or online, on a mobile based, where exactly that particular requirement is coming from, the issue is happening, going with the right parts and solving that problem at the field level. Last but not the least, the app engine is the creative workflow. What may I design by a piece of paper may be converted into a workflow in tomorrow's world. And that's what it provides. While providing all of these experiences, how is chat and virtual agents play a very important role in this conversation in a more intelligent manner and bringing mobility in the space that does not differentiate between our personal life and work life. That's the overall picture, a big picture of the power of ServiceNow as a platform. Let me deep dive into some of these areas of workflows that are relevant to the manufacturing space. In the customer workflow, the objective here is about growing revenue, improving margins, and decreasing cost to serve. The optimization opportunity is around order to cash optimization, after sales service support, and reseller channel support. These are all, to say, in a disconnected system. Bringing them into one channel of support, bringing a seamless experience is what that matters here. On the factory workflows, the OT systems, manufacturing connected workforce, and new product introductions becomes easier through a system of ability to provide those information much earlier, ability to sense that information that something might go wrong, and bringing those workforce together to solve a problem. The supplier workflows is an external workflow that we are trying to relate with the supplier lifecycle management, right from onboarding a supplier, managing the risk and compliance of this supplier, whether it is regulated or in form managing those compliance requirements, which is for the specific industry itself. Supply chain is an inherent part of the overall supplier workflow, as most of this are third party related. Workforce and workflows are important. Managing the workforce through these workflows are important because it improves the productivity of an employee, because the need of the hour is about bringing a hybrid workspace. Space is sacred. How do we ensure that that space is protected, but work happens continually? That's where the employee workflows plays a very important role. IT and shared services improve the departmental efficiencies and reduce costs in service operations, security and risk management, global and supply business services. This use the shared resources that the companies invested into different departments, ensuring that all of them have the benefit of the investment that's made by the enterprise. Last but not the least, the foundation is about the most talked about themes that we hear today, ESG, which is environment, social, or the governance aspect of it. How do you bring that together in terms of the accountability of climate change that's happening, and how do you prevent and avoid and make the space better for us? Social responsibilities continue to be a very important contribution from the industry. And how do you measure and publish these contributions and have a framework of governance in terms of providing these aspects in a much more informed manner? That's about last point I wanted to mention about is ERP optimization. Every organization has its own ERP, but loading on workflows on top of ERP is going to load the core SAP itself. Before I go to use case, I want to ensure that there is something like process mining that can go into those ERPs and bring the best out of how we can automate onto the ServiceNow platform and let the ERP do what it does the best. Now, moving on to the use cases, I want to reflect on some of the use cases. As you go into the customer workflow, transforming your customer workflow through optimizing order to cash process, order exception management, sample management, return to merchandise authorization. That's the first part of it. The second is enabling the after service support, and last but not the least, supporting the reseller channel. These three areas are just some of the examples of how some of the customers have been able to manage, as seen in this example. Integrated customer complaint resolution for this global electric manufacturer. was deployed an integrated customer complaint workflow. When I mentioned about integrated customer complaint management, is about knowing which customer has bought this particular spare part by when and which batch contributed to this production. That's the kind of overall visibility and managing the reliability position and the quality and future samples that can be avoided in terms of going through the deep diving into the entire manufacturing workflow. The result is 25% improvement in time to resolution, 50% reduction in labor hours to execute, and 10% reduction in overall logistics cost. The next example that I wanted use case that I want to talk about is factory workflows. Transforming your factory workflows, managing and safeguarding OT assets. OT assets are managed through these firewalls of OT systems. Air gapping is the term that we use between the systems of IT and OT. How do you convert this and make a much more confident and transparent system that works? Maintaining visibility across all shop floor assets to control costs. When we talk about shop floor, it's not just the shop floor. It's about a location having multiple plants, the plants having multiple shop floors, the shop floors having certain equipments, and the equipments having assemblies, sub-assemblies, and subcomponents, and so on and so forth. And maybe the subcomponent is being outsourced to a third-party vendor. How do you manage this complexity when something goes down? You need to have an OT asset discovery and visibility, having a security and vulnerability posture of them, and manage the service requirements of each of these dimensions. What is going to make this possible is through a connected workplace. By bringing these things together and having a clear visibility drives this whole process. Speeding up new product introduction means that from ideation, from approvals to launching, and ensuring that the feedback is continuous in this process is a very important aspect of it. We've talked about QFDs, quality function deployment, going and talking about these all can be templates within the platform and ensure that those feedbacks are taken from the plant to the site on the field and back to the R&D itself. This is an example of, again, a global electric manufacturer building on a digital manufacturing of manufacturing 4.0. 70 plus initiatives are planned and implemented across plants. Every month, new business processes are getting automated. $24 million of annual savings and the real last mile guide to drive actions with work instructions. With AR, VR integrations capability, the possibility of work field services going in conducting as per the instructions directed by the AR and by the VR work instructions, people are able to optimize and be productive wherever and whenever possible. This is a case study about Heineken, where digitizing the shop floor for Heineken. As I said, knowing the shop floor, knowing the machines, knowing the assemblies, sub-assemblies component, this high costs and reductions and overall equipment effectiveness improvement within 1 year. That's the kind of MTTR reduction from 28 days to 6 days, and 144 is the number of breweries that's been rolled out to. Amazing collaboration from the customer and ServiceNow in making these possible that you can see as like a Uber experience, as you see on some of the examples here. Transforming your supplier workflows, optimizing supplier lifecycle management, new supplier qualifications, onboarding, and then managing the compliance of each one of them through performance and follow-up and real-time issue collaborations. For some of the automobile manufacturers, we've been able to connect between the OEM and the dealership on short shipments, defective parts, and ensuring that those frictions are reduced. Supplier risk management. During the pandemic, we thought with the supplier or not the supplier anymore. How do we ensure those risks are mitigated, seen ahead of time, manage a collaborative atmosphere between the supplier and OEM, and ensure that the overall effectiveness and compliance requirements are catered to. Streamlining supply chain operations. Operations management of supply chain brings in the ability to track and collaborate, corrective action planning, and escalations and incident planning. An automobile manufacturer, as I mentioned, material supply chain to continuously improve the efficiency, and this large manufacturer established a connected supply chain. There is a concept called disruption management, which provides early warnings, the ability to respond, and also providing a dashboard. These are three important dimensions when we look at about early escalation management around the manufacturing supply chain itself. By having these kind of early warnings and alert systems and response systems, The company is able to manage 43% improve of data quality, 13% improvement of delivery performance, and 10% reduction overall logistics cost. Transform your workforce and workflows. I mentioned that speed up the workforce energy because these are new generations of employees joining. How do we ensure that the workforce onboarding, life cycle transitions, and improving the service delivery through service portal, that any request that the employee may ask for, and that's managed through this employee case management and relationship management. And a hybrid workforce is a reality. There is a choice too in this manufacturing today that not all employees need to be at office. Yes, core employees need to be in the factories, but rest of them can work from anywhere. This offers a potential to bring in new generations of talent and new gen from anywhere and everywhere. And when things happen that should not be happening, like in this viral scenario of contact tracing and ensuring that the space is maintained and managed in a more hygienic manner, these applications play a very important role in managing, informing, and collaborating with rest of the systems, may it be healthcare systems or any other system that need to be responded to. We're engaging employee across the globe. The global CPG company, 70% of the cases were resolved in a tier 1 level, which means that we are trying to shift left. One point of entry for all employees worldwide, and not just one point of entry alone, but all the cases are listed against this employee so that that employee's cases are responded in a much more progressive manner. And 13% increase in chat interactions, which means that interaction is to be personal through email, that phones, those are all converted into chat conversation, which pretty much a machine does. Machine continues to learn and provides opportunities for these employees to be much more productive. Last but not the least, and shared services is an important area where the investments gets rationalized. Modernizing and automating IT service operations to reducing the operation expense the company makes, right from project management to asset management to service management. How do we ensure that we continue to mine the processes and bring in the best out in terms of delivering order to cash, code to cash, and entire processes? Improving shared services performance through connected end-to-end process, right from start to finish, making it a zero touch. Whether it's procurement case management or legal request management, everything is manual and that requires automation, that requires audit trials, that requires transparency. Last but not least is building an effective IT security and risk management. Security operations and risk management plays a very important role. The concepts like common service data model contains all the data model, but revolutionizing itself into different workflows from IT to customer to employee, and for that matter, anything that is in the enterprise, in line with the risk and security posture of the company. This is again an example about Siemens using ServiceNow to move to a service integration management. We call it a SIAM framework. And that's how we've been able to transform 98% of automation of IT process. Employees, 300,000 employees who now access IT via My IT portal, and more than 600 resolver groups consolidated onto a single platform. As Dr. Matthias Haff, Program Director of Siemens AG says, we have transformed a highly frustrating and lengthy process into a fast, highly satisfying experience for our employees. These are some of the touch points that we could be proud of, connecting right from heavy industry to automotive, chemical and natural resources, and consumer goods. I hope you enjoyed this journey with me. Thank you very much and wish you all the very best.
That was brilliantly insightful, and that was so well put. Thank you so much, Mr. Venugopal, for giving us such an amazing picture about how manufacturing can be reimagined. And with all the offerings that ServiceNow has for the sector, it seems to be in great time ahead for us now. Now, before we start off for the most and the critical panel discussion of the day, which is the MD and CEO's outlook, we have our speakers at the back end preparing and gearing up for this. Before that, I'd like to take this small time out and show you the worlds of our partners here, and just a sneak peek into what they have for us and how they've been servicing the industry. So with that, please let me show you in small glimpses into our partners, industries, and their companies.
Today, more than ever, manufacturers are faced with disruptive changes. For over 30 years, PTC has been helping reduce pressure to increase revenue, throughput, and productivity, reduce costs, and improve asset efficiency. Manufacturers are stepping up, investing in digital transformation initiatives that drive improvements in process, assets, and labor. But focusing on the wrong thing can get you stuck in the pilot phase, and failing to scale across locations means you won't get the desired business impact. Either approach can result in a stalled effort costing time and money. PTC helps you break through and transform your business. Using PTC solutions powered by ThingWorx, Kepware, and Vuforia, manufacturers create efficiencies across process, assets, and labor. The result? Maximize revenue, throughput, and productivity, lower costs, and improve asset efficiency. PTC, your answer for digital transformation. To learn more, visit ptc.com/smartmanufacturing.
Leaders transform their business, creating a resilient, customer-centric, sustainable supply chain. Cloud technologies transform industries. Successful enterprises connect to global business networks. And Design to Operate demonstrates intelligent technologies throughout the entire value stream. It shows how it all comes together to accelerate processes, drive innovation, and increase business value. Why not starting today? What is your transformation?
So I wrote an order entry system, and this lady, Phyllis, was putting the orders in. I said, okay, hit this, F12. She hit it, order came back, typed it in, bang. And she looked at me, she turned to me and she cried. And it was a very moving moment because I knew she was happy, and I'd never seen a woman cry because she was happy. And I thought, wow, this is really, really powerful. I started working on this company from a desk in my office in a house with a single laptop.
Fred had been thinking about this for a while. I think what he saw was that, let's say his banking application, it was very easy to use. And he really wanted to take that concept and put it into the enterprise world. Like, okay, let's make some software that's really easy to use, very intuitive.
The company was just an amazing place to be. I mean, it was just a small group of people completely focused on what we were doing, led by Fred, which was just remarkable. We weren't building this code in a vacuum. We were building it with the customers.
Knowing the experience in the room, these guys were the most legendary, brilliant guys of that company.
Fred he loved solving complex problems, but not just solving complex problems, solving them in the most simple way possible.
Working with the customer and figuring out how to make their life better. That is what ServiceNow is all about. That's what it was about in the beginning. That's what it's about today.
So if you've just joined the company, I think it's a company that was founded on hiring great people, taking care of the customer.
You just can't be too full of yourself. Come here, teach us what you know. We'll teach you what we know. Bring that quirkiness with you. Bring that uniqueness with you. Bring the crazy hair, the music that you love.
And we had this release go out. Then Fred got up and he stood on a couple of cases of beer. He started talking about what was in the release and thanking some people. And then he got kind of teary, like Fred would do. And then I looked around the room and other people were, getting emotional. And that's when I kind of realized that, these people are serious. And we're actually really trying to do something and do something good.
I will tell you, we have a legacy. My daughter works here. I can't even cry. Okay, I'll get there. You can cut all this stuff.
The original founders of the company, beginning with Fred, always had the customer as the first, second, and third priority. It's that passion. It's that differentiation around not only delivering on the promise, but continuously innovating. I believe that their cause will always endure.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Now we are gonna move on to one of the most stellar panel discussions that's been planned and conceptualized for today. As I mentioned, this particular panel discussion is where we have some of the most CEOs and MDs of some of the largest companies running in this country. And the topic of this panel is going beyond the classical paradigms for smart, connected future factories. And the lineup of the speakers is something that I am personally so proud to bring together and to present to you all here. So we have joining us on this panel, Mr. Rohit Pathak, who is the CEO for Birla Copper, which is an Hindalco Industries company. We also have with him Krishna Kumar Srinivasan, an MD and CEO for Shriram Pistons and Rings. Joining them is also Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, who's the MD and CEO for Bharat Serums. And also joining them are two other gentlemen, who is Maulik Mehta, who is the CEO and ED for Deepak Nitrite, and Sridhar Dharmarajan, who is the EVP and MD for India for Manufacturing Intelligence Division at Hexagon. And directing this panel discussion and moderating this particular entire session is Mr. S. Satish, who is the partner and lead customer and operations transformation head for KPMG. With this, I am not going to take much time, and I'm going to hand this over to Mr. Satish to take on this brilliantly designed and this brilliant panel of speakers that we have today for this panel discussion. Mr. Satish, over to you.
Thank you, Rashmi. Good morning to you all, and welcome to the Smart Factory Summit. As Rashmi spoke about, smart factories and smart manufacturing are the most spoken topics in the post-COVID world. And there are many attributes to talk about smart factories. The most prominent ones are connected, visible, and autonomous. Okay. Now, over the next 1 hour, we will speak to these 5 eminent CEOs to look at their perspectives on smart factory, how they have driven many of the initiatives in there, what are the way they are actually asking India to go about in the smart manufacturing route is what we are actually going to talk about. So I'll be moderating and we'll try to get the best from the CEOs for all of you. So let's start the session. Maybe we'll start with Krishna Kumar. Krishna Kumar, can we actually go with what is the term smart factory?
First and foremost, thanks for calling me on into this panel. It's really, I'm glad to interact with eminent people like Rohit and others. For me, smart factory is basically a connected factory, a connected workspace. We have heard about connected cars, connected vehicles. It's a connected workspace that we are talking about. And when I say a connected workspace, I am talking about the entire ecosystem. I'm talking about where we have a complete digitized network. It's a digital grid that's made, and we have the connected customers in its best form. I think it can be a connected ecosystem where you have the connected customers with an integrated supply chain and planning, a very integrated manufacturing setup, and including all the required paraphernalia with regards to quality and others, and the integrated final dispatch supply chain. It's a place where we have a very responsive, proactive, and a predictive environment, right? So what does it mean in terms of when we have this smart factory? What does it actually mean? It means that we are looking forward to have a workplace which is going to give us a regular and a consistent process performance, a place where we are going to have a consistency in production, both in terms of productivity as well as operational efficiencies, a place where we are going to talk about consistency in finished products, a place where we are going to talk about consistency in quality, and a place where we are going to talk about final outcome of the product and processes, which will end up in ensuring that we have supplies with delighted customers. So this basically calls for building up a network in the factory, and I'm sure we are going to have more questions on that. So I don't want to dwell too much on this particular thing, but that's what smart factory means too.
Thank you, Krishna Kumar. That's a wonderful start. So Sridhar, maybe pulling you in to look at from your perspective. Okay, what you've seen your clients doing smart and how you have enabled smart.
Smart factory, I would really like to look at smart factory from a broader perspective and really call it smart manufacturing. And when I say manufacturing, I just don't mean pure manufacturing or production. The smart manufacturing starts right from the design and engineering phase. So today in many organizations, the design and engineering, the production and the quality are all operating in various silos. My whole idea, our whole idea is to connect all these three to a digital thread and ensure that your as designed part, as manufactured part, as measured part is one and the same. Typically today at the executive level, the CEOs are having a major issue that the intention of the design is something, the design is something else, the production is something else, and finally the measured quality is something else. So I would say, the designer may say I've designed a great part, the production guy may say I manufactured a great part, whereas the measurement guy will measure the part and say, hey, look at the tolerances on the part, look at the welding issues that you're really kind of having, and so this is as Krishna Kumar rightly said when he talked about connected workspace. I really want to say it has to be a connected organization. So we have to ensure to the customer that not only you're as designed, as intended, as designed, as manufactured, as measured is one and the same. So we are actually implementing these technologies across the organization. And we also done in our own manufacturing because we have manufactured a lot of CMM machines as well. So this is what is connecting the whole thing. So focus right from the design stage because we need to ensure that 80% of the product cost is actually committed at 20% of the product life cycle. So any change later is going to drastically increase your product cost. So if you're able to take care of it right from the design stage and have a digital thread connecting all these various parameters of production and quality, this is what is smart manufacturing all about as far as Hexagon is concerned.
Excellent, Sridhar. Maulik, getting you in from a chemical perspective, what do you see as smart manufacturing?
Right. Thank you for that. To start off with, I want to say that Mr. Krishna Kumar and Sridhar shared a couple of very insightful points that smart manufacturing includes everything from the way that it is designed all the way across all the moving parts, including material management, human movement, inventory control, as well as the layout to do it in an efficient way. In my opinion, smart factories are basically interconnected process plants that offer performance data to allow for optimized running of that factory. Right. So let's just be clear here. Now, solutions, you can use while the data that you get can be used to tweak parameters within a particular prescribed bandwidth, the real value for any smart manufacturing is allowing the operator's time to be focused on the real outliers that can make or break future performance. So any smart manufacturing setup that allows the human being involved to focus on the outliers to drive higher productivity, that is smart.
Thank you, Maulik. Rohit, your perspectives from the metals business.
Sure. I think some great points by all by Krishna, Sridhar, and Maulik. I'll just add a little bit slightly different, actually build on the perspective that they share, which is, a smart factory is a bit of one, obviously creating connected world, an ecosystem, not just internally, but also with their supply chain and customers. But within the plant, one of the key important elements you're trying to do is to try and convert the intuition and the learning that your experienced workers have built over 20, 30, 40 years at times into a little more scientific and structured approach so that this is more sustainable and not left to ad hocism in the plant with a limited few people. So I think one part is, how do you convert and capture this nuance learning that you've had to make decisions and operate and bring process control in the plant. The other aspect is around how do you ensure that you're capturing the data and analyzing it in a efficient manner, AI and data analytics is going through such a rapid change that you can do algorithms at speeds which were unthinkable earlier. And hence the process improvements and efficiencies you can bring at the shop floor are very, very can transform how you operate. For example, in at Birla Copper, one of the things we have done is to create a digital twin for our smelters, right? Where we, depending on whatever different types of ores we put in, we can predict what happens at every part of the smelter inside, and hence manage the operating controls in a much more efficient manner than what historically we would do based on someone's experience or past experience. And I think that to me is the beauty of what a smart factory or a smart manufacturing can do. I think it is a little of sort of jargonized word today. Everyone says smart for everything, and it means different things for different people. But I think we're in the right direction. The only caveat I would sort of put is, look, as we talk of a digital and connected world, I think as you invest in smart manufacturing, you need to probably invest even more in the cyber security, because the moment you connect everything to digital world, you also open plants to big risks of something going wrong and people not knowing what to do with it, especially in metals or chemical plants. You have to ensure you keep building on this risk that you expose yourself to without knowing of a connected world.
Excellent, excellent, Rohit. That was a very comprehensive perspective. Sanjeev, you have been a career CEO, so how do you look at a smart factory from your perspective?
I think, look, the good thing about going last is I think whatever needs to be spoken about smart factories as said. But let me bring in a couple of elements from my industry. I think being in healthcare, there are two things that keep us awake. One is the whole compliance bit. We are probably the most, what can I say, controlled industry besides banking. So we need to ensure that we are fully compliant 100% of the time. We can't be even one time in 1,000 also we cannot be non-compliant. And the second is that we also deal with human lives. So for us, smart factories really mean that we will take no chances with quality, we'll take no chances with human lives, and we have to ensure that everything is properly done. So all our effort in smart factory management is all about ensuring that nothing goes wrong, because the implication or the consequences are just too much. The second thing is, in our industry, there is no scope for surprises. We cannot have a surprise outcome. So we therefore need to be very, very careful. And therefore, the data analytics required during smart factory management is something that is very, very crucial for our success. So that's probably the basis on which we have to operate. There are, of course, the added benefits of better manufacturing operations. There are, working capital management. There is production and capacity enhancement. All those things are related to smart factories. But those for us are, for many industries, would be the primary focus. For us, those are consequences of what we are doing right from a human life point of view. So that's how it turns a little bit different for us.
Excellent, excellent, Sanjeev. Sanjeev, maybe getting you in, extending your discussion. What are some of the changing customer needs in your business, which is driving you towards smart manufacturing?
So, Satish, that's a very important point. But I would just add customers and stakeholders both to it. The reason being, in our industry, what happens, the customer and the consumer are two different people sometimes. There is a doctor and a patient. So I think one is the regulatory environment. One is we work in highly regulated markets sometimes. So the customer there expects us that anything that they want to check can be checked. Even if remotely, even if on data, even anything, they are able to check it on in real time. So there is a regulatory, say equation to it. The second thing, therefore, what we have to do is we have to ensure that every few months or every year we need to involve capex in such a way that we are evolving as per global standards. We just don't have the capacity to fall behind global standards, because we will be out of the market otherwise. So there is that regulatory thing that makes us that much more let's say attentive to what are the standards and what is changing. The second customer need is that I think the customers also expect now the let's say the customers in terms of the medical fraternity, they expect a product to have ease of delivery with the patients. So all of you took vaccine. You had an intramuscular vaccine, it pained for a day, you had a fever for a day. How would you like that a nasal vaccine comes in? But that can only happen if we have that level of smart factories. So that is very, very important. You take many, some people might be taking an insulin injection. How much they would be happy to have an insulin tablet, and it's nearly scientifically impossible at the moment. But there are things which mean that smart factories have to deliver a very different outcome for us, and therefore the customer needs are continuously changing on what they want and how ease of their delivery and their say delivery to patients happen. While on the other hand, patients also expect something different. Earlier used to have a cough syrup where you had 20 let's say indicate say 20 ways of doing it. You need to put warm water, shake until this level, while the doctor says this creates a headache for me. If I prescribe this, the patient keeps coming back. What to do? So again, smart factory for us would also mean that we develop products in such a way that would mean that patients also have ease of consumption. So it's a very slightly different industry. So the customers and the stakeholders are expecting very many different things from us. We need to keep that in mind. And the third aspect that we have is that if there are, for example, during the pandemic, we were the largest producer of amphotericin B, and you had the mucormycosis black fungus story. We had to increase capacity 3 times in no time. But because our factory was a reasonably smart factory, we could double it in no time. So that kind of responses we have to give. So it is also depending on public health situations. So maybe it's a slightly different industry, but that's what customer needs are for us.
Excellent, excellent. You touched us, Sanjeev. All of us were able to relate the moment you touched vaccination. So fantastic. Rohit, how do you see that from the metals and the industrial markets perspective, the changing customer needs?
So, I think there are 5 things that probably are driving this for us. The first and the foremost is actually safety, not so distinct from what Sanjeev was saying. For factories, safety is one of the most important elements. And actually, one of our first large-scale executions of a smart solution was in safety. We started with, just using cameras to track how many people are wearing the right PPEs in the zones that they're supposed to go into, right? And using that. And actually, as COVID hit, this came in very handy because we then were able to repurpose this for the same infrastructure to actually also look at COVID management at the plant, right? So I think one is obviously safety, and which is more for the internal customers, that we need to leverage this. This also includes things around process controls, process alerts, and warnings, and the whole infrastructure around that we are creating. I think the second, the most important element is around the quality and process by, or product by process and quality by process, which most industries are moving to. Historically, in Indian manufacturing, we have not been that focused in quality in the country, right? We have just said, okay, if this is a minimum threshold, you ensure you over-design the product to actually just ensure it meets that spec, and it can be over-designed significantly. But I think increasingly customers are demanding 3 Sigma type product. In some cases, like in copper, you make 99.99% copper, right? So you have to get into a very fine range of process. And this is helping us, process control and smart solutions are helping us drive that process control throughout the process value chain. Third, I think big one for us is obviously, I think cost is a continuous treadmill. You need to keep working on it, and hence using this to drive productivity, to improve recoveries and yields is an important element for, I think, most manufacturing companies. And that's the only way you can keep the pricing in control. The fourth one, which I think Sanjeev also mentioned, though for us it's probably a little different, is how can you use this information and insights to drive faster new product development? Because I think in manufacturing, for example, at Hindalco, one of our focus areas is how do we replace stuff which is getting imported into the country and not being manufactured here. And hence, we are using a lot of the smart solutions to develop NPD and new products much faster, capturing the learnings from previous in a systematic way, and shortening the new product launches that we do. And I think the final one is around the supply chain. How do you make the supply chain seamless for customers? There was times I remember 10 years ago, half of your time of your sales force, maybe more than half, would just go on, where is the truck reached? The customer asking, right? Has it left? Has it, literally like you would chase up 5-10 times for the same truck before it reaches. And, copper is a very expensive material. So, for our teams, it was a nightmare. And I think over time, we have been able to use some of the technologies to make this seamless, make it transparent, leverage some of the new solutions developed outside for other industries, adapted to us for serving the customers, and the just-in-time information at hand, always kind of a system, which is fantastic.
Excellent, Rohit. I think that was very comprehensive. Now, of course, all of us agree that, of course, smart manufacturing is really helping us to, deliver to customer as well as stakeholders. Maybe we go a little more deep dive. Maybe Krishna Kumar, if you can actually share some specific examples and initiatives you are driving in your organization towards smart manufacturing.
Yeah. I really like some things that what Sanjeev and Rohit have said. See, the drive can be from the customer's end, or it can be from a product end, it can be from a process end, but what is important is we'll have to clearly identify as to what we really want to achieve. The end state is very important for us to really visualize. And I feel that, creating a good value stream map and ensuring that, okay, this is where you are today and this is where we want to reach over a period of time with regards to process, products, and, the other deliverables that we are talking about, can be then achieved in a very, very systematic way. I can give you a couple of examples. Let me just give the perspective of what we did in one of the, let's say, a integrated shop that we had, where we did, let's say there was a forging being done and then subsequently machining. And I can tell you that the whole factory we integrated in such a way that we are able to see the processes, integrate the entire processes along with all the heat treatment and other requirements, the furnaces and the machining lines and the inspection lines. And it was done with, you have to go very systematically. First you'll have to go with sensitizations, ensure that you have the big data catch up that is required, have a very good data analytics that is necessary. And also, I think Sanjeev talked about this, with regards to having the augmented reality as well as the artificial intelligence to drive the whole process with regards to what you want to do with the ML and other things that we want to achieve on the machine maintenance and, the regular operations of the machines. So it was done in such a way that, on a motion board, we were able to visualize everything. Sitting in an office, we were able to see all the processes that's happening. And Rohit already talked about the digital twins. It really helps in ensuring that you can, see the processes well in augmented reality. And we were able to completely see what's happening in the furnaces, including the temperatures in various zones, ensuring that, you can have feedback mechanisms, the control loops, which were clearly put in, which was ensuring that if something is going wrong in the process, we were able to, send let's say a WhatsApp message or a message to, one of the maintenance guys with the mobile on his mobile, so that he'll be able to get the alert and immediately run and get the things rectified. And, this also helped a lot in terms of on the machining lines. We were able to get alerts with regards to the machine operations, with regards to the processes, with regards to the product quality, because there's a good feedback loop that was already factored in. And we were able to, get the product quality fairly, in a manner which was completely monitored by the system, and it was completely foolproof. So to a fair extent. Now, if it goes beyond the various certain limits, then you need help, and that's where human intervention is required. And that's the time when you have to ensure that proper feedbacks are given to the right people to enable them to come and intervene in the line. But otherwise, the process becomes fairly integrated, and it was ensuring that we were able to get the product of the right quality at the right cycle times. You were able to hit all the production efficiencies, operational efficiencies. I can tell you, on an average, we had almost close to a 24 to 25% improvement in productivity, which is a huge improvement, because we were also running it during the lunch times and other things. Lines were completely running during those lunch hours. The second area was on cell manufacturing. Again, you have to design as to what exactly you want to achieve. There could be improvement in processes as the main goal. There could be improvement in the product quality as a main goal. There could be improvement in, let's say, manpower cost as the main goal, or it could be, from a point of view of that the lines, that the product needs to be manufactured with the right quality. So while we do all this, once we have decided that, on one of our lines, for the export lines, we have been able to get 15 odd processes completely integrated, where you have sensorization, machines talking to each other, you have processes talking to each other, literally, in the sense that if suppose there is a quality check done with one of the, let's say, a Marpos instrument, which tells that okay, the product quality is going slightly off the mean, then a correction factor is already applied by the machine itself. Now, that way, all the processes gets completely integrated. So we have been able to do that on the line. So these are some of the examples. The benefits are huge, but we have to be very clear that it has not to be done for the sake of getting a, let's say, smart factory done. It has to be done with a clear purpose of what we want to achieve, and that's what will give in the right benefits to us.
Excellent, Krishna Kumar. I think those are fantastic achievements, and I would say excite anyone who is actually hearing to go in for that. Maulik, pulling you in from a chemical process perspective, what are some of the examples and initiatives you have done in your business?
Okay, so Satish, I think I'll start off by giving examples of a couple of things that we did wrong, because there's a lot of learning that comes from that as well. So as I mentioned, I'll start with a failure example. And the failure example was in putting up a smart factory in a product where we had a significant amount of backward integration. We thought we understood the market, and we thought it's the scale of the plant that we put up. At that time, we decided to put up the largest plant in the world, because we said we're backward integrated. We're the only company who is backward integrated, and therefore we leverage scale all across the way. And we failed miserably. To this date, we have not been able to cross 60% of the plant utilization, even though there is demand. And the learning that we had, one, was smart manufacturing is certainly easier to do when you have some variations in raw materials, but where the number of SKUs is fairly limited. Here, and in Deepak, we have by and large a lot of experience in manufacturing at scale products which have generally just 3, 4, maybe 5 SKUs at most, right? Now this goes completely out of the window when you have more than 100 SKUs. There's just different permutation combinations required to make each of these SKUs with which maybe about 4 or 5 raw materials that are different, but the big ones are the same. And that's also fine if you have reactor sizes that are at small, medium, large. But if all your reactors are large, right, and you have SKUs which are in the dozens, in our case it was more than 100, you are not going to be able to run that plant as efficiently because you've set yourself up against a wall. Now, compounding this problem was the assumption that skilled manpower is very easily available, and also that the OEM will understand our plant conditions enough to give us support when needed. These are assumptions that are easy to make when you're going ahead with just paper and just understanding from only a theoretical point of view or only from the consultant's point of view, without actually taking that real level of on-ground clarity. And therein also is the problem of the first mover disadvantage, right? Because you have to learn everything and you have to teach everything. So we learned the hard way not to get into automation where there is already a challenge in the number of SKUs that are required, where there is a desire for a lot of manufacturing companies and technology companies to get into smart, but where there is no real on-ground example of that being done. And third thing is, in India, in places like Gujarat, especially places like Bharuch and Dahej, do not take for granted the availability and consistency of skilled manpower. So we used these learnings and we put up a large-scale phenol plant. We did this in 2018 and 2018, and we've put in advanced process controls along with a lot of IoT about material going in, material going out. And herein we had a theory of constraint that was put in place. This is the amount of land we had. This is the amount of money we had. That's it. We didn't have any more. I'm pretty sure that we would have been less automated if we had more resources. Nonetheless, we put our learning from our failure to work, and keeping in mind that the number of SKUs there was fairly limited. It was only 2, 3 at that time. We put up a nameplate capacity of 2 lakh tons, and that was crossed within the first 3 months of the plant being commissioned. So till this date, we go anywhere between 120 and 150% of our nameplate capacity, to the extent where we don't, when we're reviewing internally, we don't talk about capacity anymore. Now we talk about capability. And the reason that we were able to put this significant productivity driver to work was actually because we had very, very few SKUs. It was also because the value that comes out, it comes from just a particular mixing of 3, maybe 4 raw materials, not more than that. So when you have variations, there is a different kind of automation that one can think about and learn from Deepak's mistake. That every single kind of automation or smart factory isn't like any other one. Like, do it for the goal. Don't do it because it is the flavor of the year. And certainly, what it has also helped us do over a period of time is significantly improve the cost of conversion, the energy utilization, getting the right enthalpy, and making sure that whether we are using 4800 GCV, 4200 GCV, 3800 GCV, all of these things are allowing us to ensure that we get the right steam cost, which is the most important. So that's an example where we've done it right and an example where we've done it wrong. One last point that I'll just mention is that a lot of companies here, including what the Birla companies would have to go through, while there's a lot of production, there is a lot of material movement, both inward and outward. So you have either vehicles coming in full of one thing and going out full of another thing. You have vehicles coming in full and going out empty, or you have vehicles coming in empty, going out full. These are the 3 permutations that you can have. And they would also have realized that connecting the plant operations to the inventory management, to the inward and outward of vehicles, along with ensuring that there are no traffic jams along within the plant, will allow it to operate seamlessly. Otherwise, you're working at the lowest common denominator, whatever that is.
Excellent, Maulik. I think I think a lot, because it's not that every path is green, and there have been also learnings which come in. I think audience would have actually got much more from your perspective, and your perspective on capacity versus capability was very interesting to look at. So moving to Sridhar. Sridhar, you have been helping a lot of your clients, okay? And as you actually gave your introduction, you also talked about product design and how you actually helped. And maybe one of the interesting perspectives when I did one-on-one with you was how you leverage simulation as a means for actually, anticipating many of them. Can you throw some light on that?
Sure. See, let me just share one slide. I just wanted to share one slide for the benefit of all the users out there. So if you really look at it, we at Hexagon are not only provide a service to help customers to become to adopt smart manufacturing, but we also manufacture our own CMM machines, whether it is portable or stationary, even a high-end CMM machine which can measure up to 1/10 of a micron, which is less than a strand of a human hair. So we ensure that we practice what we preach, and we have made our own factory completely smart. So this is what we do from a service perspective. So there is simulation everywhere. So when it is a design and engineering, we simulate every aspect of it, not only the structural simulation, also the thermal simulation, also the fluid structure simulation, the acoustic simulation, because the regulations for acoustics is also becoming very, very critical. Material simulation, what kind of materials should we use? Today, a lot of people are actually using a different kind of the composites and everything, the fiber reinforcements, those. How do we ensure that the whole material simulation can be done? Now go to the manufacturing facility, whether you want to manufacture the traditional way of manufacturing, like taking a block and cutting the block, or additive way of manufacturing, start building blocks and manufacture the whole thing. So we can simulate the whole thing to ensure that you get it right the first time. And again, ensure that whatever product is done, the product develops, you kind of do a measurement, do a metrology with the CMMs that we have. And if you want, you can do a reverse engineering, scan the whole product with the CMM machines, and compare the original design with the final design, and see what are the gaps, and take these learnings and pass on these learnings through a digital thread and get the company right the first time. So we have been we have been doing this for about last 5 years, and we have about factories across the globe, mainly in China, Germany, France and the US. And now recently we have opened a factory in China which is 100% autonomous and 100% smart. And there, where we are able to go take our customers and say, this is how your future factory kind of look like. So one is transforming an existing factory or start a completely greenfield project. So simulation is extremely important, and you can do today, your hardware technology has also gone up in such a way where you can simulate the most realistic situation in your design space, in your manufacturing space, and finally go measure these parts as well. So we do a lot of simulation work. We provide this technology to our customers, also do a lot of simulation for our own product as well. So I would only say the mantra should be simulate, simulate, simulate before you actually kind of go in a physical space. So today, do a lot of work in the digital space and then get it right the first time that is in the physical space. This will really help you to drastically reduce our cost. So we did a survey recently among our customers, and some of the most conservative estimates what they have given us is they've reduced the OPEX, increased the gross margins, labor productivity, increase the reliability, reduce the maintenance cost, and also reduce the inspection by about 50% by doing a lot of automation on the inspection side as well. So this is the true data, which is a customer survey from many of our customers, and this is the direction that we have to go across the globe. I would recommend every Indian company to really start looking this way, and there's a lot of benefits of that to really implement these technologies.
Thanks, Sridhar. That was an interesting perspective on simulation, and of course, we all learn simulate, and of course, we'll definitely adopt that. Shifting gears, maybe when we actually get into a smart manufacturing as an initiative, of course, the company alone cannot do that. It needs to actually ally with a lot of partners to go about delivering. Maybe pulling you in, Sanjeev, here, how can startup ecosystem and the companies can work together in getting more smarter or driving smart manufacturing?
Yeah, I think, Satish, there is one principal reason why startups can contribute. And the principal reason is what happens when you want to have a smart factory is skill set. Your workers, your employees, you cannot keep changing just for the sake of it and bring in new skill and therefore throw the change the workers that you have. That is not the right thing to do. You have to upskill your workers. You have to upskill the people that you have to ensure that they become valuable for the smart factories. So there is a connectivity in the terms that what you need for change there in terms of how do you want to change the factory. There are a lot of startups who can help you through the design thinking and through how this should be approached. And we have seen some of those design thinkers who come in and really do a very, very good job. So that, and there are basically startup companies. They are not some big companies, or they're very enthusiastic youngsters who try and do things and bring in technology in a very interesting way. What they need is encouragement. They need expression of what they want to do. So we can also convert this into a mentorship for startups, saying that, look, you do this for us, it's okay. And they're willing to, what we need to do is don't misuse them by not paying them properly. Pay them well. Pay what you would pay to a regular consultant that you would do. So that helps the startup ecosystem. On the other hand, because of they coming in, they're very quick in gamifying everything and ensuring that the workers learn skills in a very, very encouraging way, in a fun way, and they really help a lot. So we've seen some of these things happening. Now, one of the, I don't want to name it, but one of those startups that from Pune actually, which tried to do this for us in some other context, is now, we were the first ones to help them, and they are now a unicorn. So these just happen. So I think the ability for us to be broad-minded, to include startups in this ecosystem, to ensure that they benefit and we benefit, is something that would help. Let's not try and make this, this is an opportunity where we can actually use talent from startups to really do something special to build a smart factory. One way to do it is get global consultants and get it done, and or call Satish in and say, okay, help us through this. But the other way is to help startups and really create a new ecosystem. And actually, we have tried this in many ways, and we find it a fun story that how we can help startups and we get help. So probably it's a little different, but this is how we are looking at startups and smart factory ecosystem.
Thank you, Sanjeev. I think that's a very, very interesting perspectives. Not only from a smart manufacturing perspective, but also how do we promote enthusiasm of youngsters. And by the way, I've noted that opportunity. I'll actually reach to you separately. Sir Rohit, what's been your perspective in terms of what do you think the startups should do differently, or how should they align to meet this need?
Yeah. So I think I echo what Sanjeev was saying. In fact, I think the way to think about this, actually, first from a larger company perspective, is, historically, most of us have operated in the Apple model, where R&D has been kept closely guarded in-house for everything, right? Outside, the world is changing so fast that there is no way you can invest at the scale that is required to upgrade your people, upgrade your knowledge to keep up with what's happening outside. So, sooner or later, you will get outdated in the larger ecosystem outside. Hence, I think as manufacturing companies, we need to think a little bit more around the Android type model, where you actually create an open source R&D, right? And this startup ecosystem, is a great opportunity for us to leverage an open house R&D, where what it requires from us is being able to think through and volatilize some of the needs that we have in a little clear terms, give it out to the open community, and let them come up with solutions. So as a group, as AVG, we do a lot of these. We started this concept of Biz Labs, which was where over the last few years we have reached out to more than 1,000+ startups across different platforms to say, look, this is a problem that we have. Come and solve it for us, right? And for them, we give the platform. We, like Sanjeev said, we pay them well. And for us, actually, even after paying them well, it's still a much lower cost and faster solution than many times, doing it, ourselves, right? And I think with this new thinking comes in. And actually, from a manufacturing perspective, I think something which we have not used as well as IT or maybe the service space is actually, if we are able to create this in a larger scale in the country, you will bring back, the lost mojo in manufacturing to revive the sector and make it an exciting place for youngsters to also come in. So I think to me, it's a great opportunity as a country and as an industry. We should not lose it. Think of it as how can we create a bit more of a open architecture where you can bring in people from outside for short stints, not just startups, I would say, but even colleges, right? I think universities and engineering colleges need to actually work hand in hand. So, for example, we do a lot of projects with BITS, Pilani, and some of the other big institutes where we get the students or professors and say, look, this is a problem, solve it for us. We'll pay you well, and use it. So I think it's a great opportunity, and I see a lot of I'm glad to hear that Sanjeev was mentioning that some of the unicorns are coming now in the manufacturing space, and I think increasingly we'll find more and more unicorns in the manufacturing space and not just in the digital space per se.
So Rohit, maybe pulling in, of course, and that's actually about leveraging the startup ecosystem. And one of the challenges I've seen across for this, smart manufacturing taking off is also about how do you handle people. At the end of the day, it's a transformation. Your own in-house people are actually there. Yes. So what is your suggestion and your perspective of how should that change be handled?
Yeah, no, I think a very valid point, and I think one of the speakers earlier had mentioned about this. This is, I think, a change management program, especially for most of the large companies, right? Where you have a very large middle management, which has over the years done it manually, done it in a certain way, have a lot of knowledge. Most of us are now getting youngsters whom you are trying to bring in, saying, bring energy. And many times we end up pitting these two against each other. Whereas I think the way to think about this is how do we collaborate and make them actually partners versus adversaries in the organization. And I think that is, one most important element which you have to do it carefully. We have been consciously trying to create that environment where we are actually doing reverse mentoring, for example, for some of our middle management by the young GETs that we get on saying, look, teach them digital stuff, make them comfortable with digital, right? And many of the middle management have actually, found it very, very useful, by being trained or reverse mentored by a fresh GT on technology, right? Making their lives easier. So I think one is that part. Second, I think you need to think and bring a lot more structured analytical thinking in this, in the organization. So, we're doing some trainings. We are thinking of some programs where we provide opportunity for people to ask the right questions, even if you don't know the tools. Right? Can you start asking the right questions that data could actually begin to provide to you? And I think the third and the most important part I would say is even as we digitize, finally, what are you trying to do? You're trying to convert the knowledge built over the years into a digital system, analytical system, which is autonomous, proactive, and thinking on its own. But the important part for us to think about is that knowledge of how that works is not lost in the organization. Today, it is fine. The people who've codified that, algorithm are in the business. But 5 years down the line, people will look at it as a black box. And that we cannot allow to happen in a manufacturing setup. We need people who remember these algorithms over the years and are able to improve on it. Right? And otherwise, it will become like, I'm sure all our fathers knew how to fix a car when it stopped on the road. Today, most of us will say, I don't know what to do with the car if it stops, just call the agency and replace the part, right? So I think in manufacturing, we'll have to keep that intuition, the knowledge also alive, even as we codify doing this. And this is where the middle management who have that experience is very, very important and needs to be also nurtured as we drive this cultural transformation.
Excellent, Rohit. I think that's a very interesting perspective. Maulik, pulling you in, what are some of the initiatives you have done and driving it within your organization or what you've seen?
Okay, so a couple of the places where we have seen digital and smart being used, as I mentioned, one is ensuring that learning, good and bad learning, is not lost to the organization, is kept fungible between BUs in the organization, because at the end of the day, you need to just translate it a little bit to make it more applicable to your plant, to your process. So one is ensuring that there is a ready reckoner and a learning available to everybody, and it's especially at the plant level. So as has been mentioned, we keep the learning as democratic as possible. The other thing that we have tried to do is not take huge leaps and bounds. My biggest concern when people look at flavors of the season is to, when I see people go all in, right, and take the biggest bets possible, literally put the success or failure of their investment on risk. Now, sometimes that's a great thing, right? Because that means that you have significant skin in the game. You have no choice but to make it work. But the problem is that this works when it's a small initiative, it's a small team. It is the gap between the person on the floor and the person who is the risk taker, the promoter, it's narrow. Once this gap increases, so does the need for buy-in. And so what we have tried to do is also, wherever we are implementing something which is quote unquote smart or has a very large and differentiated digital interface, sorry to say, but we don't just go with the word of the consultant that yes, this is a good idea, yes, this will be easy, yes, it will be done. Because most of the times when we've had this interaction, what has happened is the prognosis has been, look, the solution works, the problem is the adoption, and that's not our problem, that's your problem, right? So what we've tried to do as much as possible is, when we put in even a thought behind going digital on a performance system, we have the people who will be involved in putting it up on the ground and running it go and visit as many plants as possible, where they're able to see what happens when such a thing doesn't exist, as well as when such a thing exists. So when the people on the floor are your ambassadors, they are already incentivized to see how to ensure that it succeeds. After that, you work with them in order to create their own KPIs and KRAs in such a way that your meets achievements level, the status quo is what the plant can do anyways without any level of automation. Now, if they want to go beyond that, it is where the automation is required. So you need to create this pull at the ground level, because otherwise a ground level person is very, very happy being conservative and risk averse. Why should this person try something new? It's not in this person's best interest to try something. It's in this person's best interests to do what is required to be done at the very lowest level, the most convenient level, because change comes at a cost, and change means that person's neck is on the line. How do you make sure that that person's neck is not on the line when you're asking him to change? So you make him an ambassador, you make him a change champion. You make that happen by making sure that he gains more than he loses by recommending the change. So these are some of the learnings that we've had. Some we've learned them the hard way. Some we've learned just by asking people on the ground. Okay, it's not about whether the productivity will improve by 5% or 10%, because at the end of the day, for you, what matters is, okay, what are you able to do with a significant level of confidence where you can teach people under you? Sorry, that's also one more point. Giving people on the ground the opportunity to teach and train other people, creating these, train the trainer modules and programs means that, they have to know it well enough that they can train somebody else. So they become invested in learning themselves. So it's, for us, the biggest challenges were not with regards to, getting the right consultant or the right technology partner. We're very frugal in that sense. So we do a lot of homework into that. The challenge came on the ground when you put pedal to the metal and you found that the process cracked at the adoption level. So we've learned and we've tried to implement changes at the adoption level by taking these people into confidence, making that change easier for them.
Excellent, Maulik. I think that's an input of change champions and rewarding them well, while they're taking risks is a very, very important perspective, not only for smart manufacturing, but I think overall any kind of a transformation itself is very, very relevant. And thanks for that, Maulik. Maybe Krishna Kumar, getting you in terms of, now what kind of initiatives the government should take to promote smart manufacturing and make it easy for many companies to adopt.
Yeah, sure. Before I go into the government, what government should do, I would like to echo what Rohit and Maulik said. I'll just sum it up with one sentence. I think one of the important things to do as far as smart factory is concerned is you will have to drive digital from the top, but you will have to execute it from the bottom. Now, what's very important by this is, unless you have the buy-in, as what rightly Maulik said, you normally see that it tends to fade. The whole process, then, they find out some reasons of not, of bypassing some of the processes, of ensuring that your sensors are all bypassed and the process still runs, So, unless you have the buy-in, it will not work. So, and while we do upskilling and learnings are always fungible and all that is there, but, ensure that there is a good buy-in from the bottom. From a government perspective, I feel that, there is a need to motivate the startup ecosystem as well as incentivize them, very clearly based on their ideas. And, to what Rohit said earlier, I think it's much, Rohit and as well as Sanjeev, I think it's much easier for me. I find it difficult to do it in a well-established factory rather than in a startup system. Frankly, I would put it this way that, making a smart factory in a startup is much more easier and faster. And, there is, of course, that initial need of higher capex, but I think that's still workable, and when you are able to clearly prove that what is the kind of results that you're going to get with the help of the smart factory. So I think the government needs to really attract more, let's say, ideas, more youngsters into this towards research and development, and developing the new manufacturing technologies, and also ensuring that they are completely adapted to smart manufacturing. If you really see what government is doing today is actually incentivizing products. There are not many incentivization that's taking place for process improvements. I don't think there is any. In fact, if you really look backwards, there's hardly any incentives that the government has given for any huge process improvements. So I would suggest that the government should work on this and try to bring in some kind of incentivization of processes. Now, this can be done by various means. Of course, we'll have to see that the money is not pilfered, but we'll have to really see as to how it can be, exercised. And I'm sure there can be ways found out to do that. And once the rules and guidelines are made and a well integrated process set up, I think it will really help the ecosystem. So that's what I look forward to, more incentives from the government.
Excellent, Krishna Kumar. That's a good perspective, and I'm sure whoever has to hear would have actually heard it from this panel. So this is a panel, which we can actually talk for a day long, and there are a lot of perspectives each of you carry. But unfortunately, we're actually coming at the last 2 minutes of the panel session. So maybe what would be your one-line recommendation to each of the CEOs who are actually listening on the smart manufacturing? Maybe starting with Krishna Kumar. One-line recommendation.
Well, one-line recommendation would be go digital today. Okay, think big, start small, and scale big.
Awesome. Sanjeev.
I'll make it simple that I would say don't make smart factories a fashion statement. Look at your needs and look at what future holds for you and make your decisions.
Fantastic. Sridhar.
I totally endorse what Krishna Kumar said. Start today. I don't think you have a choice. Start today, and definitely yes, identify those areas which are easy to implement. So start small, think big, start small, and scale fast. And today we can actually do it. So that's what I would say to all the CEOs.
Awesome. Maulik.
Okay, what my recommendation would be is, look, stop thinking about this as an automation versus human question. And honestly, stop thinking about it as smart manufacturing. These are data collection engines, and they offer data. Smart is what your people will be when they do use that data to make their better decisions. So it's not the manufacturing that will be smart. Don't leave it to the manufacturing and ignore the human.
Fantastic. Rohit.
So I'll just say, I think one, embrace it, drive it as a cultural transformation and not just a manufacturing transformation, but a larger cultural transformation to deliver the next phase of your business strategy. And I think finally, I would say a great opportunity for manufacturing to bring the mojo back into manufacturing and draw the best of talent into the sector.
Awesome. I think it was a very fantastic finish. I think really have enjoyed the panel, listening to all your perspectives. And I think it's a very short, tight panel. Okay. And to go over looking at. Hope all of you have enjoyed the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Satish.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Satish, for directing such a well-rounded, such a beautiful panel. You got in such comprehensive perspective from such different industries, be it metals and industrial, be it healthcare, be it chemical processes, and the insights. And the best part about is we not only heard success stories, but we also heard the failures, the mistakes, and the learning experiences. And even going beyond, we kind of got on about how the startup economy can be aligned with this, boosting industry that is there, which is absolutely phenomenal. And each of the speakers, I personally would like to thank you for such great insights that you brought onto the table today and for taking out time to join us here. So with that, we wrap up the first panel discussion of the day, and we now move on to the to the next particular session, which is the industry presentation that we have titled Beyond Automation. And presenting this title and this topic is Mr. Sandeep Mandana, the pre-sales director for digital supply chain and manufacturing at SAP. With this, I would love to invite him on to the platform and hand this over to him. Mr. Mandana, over to you.
Thanks, Rashmi, for the nice introduction. So we saw a wonderful panel discussion just a while ago, and I think that's a perfect segue for me to talk about Industry 4.0 now and beyond automation. So let's look at the challenges that we are seeing in the industry today. The world is facing huge social, economic, and environmental challenges. To create a sustainable future, manufacturing industries play a critical role. The global trends that are reshaping the manufacturing landscapes are customer-driven change, wherein customers expect smart products and solutions that fit their exact need at competitive prices and in different pricing models such as pay-as-you-go or usage-based. And we have been seeing that even in water filters and various other product categories. Ongoing disruption, I think we have been talking about this for quite some time, whether it is the COVID-induced disruption or it is the geopolitical tensions, or these are the trade wars or the container shortages or the chip shortages. That definitely puts a significant pressure on the manufacturing as well as the supply chain. And that is why it becomes critical that the manufacturers are resilient and agile, quickly shifting production and resources and funds in a much more flexible way. The third trend that we are seeing is the changing business landscape. Specifically in a fluid environment, customers are becoming partners, partners are becoming competitors, and new competitors, markets, customers, and business models are appearing and evolving. And that's where manufacturers really need to redefine their core strengths and relationships and learn to create value in the industry value networks. And of course, not to forget, the focus on sustainability is increasing from the cost of capital being determined by the sustainability ratings, leading to increased regulatory and voluntary reporting requirements covering the different sustainability aspects such as inclusion, sourcing, and emissions. Now, this is impacting every process department and the extended value chain. And that's why delivering the tailor-made solutions at scale and as a service becomes absolutely important. Now, what we have been seeing is, on one side, the CXOs grapple with how to increase the market share, create more shareholder value sustainably. On the other side, we see the head of manufacturing and supply chain who need to ensure that they are able to get the maximum out of the assets, reduce costs, and at the same time, increase agility. And that's where manufacturers really need to pursue 5 strategic priorities, which is customer centricity and lot size 1, that is putting the end customer's point of view at the center of every decision that is being taken or everything as an organization that you do in this digital age. This means providing solutions that precisely fit the needs of one single customer in a cost-effective way. And this requires the ability to capture the customer requirements effectively and enable mass customization to give customers exactly what they want. Then the other priority is around digital smart products and solutions. I briefly touched upon it in the previous slide when we were talking about newer business models, and the differentiation and specificity in the products stem from digital capabilities and value-added services that are bundled with the physical products. So we see a clear shift happening in the market, which is moving away from products to solutions. And by delivering and using digital capabilities, such as self-awareness of technical health and operational status or business system connectivity, manufacturers can truly differentiate themselves. The third priority, which is where we're going to spend most of our time today, is on the resilient supply networks and smart factory. Now, digital technology on the shop floor and in the supply chain is not new. It's been there for ages, and we have seen that in various shape and form. What is new is the way production and logistics are intelligently connected to the rest of the businesses and are able to deal with external impulses such as short-term demand and supply fluctuations or changes in the configuration of a customer order. And the other two priorities are around servitization and outcome-based business models and sustainability and circularity. So as I said, today we will be focusing more on the resilient supply networks and smart factory. Now, what you see here is to really achieve this, we need to start looking at the entire value chain and not really restrict ourselves with regards to what is happening inside the four walls of the factory. And the entire value chain starts all the way from R&D, which is how do you design your products, how do you capture your customer requirements, how are you able to increase the market share, how are you able to plan this, which is where the supply chain comes in, how are you able to take the customer requirements and manufacture it based upon the specific requirements of the customer, and then finally deliver it to the customer. And in a discrete environment, the aspect of services also come into the play. So our point of view here is that in the digital era, the intelligent and sustainable manufacturers would lead the way. What are some of the attributes of these enterprises? These attributes are real world awareness, intelligent decision making, flexible value chains, and sustainable operations. We need to look at all these aspects in totality and not really in isolation to truly get the maximum value out of it. And SAP possibly is the only company that delivers these critical capabilities across the value chain and can really help you transition from best practices to next practices to vertical edge. So when we talk about Industry 4.0, what are the strategic themes? Now, SAP has been working very aggressively on the various innovation strategies for Industry 4.0, and there is a reason why we call it as now, which I will touch upon in a brief while. So there are four strategic themes wherein we believe that we need to look at the entire value chain, that is from design to delivery, to really establish the digital thread. So the first theme that you see is intelligent products, wherein the products are designed to monitor and maximize performance over time while meeting customers' precise and unique configurations. Intelligent factories, which basically use data and intelligence to run as autonomously as possible while delivering both mass-produced and individualized products at scale. And we in the previous panel discussion, we did talk about that we need to look at beyond automation, specifically when we are talking about the smart factory. Some of the key capabilities that we have delivered along with our customers are digital manufacturing on cloud and edge, supply to manufacturing with AGVs, robots, artificial intelligence in the manufacturing processes such as visual inspection and quality management, and modular production for discrete industries. And we will talk about the modular production briefly. The third theme is on the intelligent assets, wherein these assets are linked to each process and are dynamically maintained, helping come out with the right maintenance strategies to improve asset uptime and reduce the maintenance costs. And the fourth one is empowered people, wherein people are equipped with the tools and information that they need to do their best work. And in the previous panel discussion, Maulik did touch upon this aspect wherein he did say that don't ignore the people, empower them to make the decisions, because at the end of the day, you need people who can look at the data, who can analyze the data and take the right decisions for you. And that's where people become extremely important when we talk about the Industry 4.0. Now, these strategic priorities are enabled and supported by SAP's Industry 4.0 solutions and complemented by our partners and their technology offering. Now, before we get into the customer examples, we need to look at, I want to basically introduce you to the concept of modular production. On the left-hand side, you see the traditional sequential assembly lines, which has worked well for mass production from the era of Henry Ford. but with limited flexibility. Now, any change in the product mix or introduction of newer products or launching new variants disrupts the line flow and calls for significant changes to the line design. And that's where we see that we really need to look at, is this the best way to serve the lines? Now, hence manufacturers are actively looking at modular production, wherein traditional assembly lines are replaced by assembly cells to realize the customization at scale. The recent study done by BCG says that this calls for new organizational structure requiring ad hoc and real-time decision making, automated, highly flexible and adaptable efficient processes, and increased interoperability in the shop floor landscape. Now, while we have talked about the modular production, we need to understand what are the digital interventions that are required to achieve this. Is it still a concept, or do we really have digital capabilities that are required to support this? Some of the examples of those digital capabilities are around flexible material staging and production supply by AGV, since we are moving from the assembly line to the assembly cells. Dynamic routing of work in progress by the AGVs, and at every assembly cell, depending upon the work content of that workstation, you're going to have a variable processing time. And SAP has been working with customers to co-develop these capabilities, and the first version of the same was out recently. So let's look at some of the examples, and I would like to share with you three different examples here. The first example, what you see on the screen, is that of Chamberlain Group, which is a leading provider of access control solutions, such as gate entry systems and garage door openers, etc. They have quite a large, complex, and vertically integrated shop with hundreds of work centers and operations ranging from metal stamping to injection molding to electronic manufacturing, all the way to the final assembly. So digitization in a facility like this is not a one-size-fits-all environment. They embarked on the digitization project for automatic production reporting, machine monitoring using the IoT integration. They also invested significantly onto the visualization, which is how can we provide the dashboards in real time to the people so that they are able to make the decisions in real time, and also focused upon the digital add-ons. Now, with that, they were able to reduce operating costs and empower managers to respond more rapidly on changing supply demand. So, interesting example, and I'm sure a lot of us would be able to resonate with the kind of landscape what they had, which was a mix of automated and semi-automated environment. The second example I want to share is the story of one of the largest construction equipment OEM in Europe. And as part of their Factory for Tomorrow digital transformation initiative, their plant in Southeast Asia, they implemented a predictive maintenance solution for their shot blasting process, which is a very critical process in the manufacturing. Now, this plant specializes in the production of crawler excavators and wheeler excavators and their components as well. And what they did see was that the traditional monthly manual inspections and the maintenance for the shot blasting line at the plant wasn't really working well for them, because it was not enough to prevent the regular equipment breakdown, leading to multiple line stops. And you can imagine that in a manufacturing environment, a line stop causes significant ripple in the material flow, as well as losses with regards to the productivity. Now, what they did was that they used smart sensor technology and wireless communication to collect sensor data such as electric current, temperature, and vibration, which was then used to train machine learning model to establish the normal and the failure conditions of this shot blasting line. Now, with this, they were able to predict failure using condition monitoring, that is setting the acceptable thresholds, and anomaly detection, that is deviation from the normal behavior techniques. Now, this helped them to reduce maintenance cost and man hours on the shop floor. Now, there was one more offshoot of this use case, which was the team now had an increased understanding into data analysis, and they also had tested the success with this specific use case. Now, this really helped them to expand into other use cases. The final example that I want to share with you is that of Smart Press Shop. Smart Press Shop is a joint venture between Porsche and Schuler that produces the body panels for the automotive OEMs. They recently did set up a greenfield plant in Germany, and the key requirement for their digitization initiative was to be able to produce in smaller lot sizes while providing the maximum efficiency and flexibility for the automotive OEMs. The press tools were digitally connected to press, enabling fully autonomous setup process, allowing production of the smaller batches. Another interesting aspect was they started the implementation of the Industry 4.0 solution during COVID and went live a year back in Feb 21. The solution, barring automation, of course, was fully deployed in cloud, and they were able to achieve 100% traceability and quality with complete integration of shop floor to top floor. Now, let's look at a small AV on how they went about this journey.
Smart Press Shop is a joint venture between Porsche and Schuler. We want to produce automotive body parts in one of the world's smartest press plants. Smart Press Shop built a greenfield factory with cloud solutions from SAP, including core industry and platform capabilities as the foundation for our Industry 4.0 initiative. We needed business and manufacturing systems that supported fully digital processes and complete paperless production. Working with implementation partner Syntax, we have business systems that are tightly integrated to an innovative manufacturing execution system. Our digitized manufacturing approach is a new milestone in automotive production. We have detailed component tracking that lets us use artificial intelligence techniques and cross-production analysis. This helps support our sustainability goals to minimize waste and reduce carbon footprint. Smart Press Shop also has fully automatic setup and press tool provisioning. This way we can deliver even small production batches and stay ahead of the competition. With SAP, Smart Press Shop built a better way to serve the automotive industry.
Great. So we saw 3 different examples of that are for brownfield plants, a greenfield plant, and also about the predictive maintenance use case for the short blasting line. To know more about SAP Industry 4.0 offering, kindly visit the Industry 4.0 and SAP.com. We could also help you with the assessment of your company's Industry 4.0 maturity compared to the others in the industry, and see how can SAP help support and accelerate your transformation. Thanks for your time, and do not forget to visit our virtual booth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mandana, for that brilliant presentation into how SAP is actually helping industries and companies in channelizing their efficiency. With that, we are going to move on to the next panel discussion, which is going to start in, say, a while, maybe a minute or two. Our panel members are just at the back and collating with themselves. So just give us a second and we'll be back with you for this next panel discussion. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had some real dynamic sessions going back to back since morning, and we have one other such lined up right now for you, which is a panel discussion with the plant leaders. Now, as we all know, these plant heads are no less than CEOs responsible for how the factory functions. And we have some staggering members from the industry, from some of the best companies, giving us insights into how they do it day in and day out. And the title for this particular panel discussion is Revolutionizing the Future of Manufacturing, Juggling Experience and New Age Technology Need. Now, with this, that's quite a handful of a topic for the members to talk on. So without much further ado, let me please introduce and call in each of my panel members for this panel discussion. I have with me Mr. Vishal Badshah, who is the Jamshedpur plant head for Tata Motors. Joining him is Vinod Sridhar, the plant head for VST Tiller Tractors. We also have Vaibhav Kulkarni, the works head for Marico. And the two gentlemen joining them are also Mr. Dhirendra Kulkarni, Senior Director for Solution Consulting PTC, and Rakesh Trivedi, Director IoT Businesses for Tata Communications. And we also have Christian Kaufman, the Head of Manufacturing Industries APJ, ServiceNow from Singapore. So, and directing this entire panel discussion and moderating this discussion is Amit Saluja, who is the Senior Director and Head Center of Excellence at Gandhinagar for NASS or NASCOM. With this, I'm not going to take much of your time, and this is going to be one brilliant panel ahead. So I'm going to hand this over to Amit right away. Amit, over to you.
Thanks, Rashmi. And thank you to Manufacturing Today for hosting this wonderful event. I'm sure all the sessions that has been happening, it's bringing a lot of insights, and especially this topic, it's very dear to me, and even from the role that we do. So let me just kind of talk briefly about that. So I head the NASCOM Center of Excellence Gandhinagar, which has been set up 2 years back with an objective of driving the digitization in the manufacturing sector. And for that, we are building an collaborative ecosystem to basically bring together manufacturing companies and solution providers under one common platform. And when I see Rashmi, so the panel which has been curated here, and it's really good to see that we have senior leaders from the manufacturing companies and also senior leaders from the solution providers all under kind of one umbrella. So it's definitely the ecosystem coming together here. So that's where I'm pretty very excited to kind of moderate this panel. Now, just kind of for me to set the context, on the topic that we are talking about, let me bring out some insights, and these insights are basically from the research that we did at NASCOM, and then you all are encouraged to go to the NASCOM site and then get the NASCOM report on the Industry 4.0 that we brought out recently. So the spent in the Indian manufacturing industry on the digitization is getting to a $5 billion, which is a huge. And then out of the total tech spend that happens in the manufacturing sector, 50% is going on the Industry 4.2. So it's a huge spend which is already happening. There is companies who are showing interest. There are companies who are moving forward in their digitization, and then we all are thanking to the COVID on what it has kind of taught us on how digitization is so important. So I think very important stats. There is one more stats I have for you is the out of this, basically the 75% of the majority of the digitization spend or the Industry 4.0 spend is being done by the discrete manufacturing companies. So essentially the automotive, electronics, heavy engineering. So it's all about discrete manufacturing who are as of now doing the bulk of the investment on the Industry 4.0 technologies. And 25% is through the process industries of which the chemicals and pharma, they're kind of doing a lot. So again, a kind of good stats. But then there is one challenge also I would like to highlight here is a lot of this spend or a lot of the focus on the digitization or the successes of the digitization is that we are seeing is basically from a large corporates or the global companies. Right? The challenge which we still have is the disparity or the asymmetry in the overall manufacturing digitization. I think there are still a lot of companies who have done a bit or have started but still have not moved forward. So not much has been done, and I think that is why we felt hopefully this panel discussion where we will get to hear the thoughts from the leaders, and it will bring in a lot more insights for those manufacturing leaders to get some ideas about why this is important and how, and what really we can do about it. So let's start, and I think from industry point of view, we have leaders from the automotive industries, we have from the FMCG and from the solution providers. So my first question will be more on a reality check. Right? We are talking about digital factories or smart factories, and the question right now basically is, if we compare it with the digitization that is being happening in the other parts of the world, and then if you try to compare it with what we are doing in India. So from that point of view, what are your thoughts? And maybe I'll start with starting this question with maybe Rakesh or Christian. I mean, if you could answer this question. So are we really ready for the digital factories or the smart factories? And are we accelerating at a correct pace? I mean, do we really need to make all our factories smarter? Where are we if we compare ourselves with the global? And considering you have been working with a lot of companies in India and a lot of companies in globally also, so I thought it will be good to kind of start there.
Yeah, Mohit, I'll take that call, and thanks a lot for being inviting me for this event, the team here. And I'm facing some camera problems, so probably you'll have to pardon me for that. But the question is very relevant, and a question which we talk about more often than not. The readiness of the Indian ecosystem, the readiness of the Indian environment versus the global environment. There are a lot of technology adoptions which happen globally. And what we have seen in the Indian context is that fact that with the COVID coming in, the fence sitters of adoption of technologies realize that there is this particular possibility of all those concepts which are being talked about, because the environment forced them to look at it. And that was the silver lining to the mass destruction COVID has. But in the industry adoption, the technology adoption, COVID has actually accelerated the adoption of this in the Indian context. That's point number one. Point number two is the fact that while this is true, and while we as are optimistic about it, the reality on ground is slightly different, where the classification of knowledge proliferation downstream with respect to what cloud technologies, edge computing technologies, and other IoT technologies which are there in the manufacturing segment in the process of digitization. There is this issue of knowledge understanding. There is an issue of confusion. There is an issue of which technology to be adopted. And so there is that apprehension about the choice of technology, though they know that they have to go in for it. And the clarity in terms of what we have seen is that there is a lack of clarity as to where to begin and what to save, whether it is productivity to look at, or cost saving to look at, or efficiency to look at. And then to put it off, we also include the worker safety solutions, worker safeties and productivity. So it's a very interesting position. So we as Tata Communication, we actually go through a model of actually giving an advisory to start with, and letting people know
so
that
maybe
start
Rakesh,
small.
I think related to the advisory, I'll come in a little later. So as of now, I'm let's kind of try to understand, is it like should this be really a vision for it or not, to kind of have a have a digital factories with us, say maybe should it be a next 2 to 3 years vision, or do we think that yes, I mean, we can aim for 2030 where we try to digitize all the factories in the country? So from that point of view, any comparison between where are we now and where we look forward to, or where say the other global plants are there? So any thoughts there? And maybe Christian, you might have some ideas there. I mean,
yeah. Frankly, I haven't been to India for a couple of years, especially because of COVID. So really a bit difficult to give in specific India flavor to it. But if I look around Asia in general, and if I compare that to what I'm seeing, like what's happening back in Germany, my home country, I do believe that Asia is still a few steps behind in terms of automation, in terms of digitization. It is, in my opinion, extremely important to catch up. I mean, Asia used to be like low labor cost advantage country, right? But I mean, these advantages are going away as labor cost is going up, and also in terms of the automation that, let's say, in Europe or US markets is being achieved in their factories. So yes, I do believe there's a bit of catch up to do still.
Sure. Dhiren, any thoughts from you?
Yeah, yes, Amit. So first of all, whether, let us not get into why it is really required, because it is required. We will get more details about the value of this entire industry 4.0 and all of that. Depending on the readiness and where are we, whether it is 2025 or 2030, my experience as a technology provider, we go to multiple customers, OEMs, large customers, medium segment, smaller segment. If you look at the holistic view, actually, from an awareness perspective, initiative perspective, understanding perspective, intent perspective, it is all there. Everybody wants to do it. Some people are doing it. They have just started. Some people have advanced. Some people have yet to start. So from that whole holistic perspective, definitely it is there. From a readiness perspective, I can say that, 30-40% people are ready, but majoritively, right from automation, sensorization, having controls, instrumentation, whether the products are or the machines are smart enough to collect the data. I think some work needs to be done there. But as I said, the intent, awareness, education, the value, it's all there. So if you really ask me whether Indian industry is ready, yes, it is ready. Some work needs to be done. Is it 2025, 2030, 2025? I can say very much, because we have to do this. No other choice. And 5 years is 4-5 years is a good, timeline to really. And is technology there? Yes, connectivity is there. 5G and all is coming up. So I think the infrastructure is coming up. Awareness is there. Education is there. Intent is there. Yes, a little bit of groundwork needs to be done, but we are definitely there. I think we are 2025 is the right this thing, and the pace is, yes, as Christian also said, needs to improve. I think we are all at a stage where yes, something needs to be done, but I think it's a time to really do it, is what I can say.
Absolutely. So I think great. So I think which is what I wanted to set the kind of a background. I think we really need bit of an acceleration. 2025 definitely needs to be vision for us. And then as Christian also said, that I think we are still maybe a couple of steps behind. So we need to do some bit of a catching up. And then maybe let's talk on how can we do this catching up now. So and to do that, I think I'll first try to get the point of views of the plant heads we have. I think they really bring a lot of the experience and their experience on the challenges also that they're facing in the organization. So first I'll come to you, Vishal, from Tata Motors. So basically, the one question which I think comes to every manufacturing leader is basically the technology, whether it is an investment or a cost. I mean, a lot of times we keep talking about ROI, so I'll not even go into the ROI, but I'll say that technology is technology should be taken as an investment, not a cost. So what is your views on how technology can create value for the organization in terms of impacting both the top line and the bottom line? So maybe from your experience, how you have seen technology helping value for the organization, both at a revenue side and at the saving the cost side also.
Yeah, thanks, Amit, and thank you to have me on this panel. So you rightly asked a very valid question, and that's what always comes to the mind when we look at technology. But if you look at the evolution that has happened in Indian manufacturing, it has actually gone through various stages. And, we started with very manual machine systems and to robotics. And then now we are all getting into the industry 4.0 league. And what we have found is that the technology is needed, and it is one of the most important tools which will help us to build operational efficiencies. It will help us to, take us to the next level in terms of meeting the customer expectations and the changing scenario that is building from the customer side. And if we have to actually deliver to those requirements, then technology is one of the key pillars which every industry has to have. And therefore, if we see that it is one of the, I would say, investments which organizations will have to make to keep themselves at speed in the future expectations in terms of customer demand, customer quality requirements, customer needs on-time delivery, connectivity that they are looking at, and real-time solutions that the customers are looking at. So if we look from that perspective, for organizations to be future ready, to be ready to meet these challenges, I think there is no other solution than to really invest in technology. And if we look from the experience that we had, we are finding that it is one which shifts the needle quite ahead and brings in a lot of operational efficiency improvements. And it also, on the other side, gives us a lot of synergy and across the value chain. It brings in data transparency. It brings out the waste that is there across the processes, and also helps us with predictive and prescriptive tools, which help us to be consistent in meeting our customer expectations and demands.
Okay, great. That was great insight. So Vinod or Vaibhav, I mean, maybe can I ask the same question to you also? So basically would like to hear from you more about your experiences on how technology has helped in your organizations or wherever you have seen in bringing in the improving the top line or the bottom line. So basically the business impact that the technology has brought, and kind of in real examples of that.
So I'll just take this, Vinod, just allow me for a bit. So I've just completed one project where we have created a smart factory, and there have been multiple learnings that we have gone through in the process. Okay, so when we started off, it was there were so many options of the technology that what is to be done. Now you know when you are starting a greenfield project, you are looking to do it as a smart factory. It is like always it's a FOBO, fear of better option. You'll keep searching for the better option, not committing anywhere. And we ended up spending about 9 months to a year, where we actually went through the entire process, where we were learning the entire what needs to be done. At the end of the day, we had to sit down and and then decide, okay, which is the technology that we want to go ahead with, what are we trying to do here, and how are we trying to improve our processes. So while we talk about digitization, a lot of companies, and when we talk about say 2025 or 2030, the companies start to have that FOMO. Yes, let's do something. Let's do digitization. Let's have this. Let's do it. Okay. You end up doing something. You end up digitizing a process which is not efficient in first place, where you have not worked on improving it because the technology has moved forward. You have not worked on improving that process and digitizing it. You've done the digitization at the first phase itself, which to my mind will not give you the kind of returns that you're looking at from a technology intervention. So if you are working on the process engineering and technology, both working together, it will give you fantastic results. Now, to give you an example, we have had our warehousing costs have come down dramatically once we have started the smart warehouse. The kind of warehouse that we are looking at, we are saving about 70% against the manual operations cost. While there has been a capex, but it has made business sense to invest and to get this thing done. So it's a result that we have got. But for that result, there was a lot of business engineering, business process engineering that we had to do before we got there. So it's a case of a chicken and egg story. If you start with the right process, you will get the right result. But the process, if it is not right, you will end up with a so-so result, which again then will help, which will hinder in future investments into the technology inside in the organization.
That's really great insights. Vinod, any thoughts from you?
Yes. Technology is definitely, we have to be with technology, otherwise we will be outdated. But I have a different perspective for this, because in a company, in an organization, the leadership, when we decide to go for a digitization, then we cannot copy this from any other industry, and we cannot implement in our organization, because this is not like any other systems. You have to make a tailor-made system for your organization. Because our operations, our way of working, our products, our customer requirements are totally different from others, even though the products are common. But we have to be very specific. And for that, a tailor-made solution is required for any organization. And that too, we cannot implement in a phase-wise manner. We cannot implement in a one stretch. This is I'm getting into based on my experience. We have to go by phase wise. We have to have some short term, middle term, and long term plans, because what happens if you, as Vaibhav told, it's a greenfield projects. Now, any factory, any plant which is getting erected, installed now, recent past, those are coming with smart machines, but machines are very old. We need to have a proper plan how to make it smart, because the data is coming, and it has to capture, it has to work out. All those analytical part is also there. So one is capturing the information from shop floor, and secondly, the most important thing is you have to make a team which is ready to analyze the data, because the moment you go from this paper to digital, a lot of information will start coming, though you cannot get confused what I will do with this data. So that kind of people management, that kind of good people who is aware of this digitization, who is aware of managing the data, who is aware of analyzing the data, so that is required. So there is worth investing in technology, worth investing in going with technology, and yes, we have to be always with along with technology. There is no doubt about it.
Vaibhav, so I think you highlighted. I mean, I'll come really again back to you. You highlighted about from the examples that you've done, the process re-engineering or is kind of an extremely important. And then while you are taking all decisions about the capital investment, but the process engineering becomes the most important element of it. Now, to make any process change, it's a huge task, right? So, and for industry 4.0 adoption, the process change becomes the must. So now when we are talking about manufacturing leaders to embrace industry 4.0, how do you really manage it, this such a level of a process change? I mean, because it is not just about thinking of what process to change, what kind of changes to be made in the process, and be it any process, whether supply chain or operational process. I mean, every change will be a difficult. So example you shared about the warehouse, I'm sure the processes that you would have changed in that warehouse would have been a kind of a big effort. So how do you make that happen? What challenges you face in making these changes in the process? How do you make sure that everyone accepts these changes, and then it really gets real? So
yeah. So there are few things that we had to do. One is you have to question each and everything that you do in the process. Is this thing adding value? Is this part of the business? Is this part of my process adding value to the end outcome? Is this report really required? Are we really doing anything with this data? These are the questions that we started asking. I'll give you another example. So we had manual warehouses, and we have our products which are very, very small, and so pilferage was one of our big concerns in a manual kind of a warehouse. Somebody who's working in the factory or who is working in the warehouse might carry some bottle, some very small bottle, and then it will be out. And then I would get a complaint from the market that I received short units or some of the other issues. So to avoid this, what process at that time in earlier setups was put up was, before you load every carton, you have to weigh, and then whatever carton is underweight, you can take it out and you can examine. That process got put up, and that actually stopped certain kind of pilferages, because people then feared, okay, it might get caught. So things started working on that side. So that became a process. You have to weigh everything, and then as the speed increases, nobody is going to look at what data is being kept up, what are the accurate info, this thing, and that data doesn't get used anywhere. So we said, okay, why don't we do away with this? Because we are moving into an automated warehouse, why don't we do away with this? Then this became a issue that we had to tackle with our quality team. Then we had to get people in quality, people in finance, get them aligned that, okay, we are changing processes, we are reducing certain control processes, but that is because we have better controls in place. So wherever you have technological controls which are coming in, technology, wherever it is helping, you have to use it to remove some of your old processes. And then you have to prove it to people that, yes, this is how it is going to help me. This is how it is going to reduce my pain. This is how this process reduction will help me to get a better output from the line or from the entire process. So that's something that we had to do. Multiple stakeholders. It takes time, but once you once you decide to invest into technology, that investment into stakeholder management to getting the right processes in place is extremely important as well.
Wonderful. I know, man, it would have been a very difficult task, but I think very important.
Maybe Amit, if you allow me, I can just take a minute here to just share my experience on this actually, because this is what commonly we also hear to know technology is there, everything is there, but the cultural change that is required to really take up these kind of initiatives and make it successful. And one of the I don't know, many of you might have heard, Vaibhav, you and your team visited Bharat Forge, one of the leading automotive company. And what they did is they went through a training of 2,500 engineers for 6 weeks, divided into 1.5 to 2 months kind of a time frame of 1 to 1.5 weeks of every this thing, including the supervisors, engineers, even including the people at the VP levels, which they have to sit in a conference room. They have this entire Industry 4.0 kit on a conference table where the robotics, the conveyor lines, and all of that moves with sensorization. And people have to disassemble, assemble, collect the data, look at the dashboard. They can also build in. So basic idea here is very famously, they said that we need to remove the fear of technology from people's mind. Okay, the moment you remove that fear of technology from the people's mind, once they experience it, now if an operator understands that if I make this machine smart, I'm going to get a lot of information from this machine, which will help him to understand it better and make that utilization of the machine much more efficient, then he will actually get into it. But if you really don't take them into an account and train them well and remove that fear, then the cultural change becomes. So I think there are different ways of, this is one example of training and really getting hands-on and making them understand. And I saw a tremendous difference because of this. Now, they treated the machines totally different, because they know what they can get out of it. So just as an example, just wanted to share.
Great, thanks. This was great. So 6 weeks, I'm sure, that's a huge investment, and definitely they would have seen the benefits also. And I think the great point that you highlighted is, it is not just a senior leadership getting aware of or getting confident about digitization will help. I think as we really have to make the whole organization adopt the digital and understand the digital. I think the point you just said, that remove the fear of technology. I think which is very critical. Yeah, thanks for highlighting, Dhiren. So I think while we have talked about it, let's even talk about how do you build a roadmap for this manufacturing transformation. But we do face challenges. While we decide, where to go, what to do, where to start. And so I think the most essential element that comes up is the building a strong roadmap that really guides on how to go about it. Like Vinod also highlighted, we really need to have a phase-wise approach, correct? Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and a kind of a long term. These roadmaps cannot be just okay, what do we do in say 2022, and then towards the end we see what we plan to do and then what we did. The roadmap has to be a multi-year plan to start with. What kind of helps us first. So I'm sure you all will have some kind of an advice and the best practices from us for us on the building a roadmap. So Rakesh, I'm sorry, I cut you off during the initial question, and only reason was because you were getting into the how do you build a roadmap, and that's where I thought maybe when the question comes on a roadmap, I'll kind of come to you. So here I am, and so I'll first ask you only. So what are your thoughts or maybe advice to the companies who are looking forward to build a roadmap?
Hey, thanks, Amit. And so the idea was I was going across the whole macro level presentation as to covering up the whole scope of things. And the panelists over the period of another 20 minutes, 30 minutes have actually brought out those points, which are very, very critical in terms of acknowledging, understanding, and Vaibhav has actually deployed a smart factory. So he's the best judge in terms of answering this question, because we are people who want to go and sell. We are people who want to collaborate and partner with them. And what we have seen and the way we have addressed the market, and ultimately it's the market which we have to address. And Dhiren has actually rightly talked about the training part and the education part and the fear of technology adoption, because that's very important. There are a lot of confusions which people have. There are a lot of confusions on job losses where people resist. automation is actually being talked about as a tool to losing jobs. And in my previous avatar as a co-founder of a company, I've actually worked on the ground level with the government machineries. And that's where I realized that whatever we talk about in the top level, it resides at the top level. The people who are actually the users of the technologies, if they do not know that this is going to solve their day-to-day problem, if they do not know if this is going to be solving their day-to-day problem, it will never be adopted by the plant managers. It will never be, even though the CEOs and the CXOs will be able to, adopt that question by the investment. The point would remain that it is to be, the users have to accept it. And if the users don't accept it, you cannot do anything. They will find multiple other various reasons of resisting it. And that's where the challenge is. So from a question of roadmap, what we do is we also realize the first challenge which a business development team faces is that it's always a question of cost in our country. The price is very high, the cost is very high. So what we thought is we had to innovate a business model. We said, okay, we have a model in place where we will give you a coverage of infra in terms of LoRaWAN technology, and then you may use this coverage for multiple use cases. Now we have the whole stack which we have the whole network platform. We also can design devices for the enterprises and customers. So we have that whole control in the stack and the application, or we have that whole control. So when we go to these customers, we actually can customize solutions for them. Now, when we ask pertinent questions as to what is the business outcome you want to go for, it's not a technology choice. What do you want to achieve? What's your overall vision statement for which the business problem which you want to solve? Is it some places we have gone and solved the safety and worker safety and productivity problem. It wasn't the whole host of stuff. We can go and talk about 5G, LTE, 4G, confuse the hell out of everybody, and it'll never take off. But if you say, okay, boss, you start small, and then with this whole network coverage, you can integrate, build a solution which can integrate. There'll be interoperability, and then you will have a larger picture coming up. So we've gone around saying that in a factory environment, we have a sweet spot of man, machine, and material, where there is a synergy of data flow and there is a synergy between the three. Can we aggregate the data of these in real-time basis and give you a very intelligent platform to actually proactively take decisions? So it gives you productivity, efficiency, and the works. It can get integrated. So we have said we've realized that it is a lot of hand-holding to be given to the people to give a lot of confidence. People are scared whether they're doing it right, wrong. So in that point, it's all about presentations. It's all about collaborations, partnership, investment, and going small. If you talk big and wait for the big thing to happen, I don't think so. Things take out that well, and it takes a lot of time. So that's our personal experience in the Tata Group. So we've been calling it an IoT fabric model, where we actually go and say, boss, if you guys give us the access to the plant, we will put the network of IoT. We will bring our solution providers. We have our ecosystem built. We will work with you guys to solve your basic problems, which can be broken down. And then it switches up to the larger problem. So that's the way we have been seeing success. And we've seen a lot of good success happening now.
Great, thank you. Okay, Christian, I have the same question for you also. What would be your advice to the manufacturing leaders who are looking forward to build a transformation roadmap for their plants or for the organizations?
Well, I mean, for myself, I'm coming from the IT side, right? If you want to build smart factory, Industry 4.0 initiatives, I mean, there are many pieces of the puzzle that come in terms of technology assets and so on. But from an IT side, I mean, I've spent years building multi-year roadmaps for manufacturing companies, and I think, well, number one is really important to have that kind of long-term roadmap to work on. Instead of just doing projects by projects that they might not be connected. But I think what really worked well from my experience was to really do like a detailed, like a value analysis of that roadmap. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people want to do a lot of different things, but when you actually really deep dive every step of that roadmap and try to determine what is the value, what is the potential benefit, the potential return on investment, and then prioritize that roadmap by the value and then also by the speed of getting it implemented. Yeah, that would be my advice.
Thanks. Dhirendra, any thoughts from you? Quick thoughts?
Yeah. So definitely, I think the roadmap is extremely important because a lot of things to do, where to start. So from PTC perspective, since we are a technology provider and based on our last 30, 35 years of experience in the engineering and manufacturing domain, we always go with some kind of approach saying that, I normally talk about 3 phases. I normally put that into like a Wi-Fi symbol where it says the first one is the understand phase, the second is the advance, and third is the outperform. And I divide this into 4 major pillars. If you really see Industry 4.0 adoption, it is basically what the visibility is the first one, the transparency is the second one, the predictability is the third one, and adaptability or autonomous is the fourth one. So I put these pillars into those 3 phases. For example, first phase is all understanding. It's visibility and transparency. Connect the machine, get the data, understand. That should be your first phase. No confusion, nothing. Where to start? Just start small, as Rakesh rightly said. And small means basically 2 pillars. Then once you get that, then go to the predictive analytics, predictability. That is your advanced phase. Of course, you bring in more AI, ML, more modules into it in there. And the last phase, which is outperform, where you really outperform your competition, is going into a prescriptive mode, bringing in some prescriptive analytics and things like that. So all the technologies layer are divided into 3 phases so that, it's easy to understand, easy to adopt, get a quick ROI, and then slowly, move upwards. So there are more details to it, but it's a very short and sweet.
Absolutely bang on. And Vinod, so I think, so what Dhiren just highlighted definitely, is on the similar lines that you were kind of
I have already talked on this subject, but I want to explain in a user point of view. Okay, Rakesh and Dhirendra has explained in a nice way from service provider point of view. But from user point of view, I think there are 5 things we have to focus on when we are deciding a roadmap for this. First of all, I already mentioned it should be a suitable one for our organization. It should be a completely tailor-made for our organization. Secondly, there are a lot of options available in the market. Because when we start discussing with the service provider for this, a lot of technologies, there are a lot of options, various costs, everything is available. But you have to be very selective. What is required for your organization? That is the most important thing. And the third thing, this also I mentioned, you should have a very strong team to use the data which is coming from the digitized platform effectively. Otherwise, what will happen? You are not prepared for analyzing the data. After all, you will end up in blaming the digitization, blaming the service partner, blaming the people who are involved in the company for digitizing the things. So you should, before going all these things, you should have a team behind you. Yes, the data will come. I will analyze. I will do this. This is the way I am going to use this. So this is the most important thing. And the cultural, this is a cultural change. It has to go to the last operator of the company, because somebody mentioned the fear of technology. Yes, this is a big problem for when the operational people, the front-end people, the last operator should be comfortable by using this technology. And Vaibhav also mentioned, the 5th point is about that. You have to select what all parameters I have to monitor. All data are not required for the business. So what is required, that only you decide and that only you monitor. That will give a fantastic results, because it will be a lean. All the unwanted things we will not do. We will do what is required, the focused approach. That is my view on this. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Amit, if I may just put in one pointer here, and it's very important. I want to mention that, because most of the time we get carried away with technology and IoT's concepts and ideas. Most people talk about sensor data is coming in, generating data. What do you do with that? What's the value? And most of the time when we do demonstration we then go blindly into POCs. We do POCs to prove the technology works. And then we forget the larger objective of the point of proof of value. We have to deliver proof of value rather than proof of concepts. If we do that, there's a huge shift. The adoption will happen.
Absolutely, absolutely, great. Okay, so I think this really would have bring in a lot of great ways to build a roadmap. And now maybe I think I'll have one more question on how do you actually, I mean, talk about, decide basically what are the use cases that um, should be on the radar. So maybe I'll get a plant leader's point of view, Vishal. So I'll from a Tata Motors point of view, what are the use cases that you are seeing that are kind of the most important or valuable, basically, where it really makes sense to invest in the technology? So what are those specific use cases which you recommend that I think say every manufacturing company they should definitely look on that?
So thanks, Amit. So basically, coming from the roadmap, actually, we should be able to get to know in the organization that what are your pain points, where you are actually missing the benchmark levels of performance. And once you know those pain points, so say for example, it can be quality, where you want to get to the next level of Six Sigma levels or high levels of performance. In that context, then you have to get into the areas where maybe using the TQM approach or any other quality tools to come to those areas where digitization would be really give you a breakthrough improvement. Maybe where you may like to use vision systems or Pokayokis or digital controls and digital process controls, track and trace, or which you feel would be very helpful, say if you have to focus on one of your pain points, say if it is quality. So similarly, for organizations, if they are able to, as Vinod was also mentioning, we should be able to first dissect and do a initial assessment and come out with those pain points. It can be cost, it can be productivity. In some areas, it can be meeting customer demands or supply chain, connectivity, which is creating, which needs to be improved. So once we know these pain points, then the digitization scope becomes very, very clear. And there we can then focus our energy and resources. And then the roadmap, which we have been discussing, can become much more focused, much more clearer. And the objective of the overall initiative becomes very clear. And then you can also measure it in terms of financial performance or in terms of return of investments, as well as you can attach the digital training to the workforce so that you can build that competency and capability so that they can use it most appropriately. So what I therefore suggest is that organizations need to assess where they are on the criteria that they want to meet for their performance, pick up the pain points, and from those pain points, do a very deep dive and identify areas where you need to really do the POCs and then scale up as you move along the journey.
Okay, Weber, from the FMCG point of view, would you like to highlight certain use cases where you feel that, I mean, these are the use cases which definitely should be looked upon? I mean, maybe 3 or 4 top use cases for the FMCG industry.
Yeah, so FMCG industry as a whole is now changing towards mass customization, a lot of volume and a lot of a lot of range, so to speak. So automations in warehousing, automations in the way material handling is done is one critical area for FMCG companies to look at, because that entire thing, while we are and learning from auto, and that's one area which we have started doing in these times about material handling specifically, as to how the material can reach to the exact area when it is required, and how do we maintain a certain minimum stock at the line so that it doesn't stop. So those are areas where we are where we have seen benefits. Second area, as Vishal said, was about vision systems, about quality. See, today for FMCG companies, the earlier metric of complaints, consumers calling up the helpline and complaining to the company are no longer there. Today, if a consumer is not satisfied, that consumer is going to post on Facebook or on Amazon or on Flipkart. So we have to look at that get the voice from there and improve our quality systems to a level where we are able to manage. And there are multiple technology tools which are available to improve our qualities as per the consumer perception. So while FMCG is meeting, is all about meeting the consumer needs, said or unsaid. Today, the consumers are getting so aware that their needs, while the company is not willing to meet it, they are willing to demand it. And that's the challenge that we have today. And that is something that we are working on, and we are seeing certain benefits. The green shoots are there in POCs, but it will require a long effort in terms of meeting the full-fledged implementations.
Great, thank you. And I'm just looking at the clock also. I think we are kind of really running off the time. We need to have a few minutes. We need to leave for the questions also. So before we wind up, I'm sure I think this session has really brought in some great insights. I mean, I personally have learned so much from the conversation. Just as a last thing, maybe I'll ask all of you, maybe just in a one line, if you want to give any advice to the manufacturing leader who is still thinking about it on what to do, how to do, I mean, what would be your advice? And yeah, please keep it just in the line so that we can take few questions also. So Vaibhav, like I'm just seeing on my screen. So Vaibhav, you are first. So let me come to you.
So I'll go first. I'll just say only one line. Go for it. It will pay off if you do it right.
Wonderful. Thank you. Christian?
Yeah, I wanted to say something similar. You need to go for it. It's a long journey. Take it step by step, and the success will come.
Great. Dhiren?
Yeah, I want to say that time is now, actually. If you don't do it now, you'll be late. So just do it. Yeah.
Absolutely. Everyone on the similar lines. Vinod?
Yeah, it's the right time. We should go for that. Yes, in a stepwise manner, but you should go for that. No doubt about it.
Okay. Vishal?
Yeah, I think this is the right time for organizations to actually take this big leap on Industry 4.0. And if we actually delay, it would be quite delayed. This is the right time to go for it.
Okay, Rakesh, thank you.
Yeah, I think I resonate the advices of everybody here. I would also say that believe in yourself, take that leap of faith and move ahead. It's important. This is the time for us to take this forward. The technologies have all converged. It's the right maturity. The industries have all come together. The technologies have come together, and then we are in the right place and the right time to move forward. The next generation will. We are stitching a story of the next generation who will be benefiting what we have to do.
Great, wonderful. So I think all of you kind of, and including me, I say the same thing. I mean, we can't even afford to even think on what to do and whether we should do or not. I mean, I think as we have already highlighted, I think we are already 2 steps away. I mean, delay. So there is no more thinking, I think, has to be done. If we don't do it, then later on we will realize, I mean, how kind of how back we are. I mean, it's just like, I quote this example many places, a smartphone. I mean, initially, like a lot of people were little hesitant about smartphone, and still there is some people who have not used to it. And then we have seen that, I mean, if you are not using it at some point of time, you will be there that if you don't know how to use a smartphone, I mean, you will be missing out many things. So which some of the things you will not be even able to do it. So, and catching up late basically will make the things even more and more difficult. So start now, start taking baby steps. There are a lot of insights which has been come from the leaders on how to really start, how to build a roadmap. So roadmap is extremely important. I'll highlight a couple of more things here. One is basically the do and some level of an assessment also, because these assessments basically help you get to know where you are, where you stand, and then you can decide what could be the baseline for building the technology roadmap. And another point from me is, I mean, I'm actually passionate about design thinking. So that really, I mean, design thinking can really open up a lot of ideas and give a lot of food for thought on what are the things to be done in creating a roadmap. So I think that's from my side, but it was very insightful discussion. Thank you all. So maybe we'll open it up for questions. So Rashmi, if you can help us with a question. I know we just have maybe 5-7 minutes, so happy to take few questions.
Sure. Just we'll just give me a moment to go through if we have any that are there. Just
Amit, while we wait for the questions, one last thought which has come in is the fact that the country itself has got a very huge thrust on manufacturing, and is one of the pillars to be built upon, and that's a huge thrust by the government given to us, and such technologies will only enable, and we need to build that. So this is the time, and it's actually the government, macro environmental factors, everything is coming together.
Yeah, and which is why, I mean, I think the ecosystem becomes so important. Like when I started with it, I mean, so from an ASCOM, our whole effort from this center that we have at Gandhinagar is basically to build this ecosystem where we want manufacturing leaders and the solution providers and the research organization to come on a common platform and talk to each other, understand problems, share challenges, share best practices on how those things can be done. So we leverage this platform. I would encourage to every manufacturing company to basically leverage the platform that has been set up by the government. It's a initiative from the MIT and the state government. So I think government is doing all its bit to help the manufacturing ecosystem.
So Amit,
yes.
I'm so sorry. So we did go through the entire set of questions, and we realized that it's pretty much similar questions to what gentlemen y'all have already covered. So it might just be repeating. Y'all have literally got together the whole gamut of topics and the challenges, opportunities that is there in this. So we were just my team was reading through the questions, and they realized that it'll just be a repetitive question. So I guess we could probably conclude the session here. And thank you so much to each of you gentlemen for being with us, for taking this time out, and brilliantly done session. Amit, you brought out everything that we would have expected, especially now after looking at the questions we got in from the audience members. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
No, it was pleasure, and thank you Manufacturing Today, and thank you to all the leaders for being here. It was pleasure talking to you. Looking forward to be in touch.
Thank you. Thank you, Amit.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That panel was one stellar panel where we had the men on the ground taking care of everything, right from the smallest, processes to not even the human aspects of it. So that was a brilliantly done panel. It's literally about juggling experience and new age technology needs. And that was beautifully moderated by Mr. Amit Saluja too. So once again, I'd like to thank each of the panel members on that. Now we move on to the next session of the day, which is another partner presentation, which is an industry insight titled Experienced First Networking for the Next Decade. This is going to be one other really interesting presentation that we get to hear from. And presenting this is Mr. Ravinder Singh, the Country Director for Enterprise and Government India and SARC from Juniper Networks. So this is another great insight about how networking is going to be done and how it's going to shape the future for them. So with this, I'm not going to take much time, and I'm going to hand this over to Mr. Ravinder Singh and let him take this platform on.
Thank you very much for the platform and the opportunity to share my views on the Industry 4.0 and the smart factory transformation. So I'm the country director for Juniper Networks India, and it's my privilege to share my views with you today. So with that, so let's get going. I think the key part, this industry, what we talk as Industry 4.0, especially the manufacturing industry, has really come a long way. Beginning from the mechanization disruption, which happened in early 1700s, to the electrification, which happened somewhere at the beginning of the century. Where the PLCs and the electrification changed the whole dynamics of this industry. So now we are looking at is another huge disruption. So in our generation, I think this disruption that we are looking at is absolutely mind-boggling. So this is all about digitization and the automation. And the beauty about this transformation, it is not just impacting a one part or a one segment of the industry. The impact is across the board, across the sectors. So it will change the way we work, we live, we play, and we socialize across the board. And the way you see the impact on every aspect of the industry, we are talking about 3.9 to 11 trillion of money being spent on this transformation by 2025. And out of all this money, the big chunk is going into the smart factories. That is the topic of today's discussion. The optimization and the equipment operations, how that thing is going to transform. So we'll have a quick look and which are the technologies which will enable this transformation and give us the experience that the industry 4.0 is looking at is the topic which I'll share with you in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So with all this money going in the transformation, what are we looking at? Which kind of experience that industry 4.0 will deliver? On one side, this is talking about 24/7 operation leading to the increased productivity, leading to the better quality of the product coming out. The amount of downtime and the defect per product coming out goes down dramatically with a better quality production and the faster production. In turn, leading to a saving as per McKinsey, again, if you look at about 630 billion saving by 2025. So that is on one side. But second side, which is really mind-boggling, is the static part of an industry of this smart factory or the manufacturing, as we call it, is completely getting transformed into the dynamic and the flexible aspect of production, which essentially a user or the organization will be able to predict about the kind of demand and supply they are looking at. And they will get an ability to really fine-tune their responses and adapt as per the market trends and the market need or way the product is being consumed. So it's about an integrated supply chain and the shared economy that Industry 4.0 is looking at, and the improved decision making as before. This further leads to the time to market based on the trend and based on the mass customization that the organization gets the ability to deliver in the smart factories. So overall, I think a mind-boggling transformation in the Industry 4.0 and the smart factory is what we are looking at. So this is what the experience is. Now, what will deliver this experience? Let's go a little deeper into that. The foundation of this experience starts from IT and the OT convergence. So IT network, information technology network, and the operational technology of the manufacturing industry. So these two networks have been working in isolation today. With Industry 4.0 and the smart factories, what we are looking at is IT and OT convergence, which will drive the operational excellence in the factory. So this is these two networks, which are working in silos, have their own kinds of devices. So every device in both these networks is getting transformed now, and we'll see it how. So this is a slide which captures the whole gist of what is happening in the Industry 4.0, and especially on a plant of the future, as is depicted in the middle. So you can see that how the devices in the plants are changing. We are talking about 3D manufacturing, adaptive manufacturing, advanced manufacturing systems, robotic usage, and the autonomous vehicle, and advanced material which is being used in all these machines, which are now transformed as an IT-enabled machines. So there is a IP or Ethernet, which are integrated into these machines, which are coming in the plant of the future. And all these machines are deeply come with the sensors everywhere, which gives a great amount of awareness and integration, from the Internet of Things point of view. What we talk about what is going on in the network at a given point of time in a real-time fashion. So this plant of future is not working in isolation. It is coming on the IT network, which is well integrated with this, which is linked to the cloud computing, ably implemented at every level with the required security and the big data tools, which will enable the right. So the way we are looking at the connectivity, the way we are looking at digitization, and the way we are looking at analytics is completely getting transformed as we look at the smart factories of the future. And they are well supported by the logistics 4.0 architectures. So having a relook at the IT architecture and the OT architecture and looking at converged view is the need of the hour and the way the CIOs are thinking right now. And the critical element in all this is what we define as a very loose term is the Internet of Things, which is what the sensor-driven industry is coming up. That everything what is happening in a machine or in the network or in the overall operations would be visible to the user at any given point of time. So with this view, let's see in the operations what exactly is happening. So the opportunity, the experience is definitely mind-blowing. But when you go to IT/OT convergence at that scale, the issue is not speed or a capacity. The issue is what is emerging is, as you can appreciate, is about the complexity. So there are three V's which are seen in motion. So one is about, of course, about the variety, which is about the different IoT devices and the protocols which are getting implemented from the sensors point of view, which each of them having a different use case and a different risk profile. Second side, with the so much interconnected world and the fact that the billions of new connections and the new data is getting generated, with the explosive and the unpredictable scaling of the traffic in the various use cases. So with the cloud, the scale is very easy, but with that, the volume of the traffic is also very easy. And the velocity of that, the rapid pace at which the deployment or the expansion is happening. Maybe it's a autonomous vehicle data or human data or health data, everywhere. So this three V's, when they are kind of getting into a sweet spot, intersection spot, this is becoming a complexity spot, not a sweet spot right now. So Juniper mission is to really simplify this sweet spot. So as our mission is that we bring simplicity to the networking, to the product solution and the services, then the connected world. So this is where we focus in. Our whole effort in building products and the solution lies in making this part operationally simple for the user to operate in IT/OT convergence. Here's a snapshot of what goes into building this architecture. This is, so first of all, it's an open architecture based solution. Juniper specializes, many of you may know, Juniper specializes in building the mission critical transport end to end, starting from access to the data center. Our theme is client to cloud, seamless operation, seamless experience to be delivered to the user from client to the cloud. Starting here, the client is maybe a machines, the OT network where this integration is happening at the factory level and the R&D offices level with the various standards which Juniper technology comes in, which goes to the WAN and then goes to the headquarters, which can be a data center or which can go to the public cloud with all the security built in. So overall, this converged architecture delivers a required insight to the users, to the organizations, which will lead to taking certain actions as per the demand, as per the the required operations at the factory level, which further lead to optimization and the automation of certain element which can be automated. So overall, everything in Industry 4.0 should surely be based on open architecture so that various things can be integrated. And Juniper, with the various Junos going into all these elements and with the integrated AI architecture, is able to give a control or a dashboard, which kind of gives makes every element in the chain strong and delivering a strong chain across the layers. Let me give you an example that the kind of simplicity we are turning that complex sweet spot which you have just seen. Take an example that we are doing this video call right now, or a video call is happening in the organization, any team, Zoom or Zoom call. So there, what happens if the Zoom call is not happening in a right way? What happens? The troubleshooting is not very easy. So can we look at a scenario that where when the Zoom call happens and the problem starts appearing, the system or the organization is able to troubleshoot in the real-time fashion. So the network connectivity can be Wi-Fi, can be wired, can be server cloud, can be client device. But the problem may be at the WAN. So the system on an automated basis in the real time is able to detect the problem lies in the WAN and automatically corrects the problem. That's the simplicity we are looking at from the user point of view. All the complexity of this entire chain goes to the backend, where the system or the tools or the AI-driven intelligence, which is integrated across the layer of Juniper product line, identifies that in real time the problem lies in the WAN. Imagine this into a manufacturing setup where the machines are operating and there is some challenge coming up. This entire architecture of IT/OT convergence would be able to find out the area where the problem lies and will slowly develop an ability to really correct that area on its own. That's called proactive automation, that we talk about. Of course, this point, it is very important to capture and understand that repetition is not a key here. The system learns, or the solution learns from the past to avoid the same issues which may happen again. So mistakes only happen once. Technology may go wrong, configuration may go wrong, but overall the system will develop an ability to really make sure that the same thing is not repeated again. Yeah, so to summarize that, what essentially is required in the systems and the solution in the architecture to deliver the kind of experience that we are looking at, the kind of simplicity that we are looking at. So the first element, of course, these are 4 pillars. You can imagine where the whole architecture is standing. So it's about delivering an assured user experience, which requires going down to the service level, to the client and the application level. Together, Juniper technology comes in with the tenets of all these 4 elements to give an SLA-driven experience to a particular, maybe a user or a machine here. In a machine-to-machine traffic, you are able to pinpoint that this is the kind of service level that I need for this particular machine, and you are able to measure that. This is what is required at the foundation level. Second, the product that you deploy should be cloud first and the cloud ready, so that the software as a service, the agility of this part, when it mates with the best-in-class hardware, is able to deliver a production environment in which there's no downtime. Essentially, imagine like operating a cell phone where all the apps are getting updated and updated, at the background. So this is where we are looking at the floor where all these machines are well integrated and the software takes care of an update without any downtime. Third pillar is about the self-driving automation, which is linked on 2 elements. One is the AI ops, the AI-driven operations, where you have a single dashboard with all the metrics defined, where you know how the whole machines are operating and where the threshold lies. And the ability of the system to really give you an insight that the problem which may happen in the times to come, your office will come to know that, yes, this is the area where the CIO office need to focus on to really do an upgrade or a configuration change. Second part, very critical part, is the intent-based networking. We are into a time where, for example, a shop floor or a data center you can design with the scripting that this is a particular way you want your entire floor to operate, your entire system to operate, and you define the programs and you feed in system, and the system implements that intent across the layers, right from the access to the cloud. So what we popularly call is the intent-driven networking. It is like the magic in motion. In the heterogeneous network, this has an ability to really make sure the intent is implemented and executed as the office demands, as the organization demands it. So this is the AI comes at a huge support here. And the last but not the least is the threat aware. With this automation, the security exposure, of course, become humongous. It's very important to make sure that all the point of connections are fully secured, be it the routers, switches, APs, and gateways. So Juniper solution overall makes sure that all the network elements are well protected, at every point of connection. So at the network level, Juniper delivers a fully secured and automated, cloud-driven with an assured experience network to the shop floor and the entire organization. So proof of pudding lies in eating. So again, this is one of the references that we have won recently. This is an organization which you come across almost daily in your life. They recently came in the electric two-wheeler segment. So they chose Juniper to deploy the Wi-Fi 6 across the campus with wired and the Wi-Fi fully integrated, delivering the assured user experience at every floor, including the data center, and with the micro-segmentation for IT and OT, with wrapped around with the security end-to-end. So all we talked about so far, this customer has purchased and this is in motion. And there are many customers in manufacturing. The Juniper presence, out of 5 customers, top customers you look at, 4 customers have chosen Juniper in the various bits and pieces. And all these customers are now moving into the automation and the Industry 4.0 deployment as the sensors and the OT networks are changing. Last but not the least is what I talked about so far. It is really important for the customers, especially who have not interacted with Juniper or who have not deployed Juniper in some shape and form, that Gartner has rated Juniper consistently. If you look at the left section of these 2 blocks are the relevant ones from the Industry 4.0 point of view. So it talks about the data center and the cloud networking. Juniper has been a consistent leader for the last 3 years in running. And second, the first block on the left-hand side is the 2021 wired and the wireless LAN access infrastructure. So this is about all the wireless gets deployed, all the APs and the controllers and the AI cloud, and this is about the switching that gets integrated. So user or a machine, when it moves from, for example, a scanning machine is moving from one access point to second access point, the location trapping ability or the ability so that the session is not dropping and there is not a delay so that the session is not lost. So Juniper has proven the technology to a way that we are furthest in the execution, much higher than the competition, a leader and much higher in execution. So these two are very critical elements you should look at as a takeaway. And also the right hand side, the bottom block is about the finding out the indoor location services, where we are the leaders again in the completeness of the mission. So overall, it's a very powerful story where we complete the execution and the vision on the transport layer, so that the user or the organization can focus on the applications and the deployment of the OT machines and the deployment of software tools, which helps you gain a full control of the operation. But from the foundation level, from the network level, technology level, we assure you that Juniper is there to take care of the end-to-end solution for you. So in the end, our philosophy, which runs across building our solution and the architecture and the pitch with the customers, is all about delivering the experience. So in the context of Industry 4.0, this is also about the user and the machine-to-machine experience, with the full control in the hands of the CIO office, wherein they can really enable the business the way it is required, the way the time to market is needed, the way the scale and the velocity need to be captured, because any technology can work at a particular lower scale. But when you scale it up with a variety, it requires a very professional and the experience and the proven technology to showcase that. So with all assurance, the Juniper, very confidently, with the proof of pudding, what we have delivered so far with the top manufacturing customers, we assure you that we have all the elements of the solution which you can confidently deploy to take it to the Industry 4.0 experience. With this, I think I thank you. And I hand it back to the moderator.
All right, now we've seen two fantastic panel discussions happen earlier this day. One was with the MDs and the CEOs. The second was with the plant heads. And lined up now is our next panel discussion for the day, which is in technology session titled Scaling Tech Infrastructure, the Next Level of Autonomous Digitization. Here we have the CIOs and the CTOs of the segment and this industry giving us detailed insights into the challenges, the opportunities, the way forward for this industry with the digitization to come. And moderating this panel, I have with me Mr. Pratik Goyal, who is the Associate Partner at McKinsey. And joining him on this panel discussion are speakers Prakash Dharmani, who is the Global CIO for EPL, SL Propack. We also have Dhaval Pandya, the Corporate CIO for Piramal Enterprises. We also have Anil Sharma, the Senior Director and CTO for AMESA PepsiCo, Manish Chandegara for the Group CIO for Sarah India. And finally joining the panel is Rajesh Kumar, the Technology Head, Enterprise and Government, India and SAARC for Juniper Networks. This is going to be another interesting panel, especially given that it's about smart manufacturing. This is going to be one of the most critical, insightful sessions for this day today. And with this, I'm going to hand this over to the director of this panel discussion, that is Mr. Pratik Goyal. Pratik, over to you.
Thanks, Rashmi. Good afternoon, friends. Thanks for joining the panel today. As I start the discussion today on tech topic, I would like to quote Jeff Bezos to start. There is no alternative to digital transformation at this moment. Visionary companies will carve out new strategic options for themselves. Those who don't adopt to this change will fail, right? I think very powerful in the current scheme of things. This becomes even more powerful with the three trends colliding in the last few years. One unprecedented availability of data. I think we are doubling up in every second year in terms of data storage. The cost of data is going down, and the processing capability in terms of tech architecture and people are significantly going up, right? So these three trends collide to make our session even more relevant today. As we go forward, we realize that while this is a huge boon for us, it's also a challenge for some of our CTOs and CIOs in organizations where the technology is becoming more and more redundant every 2 to 3 years, and we have to keep changing and shaping up. And to the confluence of that lies the CIOs and CTOs who hold the key to automation of their respective organizations while inherently adopting their technologies and strategies to the evolving business motives and strategies going forward. Right? As I say that, I would start the discussion, focus our views around how there is value around digital, what should be the digital strategies of companies, and how should we think about it in an enterprise level. Can I request Prakash to go forward to you and start the discussion with your take on how is digital creating operational excellence and beyond in some of our manufacturing organizations?
Yeah, I think good afternoon, and thank you for giving this opportunity for sharing our views. The quick background, for the complete panel members, just to appreciate what we do. So we are actually one of the world's largest manufacturer of laminated and plastic tubes. We supply to a lot of marquee FMCG clients, across the globe, and India, we almost have a 50% market share in laminated tubes, and we produce almost like 8 billion tubes, per year. So this, and we have a presence in almost like 10 countries, practically all the continents. Yeah, 20 plants across the globe. Yeah. Coming to your question, Pratik, so how technology is enabling the business. I think it's goes phenomenal. I think you really can't carve out technology now, especially in these times. You look at pandemic wave, and not only us, I would say across organizations, way IT has played a major role in most of the organizations to ensure the BCP really worked, right? Business continuity happened in irrespective of suddenly our parameters shifted from to the office to the home. Yeah. And we ensured that. So right from, I would say, cyber security, because that is something which is playing a very critical role again, ensuring our desktops and laptops, etc. They were working way they were working in the office. Suddenly we shifted them to our homes and it working. Then similarly, if I jump to, we are a hardcore B2B manufacturing kind of organization, right? And we there again, while we have SAP, etc., which runs our background, but then we, last almost 3-4 years, we are heavily invested on Industry 4.0 solutions, right? Connecting all our machines, not I would say all, many of our machines on an IoT platform, trying to capture the data on a seamless manner and integrating with ERP. Now, was this done just because it is in vogue these days that you need to do 4.0? I don't think so. I mean, but it really made a big business sense for us because it helps to improve the productivity of the shop floor people. We've actually digitized lot of our shop floor processes and a few of our plants to start with as a pilot, where we have moved away from complete logbook, manual logbook to a digital logbook. So our complete shift in operations, etc., now actually happen on this particular platform where we are integrating all machines on IoT platform, pushing the data onto SAP, and then even vice versa. So there's a two-way flow which happens. And what we have observed is earlier the data quality has improved. And if you ask me what are the tangible benefits of this, right? Ultimately, why we are doing it. But then over the period, we have seen the quality of data getting captured in the system that has improved. So this also sets the foundation of doing some sort of a AI, or if you want to do any predictive maintenance analysis, etc. This actually helps it. So this is creating a foundation because you are now capturing. You are not relying on a human to capture this data. It's getting automatically collected from the machines, and then we are trying to analyze it. But yes, still we have got a far way to go. I'm not saying that we have, we are completely transformed ourselves, but this particular initiative of integrating shop floor and mobilizing even our production booking system, that we have gone in a big way. See, earlier
I don't know how many people are there on the panel for manufacturing, background. So every shift you do a production booking, etc. Now for that, we have moved away from laptop desktop entries. We have actually given operators handheld devices which has got SAP Fiori applications embedded on it, and this also has got scanners on it. So this enables to do operators to capture the data on a real-time basis. So a lot of shift in activity has now moved to the real-time basis. The data quality has improved. The productivity of people has improved because now they can actually spend more time on the machines to see the machine performance itself. So this is actually helping in a very slow and a subtle manner in improving the overall, I would say, our ability to analyze the data. So this is just, I'm just touching manufacturing. This similarly, we have done a lot of initiatives. I would say right from sourcing to dispatch. I mean, over the period, we have done RPS. The complete the bank reconciliation processes, etc., have been moved to on this process. One quick example, again that really helped in pandemic. But fortunately, we did that automation way before the pandemic hit us. The complete our P2P processes, procure to pay process is totally automated using OCR. It's invoices come, it's get processed, and we have got a invoice verification process, which etc. is again automated. So the point, Pratik, I'm just trying to make it in a in summary. Its technology is so intertwined with the business, you can't just separate it out. I don't think you can have a business without technology, if I had to summarize in one particular word. And incidentally, the quote which you quoted, Jeff Bezos, I also used that quote in one of my internal, newsletter which we were drafting. We have this process of sending out a newsletter, right? And I quoted them. So I was very interesting and coincident. Good. I was really good to hear that. Yeah. So yes, I mean, so if you can't transform yourself, I mean, somebody will come and transform you. I mean, there's for an organization, there's no choice but to adopt digital and keep evolving and transforming yourself. Otherwise, there'll be so many inefficiencies which creep in, and those are really not, I would say, in a long run, it's not good for the organization.
Absolutely, Prakash. Like you're saying, I think digital is the change that matters nowadays, and it has touched every aspect of business, as you're saying. Anil here also knows a little. His organization transformed into touchless, paperless. Anil, how would you think about how do we get preparedness for this transition journey of being touchless or paperless? What would be your views on organizations preparing themselves on this?
The last couple of years have not given time for preparedness, to be precise, if you ask me. And in all of my experience, I will say this was the best period, to do the changes. I have never seen change management was so easily done in any time, in earlier duration. So that is how I see it. But coming back to this whole digital transformation and associated things which you're talking about, I see it in a different way, not I'm doing it just because I have to do it type, So why we are doing all this, we are doing it so that, we can reach to our customer as fast as possible and add value to the business, basically, either on the top line or on the bottom line, to be precise. And otherwise, there's no point of, talking about investing in any new technology or things. So from that perspective, I see four things, which has driving all these changes across organization, not only in my organization, but other organizations also. One is the whole how you expedite the process. When I say you need to react and do the reach to the customer as fast as possible, so how you expedite the process, how you automate the processes, which are repetitive in nature, which are time consuming, so that your reaction to the customer is fast. The second is how you automate your operations. When I say operations, could be anything, which is possible wherever you can automate that. And then because of there are two more things which I just want to touch base is social media is a very strong platform these days. How you are exploiting it, for creating your own digital presence in the market. You have seen a guy running in Connaught Place area become suddenly a star overnight. So this is another thing which I feel is driving the whole digitization. Last but not least, last 2 years have shown us how you do things differently. I'm just giving an example. We were setting up a manufacturing unit. People cannot travel. How to set up then those machines, lines, and the processes around that. We come up with the remote management. We have come up with I may not be able to discuss about the technology and the product which we have used may not be good for me talk about individual things, but we come up with an idea sitting in US how one can configure machine in Saudi Arabia, for example, or Pakistan or any other country for that matter. So we have used technology to our advantage. We have become more innovative than what we used to be earlier. We become much more faster to bring new ideas and new changes and deploy them as quick as possible. I never thought of 20,000, 50,000, 1 lakh employee all of a sudden from next day will start operating from home. You try doing it in a normal situation, I can guarantee you you cannot do it even 10%. But everything become, there were some teething issues, of course, for every business, every company. But all those teething issues were addressed, in a very time-bound and very quick manner. And then it become, a process, and it become a usual practice now. Now we have a different kind of challenge. How you bring those employees back to office? The challenge is now different. So that is a different topic probably for some other time. Now coming back, Pratik, you talked about touchless. It's a very good idea, if you ask me. No doubt. And this pandemic has, put in a requirement how we can minimize, the surface touch in different, processes. But implementing touchless again, is very, very complicated. Not very easy. There are based on the industry which you are operating upon, you may not have everything and anything can be converted into like touchless operation kind of solution. But there are a few things which I just want to talk about where, people has, and we have, exploited technology, from touchless perspective is adoption of infrared sensors, to bring and deploy solutions so that in place of touching things, use that. I have seen adoption of robots, has drastically increased in the industry, so that you have minimal touch, and then you are doing work really, using robots. One very good thing which has happened and in most of the organization is employee, visitor, guest, check-in, check-out become touchless. All of a sudden, we find solution, whether it is image recognition, face recognition, whatever, or access card, system, but, that become touchless, I will say. Then I have also seen integration of access management with various facilities, access also become, touchless, entering into, a restricted area in manufacturing, because manufacturing, depending upon what kind of industry you come from, you don't open, each and every part of shop floor for all, so that become, touchless. The one thing which become very touchless is, the washrooms of every company, for that matter. You go public places across India, suddenly everything become touchless, whether it is auto tapes or soap dispensers or whatever you talk about. So, but when you talk about actually going into manufacturing line and converting into a touchless operation, I think it is still a lot of time and technology and innovation is required to convert that. That's how I see overall scenario. Hope I am able to do justice to your question.
Thanks, Anil. Dhaval, shifting over to you, as we heard from Anil and Prakash saying there's enough value, multiple opportunities and use cases. How do you as a CIO think about the whole data and tech strategy in a manufacturing domain, overcoming these challenges?
Thanks a lot, Pratik, and a very warm welcome and good afternoon to all my fellow panelists. I think you began rightly so with the entire aspect of data and the plethora of data, or how it is exploding per se. And I think with technologies such as Industry 4.0, IoT adoption, and 5G, it is only going to get more complicated. The amount of data that will get generated, the amount of data that will get consumed, and the amount of data that will get stored or retired, I think it is going to see a drastic change. Because with say things like IoT, you are talking about multiple data records or tuples getting generated per second or to the tune of milliseconds to be able to look at the way the operations are getting executed on the shop floor. What is the condition of the machine? What is the condition of the product? Right? And what are the downstream constraints that are available? So all of this getting married together, it only increases the data manifold. So I think it is worthwhile to look at it in three parts, according to me. I would say, and if I were to put a framework, you look at data value, you look at data privacy, and you look at data security. So as a framework, you look at these three, and then there will be horizontals which will be basis the application that comes in. For example, it may be either a top floor or an OT application, or it could be a business application or an IT application that you would talk about, or it could be a fringe application that is available. And the heat map will look different for the different category of applications, and then you would need to devise strategies which are specific to each of the cells within this 3x3, if you were to call it. So if you talk about data, so I think it is very important to have an information architecture in place, which purely talks about the data flow, the data exchange, the data storage, and data retrieval. And then from there, you identify as to what is the data that you would like to concentrate on, because there is going to be enough and more data available. It is not about getting more and more data. It is about getting the right data, importantly, especially for things like, say, you talk about AI and ML, and which learn from the data that gets generated or from the usage of data and its modification. So very importantly, it is more the quality of data than the data quantity that needs to be focused upon. That is number one. Then the second aspect comes around the privacy. And we are already talking about the data privacy law being on the annual, and there are some final modifications being made, and it's only a matter of time before that comes out. Now, to retrofit it is going to be a challenge. And while we may not have the full clarity, what we can do for starters at least is concentrate on data classification. So from a privacy perspective, you look at what is public data, what is confidential data, what is internal data, what is need to know basis. Have a classification in place so that once the framework or the privacy framework is available, it is easier to adopt or implement as per that. Because we are today now, hybrid and multi-cloud is a given. Because there will be companies who are utilizing SaaS offerings. They would have some core applications on-prem, and they may also be co-located for certain business critical applications. So hybrid is a given. So that only further complicates the whole scenario in terms of how the data privacy gets addressed. And the last aspect is about the data security, and it's extremely important that we look at data at rest, data in motion, and today we are even talking about data in memory, right? So which is all prone to attacks and cyber crimes. Again, retrofitting security always becomes a challenge. It is important that security becomes a part of the design itself. There are design considerations put in place. There is a security posture which is put in place, and then your applications are able to subscribe to it. So the modification also becomes so much easier. And where it helps particularly is in a multi-cloud environment or in a hybrid cloud environment where you are utilizing the infrastructure elsewhere. So how are you guaranteeing that, or how are you at least safeguarding that data? So that's where I think the data posture comes into picture. So this is my view on this, Pratik, in a nutshell, and I think we can get into different aspects as we move into the discussion.
Oh, thanks, Dhaval. This is very well put. Manish, if I can come to you, what Dhaval laid down for us was what's the end state of this architecture? How should we think about this strategy? If you look at how do companies assess their current state and make decisions on build and buy some of these elements, how would you suggest manufacturing companies to do that?
Yeah. Thank you, Pratik. Thank you, my old panelist friend. And thank you, everyone. Actually, see, nowadays, you cannot think IT industries without digitalization. It's like become two sides of a single coin, I would say, because only technology cannot work, only IT cannot work, but you mix IT and technology, that's become a digitalization in a broad way. So there is a two era currently. I mean, one is a before COVID and one is after COVID, because COVID has taken in a no doubt it was a big pandemic, and me and you, I mean, we all have lost our many friends, relatives in this, but it has also become up to certain points, up to certain ways, it is going to become a good for the technology point of view also. because it's bring many new technologies, many new era into the life, many new combinations in a life that help us a lot. I mean, before COVID, we could not even think that we can work from home. We can do our office work from home, and we can run office from a desk of my bedroom or desk of my dining table or something like that. So that's become possible because of digitalizations. The way IT and technology has grown up and handshake each other, that help us to make it possible this. So this is one of the great example. If we are talking about IoT, ML, AI, and all that, so there are many companies who started things, even not the current era, but since I observed that since 20 years, few companies have started before 25 also, 25 years back also, their machines to be integrated with the systems. So prior to current era, they used to get some technical data called machines, when the machine was stopped, how much hours machine was running. This kind of a purely technical data they used to get. So based on the data, that the department can decide whether this machine need a PM, any parts to be replaced, machine to be replaced, any maintenance work to be done. Those kind of activity is planned based on that only, that statistic or the output of the reports of only. But now gradually those parameters is converted with the help of AI and ML. Now you can predict that this machine's life is what, based on current usage, based on current parts conditions. Now you can predict the machine life, even the daily machine productions also, and you can even define that for up to how many months or how many years this machine will work, and when you want to go for a new machine to be ordered. So this kind of imagination, this kind of predictions can be happen because of you are getting productions data, machines data, machine running cycles, uh, uh, parts to be replaced, that kind of alert you can automate. So the purchase department immediately get an alert from the machine itself that the bearings of the machine is going to be replaced soon, so you order for that. And even it was now automated that even the purchase department don't need to do anything. Automatically order goes to the bearing company, and they send the bearing itself. When the bearing reach to the technical department, they surprise, and they see that, okay, oh, this machine's bearings need to be replaced. So this is happened because of the automation, happened due to the digitalizations. Prior to that, we will never even think on that a machine can send a invite, machine can send a alert, machine can send a note to ERP, so ERP go for a automated PR, and this can happen. So these whole activities, if you go for a manual, it take 1 month or 2 months, but that's here happening in 2 days, 3 days. So that is happened because of digitalizations. So this era is like, say, digitalization era is like part of a life for every man. You see, in your mobile, in your laptops, in your day-to-day activities, everywhere you see the digitalization is become a part of that. Suppose you search something in a Google, correct? Immediately you will get a sea of related ads into your Google page. So Google is started using AI. That AI will predict what you are searching. Based on that, they will try to help you from where you will get this, where is this things to be available nearby, things. This kind of help and this type of things is happening because of AI. That is a part of a digitalization. So I think this is the way we are now in a due to this pandemic, we suddenly jump a 10-year ago about the technology and the trends. So it's really good, and I think we have so many miles to reach, so many milestones to come, and maybe in a 5-year or 10-year, we'll have something new technology which we are not even thinking today also, because the technology is growing in such a big way.
No, absolutely, Manish. Digital is a journey, as you are saying. It's never the end. Rajesh, if I could come to you and ask, saying this IT and the OT part, the information technology and operations technology, your guidance, experience on how do we merge them, get them together?
Thank you, Pratik. Good afternoon for all the panelists. As rightly pointed, good afternoon, sir. So, as rightly pointed out, as a OEM providing a solutions, all the panelists touch upon the right points, right? Because if you see, when we look at Industry 4.0 from the perspective, what we feel is that it is more of actually intensive transformation of data, right? Because today there are huge number of sensors which are coming into the play. There is IT, there is operational technology, right? There is intensive information of data which flows, right? And in the connected environment today, that is what we are talking about, IT and OT convergence. Earlier, OT was separate, IT was separate, but today that cannot happen. As rightly said by Prakash, that today the technology is there. It's taken for granted when you start using the value for your business, right? So, but the hidden technology has a lot of network infrastructure in place, right? So that is very key. When you look at that, then you see so much of data flowing, so much of IT OT convergence happening, so much of sensors being used, right? And the key point is all this has to arrive at the right time so that the analysis can be done and exact actions can be taken, right? That is the key. When we do IT OT convergence, it is just not, as everyone said, that it is, we are not doing because everyone is doing it, right? So in the same way, when you have to have this kind of infrastructure, then you should get the right information at the right time to actually take decisive actions which will help in actually to enhance your efficiency. The efficiency can be at multiple levels. As everyone said, that it can be predictive analysis, correct? It can be predictive maintenance capabilities. It can be in the shop floors, it can be some where you want to change some of the machines by doing post and predictive kind of maintenance approach. So all this has to be taken care. So when you look at this, what we feel is that as from Juniper, so we also have come up with solutions which primarily looks at artificial intelligence and machine learning, right? Completely. So which gives you the capabilities from the network infrastructure perspective, that where may be the issue and what is the issue and how we can resolve it faster. That is more important, because today, if you look at any IT OT and any manufacturing or any smart cities or smart grid, what we call it as everything is smart today. The IoT which is coming up is very smart because they have control systems, they have embedded software, they connect to the network, right? They throw huge amount of data. They gather, they receive, and they throw, right? So if you look at all this, everything is smart. That is why they call it as smart factories, right? So in that way, when you look at it, so the key capabilities, what you need to have is a scale. When you look at this kind of phase-wise approach in digital transformation of your manufacturing or any of your requirements, you have to look at the scale, because today you may have 1,000 sensors, tomorrow you may have 5,000 sensors, right? So the scale should be there, performance should be there, because performance is the key, because you have to get the right information at the right time. So that is the key. So performance has to be there, and then resiliency has to be there, because the network cannot fail. If this kind of approach the customers are taking, then they cannot expect any failures, so that they miss the information which will affect them in the efficiency of their running the productivity, correct? So when you look at all this, what do you see is it's a cloud scale what you require, correct? The cloud scale, what we call it as, because key things is, as you keep adding your sensors, you may be adding your Wi-Fi systems, you may be adding your wired networks, then that should be scalable. So once you start adding, you need to have that mind of that fast rollout of this equipments in the network. So once you need to do that kind of rollout, then the cloud is the one which you need to adapt, right? So that I can roll out faster and I can enable those services faster, and I can get that efficiency, productivity, right? Low cost, all that is driven. Because if you are slow, then you will again get into the same 2 years back. So that needs to be looked at. And the second point is, clearly is that once you have that in the scale, then you need to look at security, because security also becomes a key criteria, because now you have devices, you have applications, you have people, you have process, everything has to be tied to security. As rightly said by Dhaval sir, is that you need to look at all kinds of security, whether it's in storage, it's in memory, like in the same way, applications, devices, everything. So our connected security gives you that capability in terms of giving proactive security, right? Either it's a device, either it's a application, or it's some users using some of the applications in a hybrid cloud architecture, correct? So what we say is that when you look at all this, what happens is that the lot of authentication mechanisms, like what we call it as PPSK, MPSK, the pre-shared key authentication mechanisms, huge transfer of data, all this leads to a cloud scale kind of a network architecture. That is where Juniper comes in terms of taking that cloud adaptability kind of a solution with lot of AI and ML, where you can have proactive identification of problems, whether it's OT, whether it's IT, and we put it together. So that is where I wanted to leave it, because everyone touched it, because it's a hybrid cloud. Yes, you need a hybrid cloud. You sensors, yes, you need a Wi-Fi systems, wired systems, which can give you the right precise information at the right time, right? Resiliency, scale, and the performance. So when you look at all this, if it is driven with AI and ML, it helps you in terms of like a touchless kind of a thing for the network, right? That is the key. So that is where I want to leave it and take it further.
No, absolutely. Thanks, Rajesh. Thanks for your suggestions on IT/OT part. Prakash, as Rajesh touched upon points around some cloud, some compliance, some data security. With a lot of this data comes a lot of compliance. How do you think technology will enable us across these compliances and quality certifications?
Yep. So, Pratik, I can give you a couple of examples. One from, one is the compliance from, say, personal data and sensitive data, for example, right? And since we have a presence in Europe, for me, it becomes much more pertinent, because we take employees. I mean, since we have operation in Germany and Poland, GDPR comes into the picture. And that's where we, at least for our complete HRIT solutions, the complete I would say people related, we actually adopted SaaS-based application, and I've ensured that I've gone and actually hosted it out of Germany. And so, that really helps from a lot of perspective in terms of ensuring that, the employee data of European employees, etc., doesn't go out of Europe, etc. So that's how we have, taken care. And then over the period, say for example, there are applications like SAP, SuccessFactors, etc., which help you to meet with these kind of compliances, right? So, and we have adopted it from that perspective. So cloud definitely helps. Similarly, so when I look at my complete plant data, where we have implemented IoT and integrated with the SAP, what we have done is we are working with a couple of service providers like AWS, Azure, etc. So we have moved our complete analytics actually on the cloud. So this was more from ensuring more than compliance. It was from security perspective. So when we evaluated many solutions to ensure that the data security part of it is not compromised, and there's no any inputs going back, and say since we are taking the data on a real-time basis from the machine and pushing onto router, then switches, and then onto the cloud. We also wanted to be sure that the plant perimeter is absolutely secure. So yes, there are definitely clouds helps you to jumpstart this process, and you can see you can fail. You can try out. I would say you can experiment quite a lot in the cloud, and then once you feel that your technology is right, your architecture is right, at that time maybe you can even take a call whether you want to do on premise or you can go to the cloud. See, ultimately, to be honest, cloud is not a panacea for all the problems. At least I don't feel that. Maybe I'm wrong. You always need to take a judgmental call, look at your complete 5-year TCO of on-prem versus cloud. Sometimes on-prem really works out. It's not that every time cloud is cheaper. You need to, so depending on the, I would say, maturity of the organization at the stage at which you are on the particular project, you can take a call whether you want to, start small, see how things goes up, and then once you have a maturity, or to certain extent the application or processes are stable, you can take a call at that time whether you want to now go on-prem or you want to go fully on cloud.
Exciting, Prakash. Dhawal, if I could come to you next and ask the question, saying everything that was explained, this complexity of multiple technologies, multiple ecosystems and partners and vendors, how do a CTO acknowledge now the whole ecosystem of partners and vendors? How do you work with them?
It's a tough one because the pace at which this technology changes, it's rare that somebody will be on his own completely. Given the diversity of the skills, the complexity of the skills, and more importantly, the pace at which this technology is changing, you would always be playing catch up. So I think it's almost a given that you would need to partner now. You have to be prudent where you want to partner and where your core strength lies, right? And like rightly mentioned by Prakash, also not take a short-term view on this. For this, definitely not take a short-term view. You have to take a long-term view, and I think the best way today to acknowledge that or to implement that is to see if there is any outcome-based model that you can get into with the partner. And I'm consciously trying to keep away from the term vendor because it becomes very transactional. You have to look at partners here, and you look at so is the partner ready to put his skin in the game? Is he ready to walk that extra mile in terms of supporting you? For example, today, if you look at it, the great resignation wave is around, right? So everybody is facing a dearth of talent. In times like these, is the partner able to give you a solution or will be able to support you when you need him the most? So that I think that's extremely important. So somewhere I think your KPIs and their KPIs need to align. That's one way of looking at it. Second is in terms of the revenue models, definitely if possible go the outcome way, because while in short term it may look non-profitable, but I think in the long term it definitely helps because the revenue spread or the profit spread that you get will increase with time. And that's where if you're going outcome based, the pound of flesh that he's taking more or less remains the same, but what remains with you keeps on incrementally growing. So that's extremely important. The second thing to look at is that are you investing in somebody with a roadmap, or are you investing in somebody who's only bringing in capabilities because it's in vogue, like rightly discussed earlier, right? So there needs to be a thought process on how you think this particular area of work. Say if we just talk about the cloud adoption today, how you think this thing is expected to mature over the 5 years that to come, or maybe 5 years is too long in today's time period. Maybe look at 3 years. What is your digital roadmap for the next 3 years, and how does that align with these technologies? And is there any convergence or any synergies in the way these two are going about? And then look at the partners that can meaningfully put in interventions at the right points in time to be able to incrementally take you towards this capability, because there cannot be a quantum jump in this. For example, even if you take something like security, you cannot be non-compliant one day and completely compliant the other. It will have to be a journey, because somewhere the goalpost is also moving. You need to keep cognizance of that, and the same applies to the IT and the OT applications also. So that's extremely important to look at. And third is that how nimble is it going to be to switch over? That is extremely important today, because it could be either due to controllable factors or uncontrollable factors. So what are the capabilities that you are tying up with, or you are getting married to, or what are the capabilities that you're possibly keeping a backdoor open to be able to make that delta if it comes to? So I think these three could be the guiding principles to be used, apart from the normal hygiene factors that you look at in terms of the revenue models of the partner, or the tech strategies, his vision over the next maybe so and so period of time, etc. So I think that's a good start.
Thanks, Dhawal. This is super helpful on the partners bit. Anil, as we move to you, I would want to understand, saying the global footprint of manufacturing organizations, partners, cloud, some of this has helped, but what would be your inputs on how do we manage global footprints and technology in conjunction?
Interesting question. It is definitely a global footprint, presence in multiple countries, geographies, complicate the matter. There are a few things which I feel personally is of help. One is you can't have too many things, in your store, basically. So do standardize and wherever possible from, the technology adoption perspective, so that, you have a standard product technology which you are adopting, standard process around that for installation, commissioning, testing, and then servicing those standards. So that is one side. Second is find whatever solutions or solution provider you are using, they have as much as a spread across the globe. It's not easy. So they may have direct presence or indirect presence. Find out those, and make partner then. You cannot working like vendor customer relationship. For such a large organization, you need to move out of vendor customer to the partner relationship. So that is the second piece which I see. The third piece is you may not be able to have expertise available in all the countries, in all the geographies. How you create a center of excellence, which manage your internal environment with the help of service provider or external partner. So that is the third thing which I see. The fourth thing, which is very important now, considering the security challenge and vulnerabilities and threat and whatnot, is how robust and agile is your technology adoption is, so that you can sit in remote, control it, set it off if need be. That is very important. So can I operate my network? Rajesh was talking about network capability and whatnot. So can I operate sitting in one corner of the world and manage across the globe? And if there is a crisis, can I cut it off from the rest of the world, so that that crisis does not move from one location to another location? So those are few things which I can think of based on my experience working in an organization like ours. Other than that, developing capability, it's a very interesting word that you outsource, you give certain thing to manage service provider and whatnot. But you need to also equally have good capability within your organization. You cannot 100% rely on the external partners and service providers, basically. So those are few things which I can think of sharing based on my experience and how we are doing things.
Thanks, Anil. Thanks for this. I think people capability is a very interesting angle you brought up. We have to internalize it rather than keep it outsourced. Manish, as we go towards the fag end of the discussion, I would bring in the mix of self and contract manufacturing entities, right? And how do we think about that as a dynamic in managing technology? There are external parties contract manufacturing for us now.
So, like here, I would share my thoughts. Is you can put RFID cards, digital machines. There are machines come in a market which can be plugged with your machines. So whenever you put your RF card or thumb impression, machine can start. The same way, when you want to stop machine, you have to once again put your RFID card, or you have to put your thumb. So that's where you can control your contract people or the machine running hours into that. So there are also another technology coming in a market where you can verify whether this machine was run by which man, which ID, which user or which person. So that's where it will help you to keep in a separate way.
Understood, Manish. Rajesh, as I come to it, I would overlay the discussion. Everything on IoT analytics falls at the center. What covers it around is data security and cyber security. Your take on that?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Because when there is huge data flowing, when there is devices, applications, people using, and today using from work from home, different locations, everything put together, security becomes the most critical point, right? So what we feel is that as Dhaval said, that it should be, security should be a journey, but it should be planned, right? So what we feel is that when you look at security, you need to look at security in different ways, in terms of, because IoTs are what we call it as a headless kind of a thing, right? So you need to provide security to IoT devices. Today, for example, there is a MAC randomization which is happening, correct? So they hide the MAC addresses. So then you need to have a certain authentication, provide those profiles to those IoT devices so that they should only be able to contact the server, not any other machine to machine or any other to the IT, right? So these kind of end-to-end connectivity of the IoTs, you should know entire network. As rightly said, not it is not outsourcing. People who are there in the IT network should know their network very well. That is the key. Because if you don't know your network properly, then whatever we bring in as a security doesn't make any sense, right? So the flow, like for example, IoT devices, whether it has to go to the server, or there may be cloud applications which they need to access as a hybrid. So where is those? For example, a Purdue model, what we speak about in the smart industries or industry 4.0, clearly talks about how you need to put your layers across different in a Purdue model, right? It can be PLCs, SCADA machines, then comes the applications. Like that, it goes on creating the layers. So you need to look at the security from every aspect, from the end device to the application, what it is going to access. It can be machine to machine, it can be machine to server, or it can be user to application, application to the cloud. So when you look at all these flows across this network, then security parts plays a very important role. When you enable security, I need to tell that one thing you need to keep in mind, that you should not lose the performance, because security has a lot of processing and it may add a lot of more processing into the network. So you need to balance that, right? How do I balance the security not affecting the performance or not affecting my network architecture? So if you look at that, that is where Juniper talks about connected security, where you can have, as rightly asked, can I sit at one place and segment out if there is any problem in one of the locations? Yes, you can do it, right? You can segment it out, because now you have a complete dashboard of the entire of your network, I can say. And also you can put gates. If it is hacked at one location, for example, immediately if you identify that, you can put gates in all other locations immediately, so that cannot come through any other entry point, correct? Or proactively, can I throw that IoT device which is creating problem? Identify early, throw out the device out of the network, or can be a desktop, or can be a user who is trying to use that. So these are some of the cyber security norms, which we call it as a connected security. That means security cannot be in silos, right? It has to address the IoTs, it has to address the applications, it has to address the hybrid cloud, it has to address the users, and also it has to address the users who are working from home. So all this put together is what we call it as a connected security, wherein anywhere, any issue, you should be able to identify. All this can happen again through artificial intelligence and machine learning, so that we get those kind of behavioral characteristics, and we know exactly how the behavior is changing and what precautions and what needs to be taken care, so that I retain my network and remove those affected areas immediately out of the network. That is what is, we call it as a connected security. So with all the assurances and those kind of AI/ML using, so we can, there is a solution, but I say it's a process, and it's also a phase-wise approach you need to take, looking at your complete roadmap of your plan.
Thanks, Rajesh. As we sum up the discussion and we come to our fag end of the discussion, I think 4 learnings to adopt, if I could adopt from all the learnings we had today. One, it is programmatic. The change in organizations in digital is programmatic across the board. Second, as Anil brought up the point saying, let's internalize this capability and go forward with people trained in our ecosystems. Dhaval brought up the point on the third pillar, which says that this technology needs a strategy. It also needs an ecosystem of partners to work around and take it global. Right. To this also, Prakash, Manish, you topped up with the fact saying there's a full cultural transformation going around on this. And what better time to do this cultural transformation? So as we wrap up, I would just like to conclude with saying digital is a change journey, as we all discussed, and it's a process to change, which will keep on evolving from now on, right? So that's where we'll end the panel discussion today. Thanks all. Thank you all panelists for this enriching discussion, and thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, panel member. It's been really great having you all here. This day, this fantastically dynamic day, has now boiled down to the last panel discussion of the day today. And like they say, we always keep the best for the last. And yet again, we have this amazing panel that has been conceptualized, which is titled on the topic of operations and production session. This is about transforming internal dynamic synchronization with superlative operations and production line. as technical as it is, but I know how technical manufacturing can get and how detailed and how insightful even smaller, finer things are in the segment. And to direct this particular session and to chair this, we have with us Mr. Amrish Raj, who is the business head and the senior principal consultant at BMGI. Now, joining our chair, Mr. Amrish, are speakers, Mr. Suresh Redu, the CTO for Manufacturing and R&D at Eureka Forbes. We also have Mr. Rajesh Sharma, Director Manufacturing Excellence Asia at Whirlpool. Joining them is Sandhya Pandey, the Director at Philips. And finally, we have joining the panel is T. Venkatramana, who is the COO at Rajratan Thai Wire Company. With this, we have an amazing set of speakers and a dynamic panel discussion following right now. With this, I'm going to hand this over to Mr. Amrish to take this on. Mr. Amrish, over to you.
Right. Thank you, Rashmi. And it's great to be here, and a warm welcome to my panelists. And I'm sure we're going to have a fantastic discussion, on the topic that you talked about. We've been, hearing and talking about, smart manufacturing, automation, industry 4.0, and these days this is the buzzword. Obviously, if you go out and speak to industry practitioners and implementers, you will, get a mixed bag of responses. And, one will then understand that, it's, the whole philosophy of Industry 4.0 and the associated elements. It's not just an event, but it's actually a process. And, it's great that industry has adopted this process. And, as we speak, we are, going forward in the right direction, which is heartening. And obviously, when we implement, when we innovate, there will be challenges, there will be failures, but that's how we learn, and that's the purpose of this session, is to, understand from the practitioners, what their take has been. It's interesting that if you talk 10 years ago and, you possibly recall history, you would have heard that, in the next 10, 15 years, the whole digital value chain would be a real thing with, skilled workers becoming redundant, and, it would be fully automated, and, robotics would take over and everything would be, interconnected. But as we stand today, obviously it's not a reality, and possibly it's not going to be that as we understand it now better. Because, obviously, what we say, it's going to be a mix of, when you talk of assembly lines, it's definitely going to be more automated than what it was before, but it's going to be a mix of machines as well as skilled manpower. And that's where obviously the human beings will also need to acquire new skills to manage, the machines and the, the whole, digitization that goes along with it. So that's the thing which would obviously take us to, delivering superlative operations. And, that's the reality. So, so that's really what we want to talk about, is that, if you look at, any kind of assembly line or manufacturing operation, you would have elements of, and if you want to really connect that in a digital value chain as envisaged, you would have elements of, robotics, IoT, machine learning, AI, and everybody talks about it. But how does this all integrate into into a larger system? And how does it actually deliver the ROIs that business is looking at? That's the question that CEOs ask that, is it we're going to invest? Is it going to give an ROI or not? And sometimes I heard a very interesting somebody was a leader was talking about. He said that sometimes it feels like that we are implementing under peer pressure, and sometimes when we implement IoT and other related solutions, it's more like it's a solution in search of a problem. So that's sometimes we do that. So I mean, and that's not obviously the right thing. Is to understand from a business point of view what is it that we need to do. So having said that, and that's where I would like our panel to shed light based on their experiences and what they have experienced in their companies as well as the other interfaces that they've had. So my first discussion, for which I'd like to invite Suresh to talk about, is that when we talk of a digital value chain and smart manufacturing, it requires end-to-end integration of not just your intra-business but inter-business processes and systems, and that's really what a systems thinking is all about. So so what role does system automation play in this, and how can we look at it as an integrated system so that we can get the maximum benefit out of it, and actually we talk of true synchronization in that sense. So I'd request Suresh to talk about that as a start.
Thank you, Ambarish. I think the context that you have set up is very important and very critical to understand this journey of digitization, Industry 4, automation. There are various terms which are getting used for something that all of us are looking as future of the way manufacturing would look like in future. So obviously when we look at automation or digitization, machines are the first one which come to our mind, and that's the first starting point, and I would say a basic point. The more manual work in a machine, the less of opportunities you have to actually collect the data and try and see where you can see the further opportunities of adding value and improving that. So you mentioned about the end-to-end connectivity and end-to-end value chain about this. That's the real value of you can call the Industry 4 value chain. Because standalone machines can only give a benefit up to the level of that particular station where the machine is. The machine can be more productive, the machine can give you different data, etc. But unfortunately, that would be limited only to that particular station or that particular part of the entire value chain. Where the other part of this interconnectivity and the value which it can bring in is when you look at interconnectivity between different parts of the value chain, and the process, how it completely works. So in a layman's terms, sometimes when we explain to people, it's like there is one what you call as a mechanical automation on the shop floor, and the other part is your system automation, which connects everything and which actually brings in that value which sits between the two parts of value chain, and then collectively it becomes that value. So what happens, for example, I think most of the advanced manufacturing companies, wherever you have things like a vendor portal, for example. ERP automation exists almost everywhere. Then there is a lot more which is based on, let's say, as basic as some barcode enabled or QR code enabled, data capture and data communication between the different parts of value chain. So taking example of, let's say, I mentioned the vendor portal. If I have to just take that, you integrate a vendor portal with your ERP system. So the moment you punch in your demand for the month, so the MRP run would come out with the demand for the month, the purchase orders that can go to the suppliers, and then the suppliers who are integrated with your vendor portal, their system gets energized in a real-time basis. So you don't have to wait for the demand to come in, and your system is integrated with that. So it is prepared to take the next action, on a real-time basis. And then as soon as the supplier actually is ready with the goods to be shipped to the purchasing company, the purchasing company gets, let's say, the intimation on a real-time basis. So one is you've got a real-time information. And the more real-time information you have, you can avoid a lot of ambiguity and uncertainty in between. And you can plan your inventories, your other things in a much, I would say, more efficient manner. Similarly, when the digital information is created, it helps you, take some actions well in advance, and that digital information can be transferred in a very efficient way, and it can help you recreate the same information at a different place just by using a particular, you can say, code around it. As I mentioned, when the supplier sends the material, supplier is anyway creating an invoice. So typically, when you are not connected, typically when you don't have this digital interface, when the material is received at the purchasing company, then everything has to be again typed into a system to create a GRN, for example. Now, when the supplier has already created that, it's very simple. You just use that data and then do it. So that's one simple example how a system automation can help you bring in more efficiency, transparency, and a real-time information which can help you plan, your activities, your resources, everything in a much more efficient way.
Right. Very interesting. And I think, what you talked about, the integrating the vendor through a portal or an equivalent into your system can really save time and crash lead times like anything. Because one of the things, and especially, and I'd like to, possibly ask Rajesh if he can share some thoughts on this, because, normally, in any durables industry, or for that matter, where we have discrete manufacturing, you would get in a lot of bought out items, which possibly get assembled, and then the finished product is made, and hence what you talked about in terms of the port, integrating your vendors to shorten lead times, it becomes extremely important. So Rajesh, if you have any additional thoughts to share on this.
I hope that I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Thanks a lot. I think Suresh took up a very valid point. And continuing into the topic, certainly being associated with manufacturing since very long, today slowly the whole family of OEM and a manufacturer, it's not only limited to the OEM and manufacturer. Today, as supplier plays a very important role, so it becomes very, very how well you are integrated and put a very important thought process towards that system, it goes into a topsy-turvy. So on that front, what we have also done, and in fact over the period of time we have stressed upon in doing, is that how closely we have integrated our system together with the system of the suppliers, so that whatever I plan, it is very well communicated to that community, and the things that gets transferred from that supplier to our premises, it should be in such a seamless way that it should not affect our overall ecosystem of manufacturing. So today there are so many technologies that are involved, so many softwares and so many infra, they are already existing. It's all depending upon the requirement of the organization, in what way they want to go ahead, in what way they want to plan. Things are there. It only requires a vision. It only requires a great planning on the part of the OEM together with the suppliers to make this whole ecosystem of understanding, whole ecosystem of information and knowledge sharing, which ultimately not only benefits the OEM as a whole, manufacturer as a whole, but it also goes a long way in streamlining the activities at the supplier end. Not only from the point of view of delivery, it is also from the point of view of innovation, also from the point of view of culture. I've seen when they start understanding the importance that it is giving and the importance with which they start working at their end, certainly it's a win-win situation for both the supplier and the OEM.
Yeah, absolutely. And would you like to add anything, Suresh or Sandhya, if you have any thoughts on this? Otherwise, we'll move on.
There is one point, in fact, Suresh and Rajesh sir both have explained it very, very elaborately. But I would like to bring only one point while developing the overall ecosystems and building the end-to-end solution. It is very, very important is that when your product or your system is on with a customer, and when customer starts facing some challenges or some issue, you should able to track it back to the down the level from where that problem is arising. And that's where this ecosystem plays. The part number tracking Suresh sir has mentioned, or the customer portals or supplier portals, all these things should again link back to the customer what he is facing the challenges. And you should able to drill down the problem and address the problem at a root cause level. And that's where I think this the whole system and integrated way of monitoring the supporting functions and the whole system should be functioning. And I remember in one of my in one of my plant, where we built the system where it starts from the raw material procurement till the product is shipped to the customer. We are able to maintain the complete tracking system, so that any problem, part failure, we used to track it to the defect in the raw material, whether the composition or the type of the raw material which has been used and by which supplier it has been used is a right quality to trace down the root cause of the problem. So I think integrating this complete ecosystem will really benefit from that aspect also, other than other aspects which both of you have covered.
I think this is a very important point, Sandhya, that you have brought in, because as Ambrish started in the morning, it's not a standalone solution. It's a end-to-end value chain solution, and each part of the value chain has a lot more that it can gain through this digitization and this process. You mentioned about the consumer benefit. See, there are innumerable benefits that, innumerable examples, I would say, case studies about how consumers, get benefited with this. One is the traceability, which the manufacturer, can use to trace back and see where exactly does the particular product or component, inside that product, some kind of attention, because there is a tendency to fail, for example, for a particular component. The other part of this is the value that the consumers get are on, let's say, in many of the products, there are spurious components which some people, some unscrupulous, service partners, they start doing that. Through this digital connectivity, you can give that assurance. The customer gets that assurance. The customer can find out by herself that yes, this is a component which is good for my product. This is good for me, and just by these days it's very simple. Just by scanning a simple QR code, the customer can make the assessment about the genuinity of a part which is getting used in the product that the consumer is using. So very well, I would say, elaborated on that part of the benefit to the consumer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think customer benefit is the key, because ultimately, if customers are happy and they believe they're getting the right kind of product and the service experience, they will come back to you. And then that's possibly the right point to bring in this aspect, that since we talked of the value chain and the customer benefit, but since we have panelists from the consumer durables industry and customer facing industries. So let's say now it's summer and suddenly there is a demand for air conditioners, and you need to have the right products available at the point of sale while managing your inventory levels and ensuring that there is the obsolescence aspect of it is taken care of, and the other aspect is in terms of the delivery experience, the service experience, and ensuring that the right quality products are made, because when demand is high, quality sometimes can become a challenge, and also while optimizing costs. So these are several challenges that manufacturers face, not just in the peak times but also possibly on average demand times. So I'd like Rajesh to talk about how does digitalization help in addressing some of these challenges, and if you can share some experiences of what you have done to let's say handle this aspect and ensure a superlative customer experience.
Very important topic, very important point and question. So certainly this is not only consumer durables goods. I think it is cutting across all the industries.
Correct. Absolutely.
We all want our product to go to the market as soon as possible. It should be consumed by the consumers as soon as possible, so that this whole gamut of supply chain it keeps on running. But certainly across all industries, they have their own challenges. They have their own issues that come across during the gamut of this whole manufacturing process, which at times put a dent on the supply chain activity, and sometimes it does comes as a type of big complexity. So we also face lots of issues from that point of view. So here, what I will try to elaborate further is that means we in a business, if I see, we have been there since a very long time. So what it has done to the industries, to the organization in which I am is, it has divided my organization into two parts. One is obviously the part that is there from the very beginning, since last 15, 20 years, which has become a type of legacy. The processes that are there, certainly it's on the older side. There are things which is dear to us, but still there are so many things that we want to do with it to keep into the pace on today's requirement. Sometimes we do face challenges. And then there is a second part also when we plan something for the future. There certainly we do take into consideration what are the things that we can put today so that I overcome all the challenges that we are facing from the processes that we are experiencing today. So especially on the second part where we plan for the new one, planning for everything is very, very simple, very easy. It only requires a commitment from the leadership and a commitment to be at a level which is world class and which is at par with any other industry. So on that front, we are taking very aggressive step by going all the latest technology, latest tools, which ultimately goes on into addressing all the concerns related to delivery quality and the throughput time that we have to have. And for this, certainly we are taking a complete and good amount of role play from high degree of automation into the lines with the usage of lots of robots into our processes, also cobots, all the latest technology that is there. 3D printing also, we have gone into that. And these are some things that we are already doing it in all our new processes. Vision system, thermal expansion, thermal instruments. So all those things which can help our quality team, which can help our the production team to come up with a clear-cut requirement of adhering to the market demands. But yes, in the area of the old area where I find that nearly 30% of our equipment we are still using, which were 20 years back, there is a challenge in integrating that within our system. So it is still working as a type of, you can say, a standalone system. So it is not only leading to some type of losses into in our system overall, but certainly at the same time also it is giving us pressure how quickly we can overcome that and move it.
Yeah.
So true, today as we all have moved ahead, and also the amount of knowledge and the supplier base that has developed over the period, they have also come to an age where they can also offer us solutions which completely eliminates all the issues that we are having. So this is one big change that we are seeing over since last 4 to 5 years. So these are the various insights that I have got on this topic.
Okay. And you're able to get the right ROIs on the investments you're making?
Certainly. Well, ROI is one thing which, if you see from a shorter period of time, you will always find that you are not getting the return. But when you go for an investment, you have to see from the point of view of long term. I'm putting a robot, not putting a robot for a year or year and a half. It will be there for the next 10 years, 15 years. So when you calculate the ROI, you need to consider all those facts also. You need to consider with the passage of time, all other things also become expensive. Your manpower cost also goes up. Today, 5 years back, the manpower costs were somewhere around $2 to $3 per day. Today, it has grown up by nearly about 70%. And the way at which the manpower cost in India also is growing means very soon we are going to catch any other countries also. So the advantage that the other countries used to have in improving the ROI due to their high manpower cost might be it will get compensated in our case also 4 to 5 years down the line, where we are also seeing a rapid increase of skilled manpower cost that is coming up into the world.
Yeah.
So ROI will never be an issue in
correct.
adding into the system.
Yeah, so you have to take a long-term view of it and look at it holistically is extremely important rather than get swayed by short-term gains and pains, right?
Sure.
And since you talked about using cobots, robots, and various kinds of hardware into the system, and typically these obviously start generating a lot of data, for us, because they're all automated, synchronized, and, they start generating a lot of data for us. And, that's the other thing which will obviously come into the fore, where, if you look at these digitized value chains, where you have the hardware overlaid by their capability to generate a lot of data connected through the internet, which obviously, you can use to, the way you want to, and actually becomes sometimes a headache, where you don't know what to do with this kind of data that is getting generated. So whether we use it constructively or not is totally left to us. So I'd like to request Venkat to talk about how he sees the role of big data analytics, and overlaid with machine learning, AI. Is it really working, helping solve problems or not?
Yeah, good afternoon to all. So actually, if you look at the present scenario, the fast-moving digital world, you can say Industry 4.0 and other digital and digitalization initiatives which are taking the world to the other dimensions. It's become critical for businesses to measure measure and track their service delivery performance, especially in the incident management matrix that maintains the uptime, the downtime, and at the same time the outrages and efficiencies and effectiveness, everything that has been tracked and monitored. So in that context, the big data plays a major role. So if you talk about the industry context, how this big data helps, I will come to the data and all. First, how it helps the industry. As I said, this incident management matrix, which is the matrix which really determines your effectiveness and efficiency in the industry. So for that, there are four major things one has to see. That is the mean time to repair, and mean time between the failures, mean time to failure, mean time to acknowledge. When you talk about mean time to repair, that is the main, most of the people discuss. Very seldom remaining three things people discuss. When you talk about the mean time repairs, there are four things again comes into picture. One is the repair, recovery, and respond and resolve. These are the four things which are to be addressed during you are talking about time to repair. So how do you address these things? You address only through data and the analyzing data and the segregating the data. Now, what is the advantage of the big data? The advantage of big data and that using the data for this incident management matrix, the first one is the safety of the equipment. That is the foremost important thing. At the same time, safety of the equipment as well as the people around the equipment. And the most important and very relevant to the industry is the predictive maintenance. Predictability and reliability of the equipment, wherein you can have that kind of predictability with the big data. And of course, with this, what will happen is that you can internalize your resources optimization. At the same time, you can have a reliable production schedules. And coming to the ROI and other things that we'll discuss a little later. Now, when you talk about big data, why many people are failing in digitalization, or you can say any other IoT initiatives, many industries come into that, implement, and they say that we didn't get the results because they directly enter and get into the fourth gear, third gear. That is not the way to enter into this one. First thing is that you have to have a level one, where you have to collect the data, accumulate the data at operators level. That is the first thing they have to do, and they have to master that. And gradually they have to get into the level 2 data collection points, whereas all variables and all those process parameters has to be somewhere they capture and store. That is the level 2 maturity. And the level 3 maturity is once you have this data has to be analyzed, segregated, and then used for your further optimization or improving the productivity. So this is what the data help you to optimize your processes. But in order to have this big data and data analytics and machine learning. So what is required is that the mindset of the organization, the mindset of the people who are working there. So we cannot blame any system or this digitalization or industry 4 which is not working. This because they're perfectly working. There are n number of examples across the globe. What is the difference between successful and unsuccessful organizations is the mindset of the management, how they wanted to take it forward. Many people struck around the ROI. ROI is not an issue at all for these initiatives. ROI will definitely come, as Mr. Rajesh has said. You're not investing this one for one day. You are investing this for the long-term sustainability of your organization. That should be the mindset of top management. Even if it is not yielding your ROI immediately, but one day it will yield, because not only capturing the data and installing all those digital gadgets, what you are doing is that you are mindset. You are changing the culture. You are adapting your people to the different kind of work culture. That's where it helps. In my opinion, the big data is very important, but the data collection method should be incremental. One should take a baby steps and graduate to the higher level to use the data to your advantage.
Yeah, I think very well said, Venkat. And you brought out the right thing about the mindset, and it's actually a shift. Because for us to look at data, I think generally people are want data but are also uncomfortable handling data. So I think it's a contradiction in many ways. So how do you address that contradiction? Is taking steps, rather than jumping to saying, okay, we'll do predictive modeling around it, to say, okay, how do we learn from it, and take baby steps to take it forward. Sandhya, would you like to add to the perspective what Venkat has shared?
I will bring a little different perspective to this. Right, Shankar sir has brought it very valid. Venkat sir has brought very valid points here. But if you see data, even if you see the previous histories also, data was existing. Okay, only the form of data has changed. Earlier, you used to have a pen and pencil paper to collect the data, and based on that, you do some inferences, interpretation, and decide your maintenance strategy. In discussion, there are 3 points which are very, very important. One is to reduce the downtime and increase the equipment life. I will come back to the MTBF again, because the data, form of the data has changed from paper pencil to Excel sheet to the data, computerized data, cloud data. The form of data has changed, but the data was existing there. And then also change how do you interpret the data and how you make a decision out of data has changed. And that again related to the generation of the maintenance which you are using for making your equipment life, for improving your equipment life, for reducing your downtime, improving your uptime. And that's where the data, big data, data analytics, or to that matter, machine learning and AI played a critical role into the industry. Specifically from last 5 years, if you see, machine learning and artificial intelligence, there is a new word which is getting coined nowadays, which called as industrial artificial intelligence, which talks about the inside factory or inside manufacturing setup. What are that artificial intelligence which can be used for improving the overall performance and KPIs of the organization or of the plant? And from that point of view, MTBF, MTR, they are getting shade off actually. They are getting vanished. Everything is getting controlled by the data, and you are getting upfront indications and the upfront interpretation of the data for making the decision about the equipments and the life of the equipment. I will take one more step ahead. From predictive maintenance, the situation using industrial artificial intelligence, the situation has moved to the prescriptive maintenance. I am sure most of you must have heard about the digital twins. And in digital twins, you prescribe how the functioning and the life of that equipment has to be. And then when the situation arises, there is a prescriptive maintenance, that means machine self-align himself to the requirement of the performance of the machines or the performance of that system and the part. And that's how the overall productivity or the throughput of the equipments or the throughput of the overall plant or the assembly line is getting increased. So MTBF is getting, I say the importance of MTBF is reducing by using machine learning. The predictive maintenance or the prescriptive maintenance is coming into picture using the machine learning as well as the AI, that is the industrial artificial intelligence. And that's where the data analysis, the big data is playing critical role. And at the same time, how do you collect the data is also becoming critical. Industrial sensors, IoT-enabled sensors, identifying the critical parts or the critical equipments into the plant, creating a environment where you have a cloud or where you have a clear identification of what data strategy you want to deploy on those equipment plays a vital role if you really want to deploy the technologies which are comparing the ROI in the today's scenario. And these are the long-term benefits which needs to be derived out of this kind of decision making.
Yeah, absolutely. I think very valid point, Sandhya, in terms of, and in fact, the way what you've described, possibly, it's the seeds of how the future of operations and maintenance is going to be. So possibly the maintenance department of today, the way it is currently structured and the way it currently looks at things will totally transform in the future, So, and possibly the way maintenance departments get reconfigured is something, very interesting. That's going to pan out based on what you've talked about.
Just one example I will share actually. We experimented in my previous organization, we experimented that we decided we will not keep any spare parts and we will deploy the predictive maintenance strategy with an identified set of machines. And we created the whole environment around that using proper sensors, data strategy, capturing and analyzing those data. And we decided we'll not keep any spare part for those identified machines for next 1 year. And believe me, till for complete 1 year, we never required the spare part to keep in our stock actually. We got the indication well ahead of the time and we could buy the spare part when it was required to change it. And we change it as soon as it reached to the factory. My point here is that it will reduce your investment of spare part and inventory, maintaining the inventory related to that. And that is one of the big advantage you get if you start deploying those data strategy and predictive and prescriptive maintenance strategies along with machine learning and artificial intelligence.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a very valid point that unless and until it starts to give a high level of impact, like, reduction in inventory and optimization of your workforce, then only, it really starts to, give the required performance that business is looking at. And logically, from an operation standpoint, it gives that superior reliability, which everybody is wanting to deliver quality. Yeah. So and since we're talking about big data, and obviously the data is generated through these devices, and we've talked about the IoT in in the earlier discussions that we have had. Just wanted some quick pointers on the use of industrial IoT. We can talk of it in two parts. One is obviously which is within the factory, and then today increasingly you find durables having embedded with IoT, so that it provides customers a superior experience, and logically it also helps the manufacturer as well. So I just like to ask Venkat to talk a little bit about the adoption of IoT and the challenges therein, and what's your experience been?
Yeah. See, just I wanted to put 5 points here. What exactly IoT would do for you or for anybody? The first is it will give a clear visualization of processes. That's one thing. The second thing is that the production performance also you can predict. And next, as we discussed a little while ago about the maintenance and maintenance spares and how do you predict and prescriptive, proactive, whatever you say, those methods that will provide for you to use, and of course analytics of the data, and then whereby you can optimize the processes or maybe the procedures. And last one, but not least one, is the energy management system, especially those companies which are energy intensive companies like industry and secondary and primary steel industry. The energy management system is very, very important. Not only the consumption point of view, the measuring, monitoring, and control point of view. Now, what IoT actually does to industry is that discussed. This will give a same dimension to your whole approach towards your equipment and the spares management, the inventory, the maintenance of the machine, reducing the downtime, all those things. The second most important thing is that if you are not into the process industry, service industry, it helps you and gives a lot of options to your field service technicians, a lot of insights about maintaining the equipment remotely. That's very important for the field service industries which are providing the services like IT and IT hardware systems especially. And another thing is that asset tracking, and you can track your assets wherever you are, how my asset is performing, what are my assets, which are the assets wherein the efficiency, the performance has to be enhanced. This will give a complete picture of your assets. Of course, this I would say IIoT, Industrial Internet of Things. That is the word we commonly use nowadays in India.
Correct.
Allows your customer satisfaction double, make it double. Whatever you do now, if you are not connecting your customers and suppliers to you, then you are alone then. That doesn't make any sense. And at the same time, of course, it improves your facility management system. When I talk about the facility management system, it's not only machine, not only people, it covers entire system within your organization, right from top to bottom, people, resources, machines, and systems, procedures, everything. So that's how this IoT helps in the industry. I would say in my previous organizations, what IoT has done for us is that we have taken small steps. We took one machine, we experimented with that, we migrated that one IoT systems, artificial intelligence, data analytics, programming, and then we collected the parameters and optimized the system. Then we got good results. Those good results drive us to develop new products, develop new customers, develop new mentality in the people, so that this system works. That we should put our focus on that. That's the power of the IoT in the system. Then what we did is that we have gradually implemented all those systems into various machines in the organization, and we integrated that data. That's that. And then what happened is that I could not disclose those figures, but phenomenal change in EBITDA. So if people properly use this IoT, they will get ROI. That is a small thing, but they can turn around their industries. But again, the focus and the result-driven approach should be there. Now, but it's not easy to implement in the industries across. The challenges are always there. I wanted to put a few challenges here. The challenges here is that the industry is not mature enough to add these technologies. That I would say, especially in India, in few companies, few industries are very much interested. They understood the importance of this IoT, and they are implementing it. They are getting the results. But most of the companies, this is one of the burden, like any other systems. They think that who will invest the money? I have already people. The work is going on. Why should I invest anything? So the industry is not matured enough to absorb these technologies. And of course, lack of training. Lack of training in the top management level, lack of training in the middle management, at the same time, the lack of awareness and training at the bottom also. So overall, the training and awareness of this IoT results is lacking, but who will take the responsibility to teach them? That is the one big question. Now, as I said, the ecosystem in the country should be developed. The ecosystem in the country should be developed means the nation, as a nation whole, the country and the administration has to take a challenge to train people. See, when you are into IoT, it's not only industry, it's not only the people, it's the country which, as a whole, we have to develop. Somewhere the government and governance also take responsibility to propagate the advantages of this IoT and make the people aware, especially small scale and mid-sized companies. And as I rightly said, ROI is not an issue, and it is not immediate also. That is a fact. So people should understand that. So nowadays, if you talk about any industry, then another philosophy along with this, although digitalization is sustainable. About the sustainability. How do you get the sustainability? You have to invest something to get that investment, maybe through this IoT and digital initiatives. That's what I just wanted to brief about the IoT and the challenges and how it helps to the people, and how government has to proactively come and help the people, and that the government has to take it. And people should, the top management people should understand and get it done, get it implemented in the industries. That's it from my side.
Sorry, I think you made some valid points, because right now if you look at data which says about close to 70-75% of IoT projects fail, and you brought out the challenges of why they fail, because if it's not the management or in the organization does not drive it correctly, in terms of first itself being aware of what needs to be done, and then engaging the organization. And one of the very important point is taking a small experiment, learning from it, and then implementing it, and then scaling it up through other projects that you take. So that gives the organization an understanding of what needs to be done, what will work in their environment. Because many times, you try to transplant solutions which work elsewhere may not work in your environment. That's something that is extremely important. And you also talked about that in terms of the information that gets generated should help in coming out with new products, and you talked about that. And that was the next discussion I wanted to drive, was that ultimately when we look at big data that is generated through both outside our ecosystem as well as inside the ecosystem through IoT that we have implemented or other sources. So ultimately, one of the things is it gives us improvement in performance, but it should also help us with, say, our new product development, coming out with better solutions for customers. So I'd like to put this to Suresh, and he can share his thoughts on this, that how are these helping with, new product development, and are they shortening NPD timelines? Are they improving product performance which are delivered to customers? Is it improving time to market and success rate? So if you'd like to talk about that, Suresh.
Regarding when we talk about say new product development, obviously there is a new product development process, NPD process, NPD timeline, stage gate, everything. There are a lot of things which go as part of this entire new product development cycle. But there's one very important aspect of all of this, which is what is it that the consumer is looking for in the product. And I think every company, every designer would like to give the best of the product to the consumers. But then the key point is, what is that best product which is in the eyes of the consumer. A lot of companies, or I would say most of the consumer facing companies, they do a consumer research. They go to the consumers, they try and ask, what do you like in the product, what do you want in the product. Now unfortunately, in most of the cases, the consumer herself many times doesn't know what exactly to expect in a product, and they respond based on the questions, the way they are framed.
Correct.
Do you like this in the product? Then the consumer would say yes or no, or something like this, something like that. While the fact is, consumer is the only one who knows herself the best. What do I need? But sometimes it's difficult to explain, because the consumer would be able to tell what exactly is being asked and is in front of that, and the exposure which has been given so far to that product. What is coming out in future, what can be better, etc., is actually out of the window at that moment. So the new, maybe the help which is coming through this big data and this IoT and this entire ecosystem that we are talking about, is how exactly is the consumer using the product, and what are those habit related things which are related to the product. Say for example, what is the duration, what is the peak time for the product to be used, what is the best way the consumer wants the product to be done, what are those interface things that the consumer would like the best. So this is something which can be captured best when the interface or the interconnectivity or the experience is captured through a digital medium, because digital medium is the most accurate one to replicate what exactly is being done. So this is something which I think has given a big boost to the consumer research area, where capturing the expectations and aspirations of a consumer around a product for example, I mean, not just in the usage cycle, not the performance one. Most of the time, even fit finish and the shape size of the product is such that the consumers are not able to explain. But if you give some kind of a, you can say, methodology through which the consumers can explain the various iterations around it, you know, the digital thing allows that. Okay, would you like blue color? Would you like red color? Would you like, you know, fit into this corner of kitchen or that corner of your drawing room? Then you can create those models in a virtual models in a way. In a consumer these days, you can create a virtual model in which the consumer can actually walk in. So a lot of companies have started doing that. They create a virtual world around the product and then create different variants of that product in different color combination, different shape sizes, and how this is interlinked and connected with the other, you can say, decor of the home, office, etc. And then consumers are able to add much more value compared to a simple blind exercise. I have a pen and paper, I keep asking 5 questions, 10 questions, and sometimes, you know, the product bombs in the market when it goes out, because we believe the consumer has given everything right, but perhaps the consumer sometimes is not able to translate the expectations into the proper this thing. So this particular thing, I think there is a huge upside which is coming on this, and this is still, I would say, early days into this. The more this ecosystem starts developing, we will be able to, you know, get even more. For example, in all those you know, areas where this is connected, I mean, Google virtually knows everything that we are doing 24/7, and
Right.
then we start getting our preferences reflecting into what we get on our. Somebody starts calling us, giving us, you know, depending on how we are connecting on that do not disturb platform for
Right.
us. But then you search something, and then sometimes you get something related to it which you are actually not intending, but it's very interest to you. So that is something which is a, I would say, a big benefit to the product development cycle, the way it works. And you talked about reducing the NPD cycle. So there is a physical work which has to be done. So obviously that work remains what it is unless you change the process around that. But the way it is helping into this is it brings your requirements, you know, in a much more definitive way. You perhaps are able to avoid 1 or 2 iterations on the way during your NPD cycle, and that certainly is something which is reducing the NPD cycle.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think some excellent point in terms of you know, how the nature of consumer research is actually changing because of the data analytics and, you know, the effort to understand customer needs better. You know, what really they want rather than what they're telling you. So I think that's where, you know, the gap lies today, and that is being addressed. Rajesh, you'd like to add a couple of points to this?
Yeah, certainly. I think very well captured. Over to what it has been told, let me add points from my side. Today, every organization, they are into the way and the thought process how fast their product can come to the market. And in order to do this, there are two basically phases that are there. One is the developmental phase, and then second is the industrialization phase. Being into auto industry for nearly 20 years, I remember the days when it used to take close to around 3 years to develop one car 10 years back. Now, the same time today, it has come down to close to around 2 years, and in coming times, it is going to go down as less as close to around 13 to 14 months. Now, how and why it is happening? What is ultimately leading to this change? So this is totally being driven by today huge amount of and good technology that exists today, which was not there earlier. So let's see, in the case of development phase, when the product is basically developed, we used to do lots of solid modeling. We used to do lots of clay modeling in order to come and see exactly what is the design and how the design culminates into a product which ultimately leads to the manufacturing of the equipment which can manufacture it. But today there are technology, digital twin. I had a wonderful experience of digital twin when I did one of the last project with my previous company, where during the developmental phase, we developed the complete product on a digital model, and we could very well see exactly what is there in that particular model. And this was something nearly 2 years before that model was going to be put into the market. And that ultimately led to a very close inheritance and close integration with the plant. In fact, we were making a new plant to make that new model. So those developed design ultimately helped us to create a new factory on digital platform, and we could literally see production happening on digital phase before we made the plant. And what advantage we got was when we did all this simulation product and the industry together, we could find out so many issues coming up, which we incorporated into the RFQs when we are putting or making for that new plant to come up. And this led to the complete construction of the industry, which normally used to take close to 12 to 13 months. We could erect that plant in only 8 months of time. So this ultimately is a clear-cut indication that how we could reduce that time, which normally takes long, and which aided by the right technology, we can minimize. So certainly, lot many things are there today, and every industry they are putting their efforts and activities in such a way that how fast they can bring it to the market, how efficiently they can bring it to the market. And today, certainly, we have lot many technology. 3D printing, wonderful. Means today, we need not, for many cases, nearly about, initially, we used to make prototype tools and dies. Today, we are directly printing this part on the printer, and we are doing our trials. And it is giving us so much advantage to us, which was not there 5 to 10 years back. So these things are going to get inculcated into the system more. I will see that things that were brought to the market, the time is going to cut down by nearly more than 60 to 70% in coming times.
Fantastic. Yeah, I think, not just the time, and you also get a first time right kind of an outcome.
Right.
I want to bring one more perspective here. Both Suresh sir and both examples, Rajesh sir, both examples are more from B2C products point of view, right? How the industrial IoTs or data can be benefiting from the consumer perspective, but from the B2C products. I want to bring a perspective how it is really benefited when it goes to B2B products actually, and especially the equipment manufacturing. Just one example, we used to make in my previous assignment, we used to make a heavy gearboxes, and which goes to into the steel industries or the sugar industries as a part of their overall manufacturing process plant, assembly line and process plant. What we started doing is we started deploying some of the IoT related capabilities on our gearboxes and send it into the plant. And over the period, we started capturing the data from those gearboxes, and accordingly, we started doing the improvement in our products actually. So why bearings were failing, where the heat temperature were coming, where the lot of stresses were coming, why the reliability needs, where the reliability needs to improve, vibration needs to improve. So all those data we used to capture from those equipment and accordingly make a necessary design material changes in our product, and accordingly keep on improving the performance of our product and when they goes to the different customers or the different industry. I think that's one of the best use I have seen of readily using this IoT related data or the capturing the data through cloud and deploying that into improving your own products and your own product performance.
Fantastic. I think that's an extremely good example of how a successful IoT implementation can be done. I think with that, I think from a time point of view, we are I'm sure there's lots to talk about, but from a time point of view, we are at the end of our allotted time. So there is some time budgeted for question and answers. So I'd request the audience, if they have some questions to the panel. Request you to please share your questions, and based on the time available, we'd be happy to answer those.
Yes, so my team and myself have been going through the questions that we received from the audience, but it seems that the panel discussion covered a whole more than the gamut of the questions that came in, and the points that they mentioned is kind of repeating what in fact Mr. Amrish had already put across, and each of the speakers had actually so in detail and beautifully mentioned of. So in lieu of aiding the speakers to not repeat their points. I can see like we have around 15 to 16 questions, but they are pretty much around the same topics that we've already touched upon. So with this, I think it would be great if we could conclude the panel. That would be amazing as such.
Sure. So I think then, great. So, if we've managed to, through the discussion, answer the questions, I think, it bears well on, what the discussion has been. So I just request, us to summarize maybe with a couple of closing thoughts. So let me start with Sandhya, and then we can go around the panel and everybody can close with a couple of closing remarks, please.
Okay. First of all, it's a very relevant topic, which really, I can say, the life of the organization, each aspect of the IoT, each aspect of machine learning, big data, automation, all those technologies are becoming a walk of life into the organization. And this has really made organization to improve upon various aspects of their performance, starting from getting the customer inputs, end-to-end cycle, value chain, getting from customer inputs and then giving back the customer what is expected as a finished product, and also monitoring the performance of those products when customer really start using it. So if you see, it is a closing the complete circle, but at each chain of this, you have a lot of information to collect, you have a lot of data to collect, and then use that data, make a decision using that data at a various stages of product life cycle, and keep improving through the performance, through the ROI, through the technology, through the investment, through the productivity, through the efficiency. And that's where I say the every stage of product life cycle and every stage of plant, this automation, IoT, big data, machine learning, artificial intelligence is becoming a walk of life for the organization. And today we are talking Industry 4.0. Very recently I was in Europe, and there I noticed people have started talking about Industry 5.0 and how the next stage, specifically using digital twins, how maximum they can take a next step, or the next generation of the technology can be deployed under Industry 4.5.0 as they tag it down actually.
Right. I think we will have these.
And I think we have to do the catch-up job. We have to sprint as a India organization, as a India manufacturing community. We have to sprint now to catch up first Industry 4.0 and then leap into the Industry 5.0.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Sandhya. Venkat?
Yeah, I would put a few points together. See, this when you talk about the digitalization, IoT is a big topic. And sometimes people get confused in the industry. So I would say a few things here. First, digitize everything in your organization, then go for digitalization. Once you go for digitalization, go to IoT or IIoT in a step-by-step manner. Then once you do that, don't forget to do that, integrate your customer with your whatever initiatives you are taking, and share your data, share your product achievement with him offline, online, whichever way you can do. And connect your suppliers also to the system. And customers, you and supplier, this is a triangle where it drives to the your organizational excellence. For that, first thing is that run the data, take a mock test like a digital sense, as Mr. Rajesh rightly said, that is the trend of the day, and correlate everything, then learn about the machine data and use the cloud computing to your advantage and share. And then at the end, product lifecycle management and develop the new product. These are the small steps you have to take, and take the initiative to the higher level, not only for the profitability of your organization as a whole, for a country, India, we should drive initiative and take it forward to the higher heights.
Right. Thank you. Suresh.
Yeah, so I think a lot has already been said. I'll just make or reiterate 2 points. One is when it was being discussed about cost and ROI, I think a lot of us still get confused about the ROI, because we believe a lot of this is to replace some cheap manpower that we still have in India. Manpower is still very affordable in India. So where is the need to automate, and where is the need to go one step up in terms of digital interface and other things. But one big point that perhaps getting missed in that is, it's not just a replacement of a human or manual activity with an automated one. The other aspect of consistency and perhaps predictability, which Sandhya explained so very beautifully when she was speaking about it, is something which is a long-term gain. Predictability can give you so much upside. She explained a lot of 2-3 examples, but then it works in everything, including the product design, including your other future planning, capacity planning, everything. The consistency is, we all are aware about the process capability. Your manual operations would never give that consistency that you can get from this, and that has got its own inherent benefits, which we should not just miss out while looking at the ROI into this. Second part is I think the other bottleneck or the reason for failure for many of the projects like this, when we see that they are failing, I think we should stop looking at it like a big project of industry 4, industry 5, implement everything together. We should look at the building blocks. And I think Venkat just explained it in a very simple words. It's like splitting everything into different this thing. You can start from a very simple exercise like having one digital tool in one corner of the factory, doing one small thing, to expanding modularly into various things. And then as time goes on, as you start seeing maturity of this within the organization and the external ecosystem also getting developed, you can keep expanding into this and keep scaling up into this. Then, I mean, we are ready with the building blocks, we are ready with the base, and it can keep giving you incremental benefits. And finally, when everything is ready, you are already there. I mean, otherwise, it sometimes becomes like a binary system. Either we are into industry 4 or we are into industry 0. It's not a case like this. So that's what I would say.
Right. Thank you, Suresh. Rajesh, your closing thoughts?
In fact, from my side, there are 3 points that I would. One, certainly we all know that a good amount of change is happening. If I see the future, my automobile, they're going from manual to autonomous. So in close to around 30 to 40 years of time, whole of automobile industry will see a huge change. Second is, in the area of industries, there is a big change in the mindset of the leaders has started happening. So the leaders today, they don't want to be reactive anymore. They want to be proactive. So in very short and very straightforward, I want to say that means today the leaders, in fact, the people who is manning the main function, main organization, they want to be a type of God with some power minus, means from the point of view of mind, they want to become something which they know in advance what is going to happen. And for this, there are tools which really everybody has started adopting, and this will see more and more adoption in coming time. Second point that I want to say at the end is everybody has got its own set of problems, own issues. Everybody is trying to solve all those issues. And for these issues, today, the good thing is that we have got lots of tools. The tools, which are some digital, which we some say IoT, these are some simply tools to help us to make sure that we overcome the challenges that we are facing. So right adoption of the right tool is the need of the hour. We sometimes fail and we sometimes say it didn't work for me because the right people didn't adapt the right tool. They had to apply some tool, but they applied some other tool. They found some failure. And then certainly once again, the work started from scratch here. So it is very important that the right people should be there, right skilling should be there, because with all this higher technology, advanced technology, one thing we are lagging is really the skill and the quality of the people that we have. So our new generation should be so skilled up, and it is certainly a joint responsibility of the government and the organization and the complete ecosystem, that in what way we need to skill up that mind so that they are in a position to take the shoe of the requirement which is there into the organization or any industry which is there effectively and more efficiently. Because if that will not happen, there will be huge losses because all these new technologies are not cheap. They're very expensive, and it takes quite a good amount of time to ultimately bring from the thought process to the actual. And then when you fail, it's certainly a big pain and big loss for the organization. So picking the right skill, those right skills should pick the right tool, and then those right tool will certainly help the organization to move to the next level.
Fantastic. And I think, I think our panelists have, I think, captured all the points that we discussed very well. So I'd just like to close with a few thoughts. And, possibly since Rajesh talked about, the need to predict and possibly play God. So earlier we used to say, in God we trust, for all else bring data. But now we say, for all else bring data, but not just data, actionable information, which can allow us to do something with it. Which can help us predict. So the whole idea is, how can we make our system more predictable, sustainable? I think that's the key word. And when we're talking of sustainable, the system is sustainable only if all the elements of this ecosystem go hand in hand. It's not either or, it's and. So if we integrate, like we talked about, the end-to-end value chain from vendors to customer, and everybody wins. And everybody will win only if we are able to integrate and share, information and feedback, and there are automatic, and possibly here we don't need manual interventions like we just talked about. So that's where the tools can help us and truly create a completely synchronized ecosystem, which is essentially the intent of Industry 4.0. So those are my closing thoughts, and I think I'm sure the audience would have picked up several points from the discussion that has happened, and thanks to them for patiently listening in, and thank you panelists for bringing in the wonderful insights to this discussion. So thank you all.
The final panel discussion gave us a prodigious end to such a fabulous day, to such a brilliant day with such stellar speakers and such great insights from them. And on an industry and about a topic that is so dynamic, that is so difficult and so immensely vast at the magnitude that they are scaling up and they're operating at. So it was in brilliant sessions through the day. And to close this day, I would love to call on stage and share my platform once again with the Managing Director of ITP India, Mr. Vibhor Srivastava, to close this day and deliver his closing address and the thank you note. Thank you. Over to you, Vibhor.
Wow. What do I say? I'm actually speechless. If I really put it honestly, I really want to thank everyone out there for coming in big numbers and supporting it. I think what a fabulous day, a marathon day, but truly of substance. We heard a battery of prolific speakers and incredible content, a content which is neutral, credible, and which we all saw that the knowledge sharing happened at the highest level. Smart factory operations into their processes. I will reiterate that most of the speakers said today, the time is now. I've just kept down certain notes for you, and I thought I was intentionally writing and listening. And here is what I think we must say and believe. The time is now. Rather than jumping into the bandwagon, start with small but firm steps to automate and digitize your factory, production, operations, and supply chains to reach the pinnacle. And this is going to be imperative. I once again, thank our absolutely, the brands that we love, the brands who have helped companies to find that cutting edge. To begin with, our title partner, ServiceNow. Thank you, ServiceNow. We truly appreciate your gesture and truly appreciate that you've been with us. Associate partner, PTC. Technology partner, SAP. Digital transformation partner, Juniper. Industry partner, Hexagon. IoT partner, Tata Communication. And business development partner, Zebra. Last but not the least, we at Manufacturing Today and here for the community. So stay connected with us, support in this endeavor of taking the lifeline of India, that is manufacturing, to every nook and corner of the world. And I strongly believe, and I have to say a big thanks to you, because I saw lots and lots of you were attending, and I see a surge and lot of the information coming to us. that you're listening to us, you are giving your feedback to us, and you are supporting manufacturing today to be the #1 platform in terms of the print and digital, and supporting us to grow by brick and to attain such high levels. So ladies and gentlemen, I here wish you all a lovely weekend. Stay blessed, stay safe, and hope to see you very soon, because at Manufacturing Today, we also don't stop. We have got tons of things lined up, lots of forums and conferences coming up. So stay in touch, stay tuned to hear more about us. And once again, a very, very happy weekend. Thank you.